Chapter 1191. Ning Xuema fainted as soon as she returned to the wizardry barrier due to the immense pain. When she woke up, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she had finally broken through the 7th level and entered the 8th level. Probably due to the special stimulation, her level was a little strange. The unblocked parts of her body were very smooth, but the blocked parts were still blocked. She could not feel her legs anymore. Momo, don't worry. You only went mad once during the process of leveling up. You'll be fine after some rest. This was the first sentence that Shui Elan said to her when she woke up and found that something was wrong. Ning Xuema closed her eyes and ignored him. She also did not intend to rest. She became even more silent. She used to be able to speak 2 or 3 sentences a day, but now she seemed to have turned into a mute. She refused to say a word. Shui Elan saw her like this and did not try to persuade her. He had expected such a reaction from her. He just did not expect her to level up under the strong stimulation. A chronic disease needed strong medicine. She obviously had not given up on Shun Julie, so he had to stimulate her more to make her lose all hope in him and then slowly accept him. He decided that he would take Ning Xuema out more often in the future to relax. Momo, I will let you see him more often in the future. The more you see him, the more disappointed you will be. Tianfeng Tea House was the largest and most luxurious tea house in the Feishan Kingdom. It had hosted numerous influential people and leaders. Today, Tianfeng Tea House welcomed the most distinguished guest. Every corner of the tea house was wiped clean and reflected the sunlight. The strange thing was that the hall was full of people, but there was no movement at all. Everyone carefully picked up their teacups and slowly took a sip, and then put them down carefully. They communicated with their table mates by hand gestures. Those who did not have a seat next to them asked for a pot of tea and a small cup, then poured themselves a cup. They did not complain at all. Instead, everyone's face was full of joy, as if it was a great honor to be able to stay in this tea house. The waiter of Tianfeng Tea House laughed like a blooming flower, but he didn't dare to make a sound, because the person upstairs was the god of Tianci continent, the overlord. The light at the door dimmed, and an old couple slowly walked in. Both of them had a refined and calm aura, but the noble aura they exuded made people not dare to underestimate them. The old man carefully supported the person beside him and protected her as if she was a fragile porcelain. The waiter came forward to greet them and was just about to gesture to them that the building was full and that they should come back another day, when he suddenly froze and then dazedly led the 2 of them to the 2nd floor. The people in the living room were stunned. Then they resumed the scene from before, as if no one had noticed the 2 of them. The waiter led the old couple to a private room on the 2nd floor in a daze. After serving them a pot of good tea, he left in a daze. Only when he went downstairs did he return to normal. He was so busy that his feet didn't touch the floor. Ning Xuema's body stiffened as Shui Elan helped her step by step up the stairs to the 2nd floor. In the private room on the right at the front, there was a white figure. That white figure was hazy like an immortal, making it hard to see clearly. However, one could see that it was a peerlessly handsome man, and beside him stood a beautiful woman in a light yellow dress. Ning Xuema glanced at them and felt her heart twist. It was as if a row of fine steel needles had pierced her heart, leaving behind countless bloody wounds. Shun Julie and Yunxi, it was them again. In the past few months, she had been coincidentally meeting them more frequently than usual. Chapter 1192. Up until now, they had already coincidentally met 3 times. It was almost once a month, which was comparable to her period. She glanced at Shui Elan beside her. Needless to say, this person was behind this. This person seemed to have an unusually accurate grasp of Shun Julie's whereabouts. Every time she came out, she would bump into them coincidentally. "Madam, please take a seat." Shui Elan, who was disguised as an old man, helped her sit down in the private room on the left. Shun Julie paused in the middle of painting. He glanced over at Shun Julie. Then, he shifted his gaze and continued to paint. Under his brush, a peerless beauty in a light yellow dress gradually took shape. It was so lifelike that it seemed as if the beauty would walk out of the painting with just a breath of air. Every frown and smile was charming. Shui Yilan pulled Ning Xiuma, who had been immobilized, into his arms and fed her intimately. At the same time, Shui Yilan's languid and magnetic voice rang in Ning Xiuma's ears. "Momo, look, who is Shun Jili painting? Could it be that you—" Ning Xiuma closed her eyes. Her eyesight was excellent, so she had long seen that Shun Jili was painting the woman beside him, Yunshi. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by someone. She pursed her lips and looked at Shun Jili. This time, Shui Yilan had finally allowed her to see him face to face. She watched him drink tea, watch him paint, and watch him lazily pass by her in an open carriage. Shui Yilan had created all sorts of coincidental encounters, but he had never allowed her to talk to Shun Jili. Every time, she would only look at him from afar or close up. And every time she saw him, she would see him with Yunshi. She had met Shun Jili face to face twice, and they had even looked at each other. Unfortunately, he looked at her as if he was looking at a stranger. He only glanced at her once. After a glance, they continued to brush past each other. Shui Yilan pinched her chin and turned her back. His heart ached as he caressed her lips. At the same time, he used secret voice sending to continue speaking in her mind. "Momo, don't be like this. My heart will ache." Ning Xiuma tilted her head to avoid his fingers and closed her eyes in silence. Images of Shun Jili flashed through her mind. She remembered the way Shun Jili had looked in the past few days. "Momo, open your eyes. Be good. Look, the person you once loved wrongly has already forgotten about you. Furthermore, he has a new lover." Shui Yilan's voice continued to resound in her heart, each word piercing her heart. Ning Xiuma finally opened her eyes in anger and met Shui Yilan's affectionate and gentle gaze. His gaze was too affectionate, but hers was extremely cold. "Momo, forget him. He's not worthy of your love. We're a pair. We were in our previous lives, and we are in this life as well. For all eternity, you'll always be my Momo." Shui Yilan's voice was full of seduction and determination. Ning Xiuma turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Shui Yilan pinched her chin and gently turned her head back, forcing her to look into his eyes. His eyes were like a pool of spring water, sparkling and translucent, like colored glass that changed unpredictably, bringing with it a sense of seduction as he quietly looked at her. Ning Xiuma looked at the white and yellow figures not far away, and her fingers clenched tightly. "Almighty, have you really forgotten about me? I'm Xiuma. You're Xiuma. How could you forget about me?" They weren't far apart, and they could see each other if they looked up. However, Ning Xiuma felt as if there was an insurmountable gap between them. Chapter 1193. He was just there, painting for the beauty, completely forgetting about her. She was here, bitterly guarding the endless yearning, unable to make a sound. So close, yet 1,000 miles away, truly so close yet so far. After a few months of recuperation, her legs could already walk freely, but she still couldn't truly circulate her cultivation. However, according to her recovery speed, she should be able to fully recover after 3 to 2 months of recuperation. She had already secretly studied the enchantment. Once her legs were completely free, she would be able to break through the enchantment and escape. Right now, she didn't dare to pin her hopes on anyone, and the only person she could count on was herself. The first thing she would do after escaping was to go to the Sun Moon sect, directly meet Shun Jili, and directly ask him about it. She didn't want to make wild guesses. She just wanted to personally get an answer from him. She looked at Shun Jili, watching his figure as he painted. Her eyes flickered slightly, but there wasn't much expression on her face. Shui Yilan looked at Shun Jili, and then looked at Ning Xiuma in his arms. Recently, Ning Xiuma had been very quiet. He didn't know if she had finally accepted this reality, or if she had other plans in her heart. Ning Xiuma was originally very good at hiding her emotions. After being trapped in Shui Yilan's barrier for 10 years, her skills had reached the point of perfection. Shui Yilan didn't know what she was thinking at all. He couldn't even tell if she was happy or angry. This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but kiss her forehead. "Momo, you are mine." He raised his head and looked not far away, revealing a mysterious smile. Shinjili seemed to have lost his memories. This was really a good thing for him. He could appear in front of him with Momo without any fear, and Shinjili could only look at them. Shinjili's painting hand paused slightly. Then he continued painting. He had always been very focused on painting, but this time he didn't know why, but he kept getting distracted. The person next door had appeared beside him many times. Although he had used a camouflage technique, he could recognize him at a glance. He was a great demon. Shinjili was not a busybody. As long as the demon did not do anything evil, he could not be bothered. But he always seemed to appear by his side on purpose, bringing a different woman with him every time. But these women all had the same aura, proving that they were the same person, just that they often changed their appearance. More importantly, this woman gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Seeing how intimate the two were, Shinjili felt a little uncomfortable. He always felt that the person beside the big demon should be his. Moreover, the smile that the greater demon gave him seemed to be filled with provocation. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. He could see that the power of the woman beside Shueilon was not low. He could also see that her acupoints had been sealed. She seemed to be forced to stay beside the big demon. But he had always disdained to meddle in other people's business and was too lazy to ask. There were too many injustices in this world, and he was not a hero who would do trivial good deeds. He had his own code of conduct and would not make an exception for an ordinary person. But was that woman really an ordinary person? Ning Xiuma quietly avoided Shueilon's hand and closed her eyes again. Since she couldn't change anything for the time being, she didn't need to look at the two people to provoke herself and make a fool of herself in front of Shueilon. She would return to Shinjili's side. Then she would understand everything. She would also not let go of the main culprit, Wu Mo. Chapter 1194. Momo, do you know? The way you look right now makes people want to kiss you. Shueilon moved closer to her, his lips touching her earlobe. Although she was disguised as an old woman, it was only an ordinary disguise. Her aura was still the same. There was a faint fragrance on her body that seemed to be naturally produced from her skin. It was as seductive as a poppy flower. Ning Xiuma impolitely extended her hand and pushed him away, sending him a single word, "Scram." Shueilon immediately held her hand. Although her hand looked rough, it was still as firm and soft as a young girl's. He gently kissed her fingertips and said, "Momo, have you ever heard of the saying, hitting is affection, scolding is love?" Every time this bastard came out, he would tease her. No matter what kind of disguise she was disguised as, he could always pretend to be affectionate. This made Ning Xiuma want to send him flying with a slap. Now that he looked like an old man, wasn't he afraid that the surrounding people would be shocked to see him teasing an old woman with a wrinkled face? How many goosebumps would she get? Was it really fun to treat sappiness as fun? Ning Xiuma was about to take the risk of him tearing off a layer of her skin to withdraw her hand when she suddenly heard a gust of wind. A silver-white light flashed without any warning. It went straight for Shueilon's forehead. This time, Shueilon was completely unprepared. He couldn't block it and subconsciously fell backwards. Suddenly, he felt his arms suddenly empty. Ning Xiuma, who had been in his arms all this time, was suddenly snatched away by someone. This sudden change happened too fast, so fast that no one could react. Even lightning couldn't compare to its speed. Ning Xiuma didn't react in time. Her vision blurred, and she suddenly felt her body become light. Then, she fell into a familiar embrace. A faint, cold fragrance seeped into her nose. It was the same feeling as before. Ning Xiuma's breath caught. She looked up and saw a handsome face. It was Shinjili. Shinjili, who had just been leisurely painting, had actually saved her. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably and her mind was buzzing. Could it be that he recognized him? Did he recognize him? Let her go. Shueilon was furious. Shinjili, this bastard, didn't play by the rules. Shouldn't he be showing off his love with Yunxi all the time? Shouldn't he be finishing his painting? Shouldn't he not be able to see anything and continue doing his own thing? Why did he suddenly come to snatch her away? What's more, he had snatched a wrinkled old lady. This was simply history repeating itself. Shuailon jumped up almost without thinking. A red light flew towards Shunjuli. This time, he used a killing move right from the start. He was no longer an ignorant person. His martial arts had improved a lot. If he fought seriously, he should be able to teach Shunjuli a lesson. Shunjuli hugged Ning Xiumao with his left arm and raised his right hand to release a white light. The light collided. It was dazzling and powerful at the same time, like a comet hitting the moon. Countless shock waves spread in all directions. If Shunjuli hadn't immediately set up a barrier before making his move, the entire tea house would have been raised and everyone would have been thrown into the air. Shunjuli didn't want to continue fighting. His figure rose and he flew out of the tea house like a graceful swan. "Leave her behind," Shuailon shouted. He didn't care about hurting the stunned onlookers as he turned into a red light and chased after Shunjuli. This sudden turn of events shocked Yunshi so much that her eyeballs almost fell out. Chapter 1195. Just a moment ago, she had been sitting there with her heart full of happiness. She had asked Shunjuli to paint her and watched as the person in the painting slowly took shape. Her heart was overflowing with joy. She had not expected that Shunjuli, who had been focused on painting her, would suddenly turn around and attack an elderly couple. He even snatched the old woman and ran away. Yunshi was petrified on the spot for a full minute before she regained her senses. She vaguely remembered that 10 years ago, Shunjuli had also snatched an old woman. Her expression darkened. She picked up the unfinished painting and rushed out. Only the people in the tea house were left looking at each other. What was going on? Master Han Shanyue had actually abandoned his beautiful female companion to snatch an old woman and run away. Shunjuli stopped at a spacious area and placed Ning Xiumao in a safe place. He unsealed her acupoints and was about to turn around when she suddenly pulled on his sleeve. He did not like to interact too much with strangers, but Shunjuli frowned slightly. In the end, he did not shake off her hand. In the distance, Shuailon was flying towards them like a bullet. "Put her down." Ning Xiumao glanced sideways at Shuailon, then looked up at Shunjuli. She did not want to let go of his hand. She did not want to be separated for more than 10 years in the blink of an eye. However, it would be inconvenient for the Almighty to carry her in a fight. She took a deep breath and looked at him. Her gaze was complicated and difficult to decipher. It seemed to contain thousands of words. Finally, her lips moved slightly. "Almighty, be careful." She had not spoken for a long time. At this moment, she suddenly spoke with a slightly strange tone. Shunjuli suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. However, this feeling was fleeting. In the end, he calmly withdrew his sleeve and nodded slightly. He turned around and faced Shuailon's storm-like attack. Shuailon was about to go crazy. He would never forget the humiliation of having his favorite stolen from him. Not to mention that this person had robbed him several times in a row. He raised his hand, and the blood-red mist covered the sky and covered the earth like a tide. Wherever the red mist went, there were no longer any living things. The flowers and plants were withering and rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within the red mist, there were countless insects the size of rice grains moving. Shunjuli's thin lips curled up slightly. He spun the jade flute in his hand, and a huge silver barrier appeared, protecting him, Ning Xiumao, and Yunshi. When the red mist came into contact with the barrier, it was as if it had come into contact with strong sulfuric acid. With a sizzling sound, the insects fell to the ground. Shunjuli made a hand seal, and the clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Following that, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky like a dazzling and resplendent meteor shower. Sparks flew in all directions. When the lightning fell, the intense white light was as bright as day. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Rumbling sounds continuously rang in their ears. Ning Xiumao felt as if hundreds of atomic bombs were exploding beside her, Shui Yilan's body flickered as he raised his speed to the maximum. Only then did he barely manage to dodge these fatal lightning bolts. However, there were simply too many of these lightning bolts. Furthermore, they were arranged according to a certain spell formation, so he was still struck by a few of them. Even though he had a protective barrier, he was still shaken and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Shui Yilan's heart sank. Shun Juli's cultivation seemed to have improved quite a bit. He seemed to be in peak condition right now. It would be difficult for Shui Yilan to resist him. This time, it seemed like it would be difficult for Shui Yilan to gain an advantage. However, if he retreated now, he would be giving up Ning Xiuma. Chapter 1196. Shui Yilan thought to himself as he dealt with the situation. He would never allow Shan Juli to take Momo away from him again. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his lips were stained with blood. The smile on his face finally disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. His red robe fluttered without any wind. He stretched out his hand and drew a door in the air. The door was completely black, and the sunlight seemed to have been absorbed. It did not reflect any light at all. The door was engraved with complicated patterns and strange beasts at this moment. The door slowly opened. The red light expanded bit by bit. Countless ghosts and monsters rushed out from the door, grinning maliciously as they pounced. The originally cloudless sky was completely covered by the black gas, as if the night had suddenly arrived. Although Ning Xiuma knew that Shui Yilan was a devil, this was the first time she had seen him make a move like this. This scene had appeared countless times in her previous life, making her feel as if she had returned to the era of Shui and Mo. Haha, that's right, Momo. Do you see? This is a devil. This is what you should be like in the future. They should be your subordinates. The lowly's voice sounded in her mind again. Ning Xiuma could almost see the little lowly's proud expression. Following the little lowly's voice, she suddenly had the urge to rush forward and sniff the black gas. She and Yunxi were currently protected by Shun Juli in a spherical barrier. She was originally sitting, but now she could not help but stand up. Ning Xiuma? Yunxi suddenly transmitted her voice. Ning Xiuma subconsciously turned to look at her. Yunxi's expression changed slightly. It's really you. You're not dead. Ning Xiuma smiled. What? Are you that eager for me to die? Her smile seemed to have a sinister ghost aura. The wrinkles on her face were all wrinkled together, and her extremely black eyes seemed to be surging with a red light. Yunxi's heart inexplicably turned cold. This kind of Ning Xiuma actually made her feel cold all over. However, her psychokinesis cultivation was profound. She moved her fingertips and formed a spell. You've been possessed by the devil. Ning Xiuma's tyrannical nature surged within her, giving her the urge to destroy everything. He especially wanted to destroy Yunxi. However, Yunxi's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that struck Ning Xiuma's head and startled her. Possessed by the devil? How could this be? She wouldn't fall for that little lowly's trick. He wouldn't turn into a demon. She was Ning Xiuma, not anyone else. She bit the tip of her tongue. The sharp pain woke her up. She took a deep breath and glared coldly at Yunxi. You are the one who has been possessed. Yunxi, she then looked at Ning Xiuma. Her face was tense as she looked in the direction of the battlefield. There was no other aura around her. It was as if the extreme and extreme cold pressure was just an illusion. She stared blankly. Could she have been mistaken? She secretly sensed Ning Xiuma's aura again. She had a normal aura, but there was also a trace of a mortal aura. Yunxi's heart skipped a beat as she blurted out, You've actually cultivated to Earth rank level 8? Ning Xiuma didn't even look at her, as she replied indifferently, I think your attention shouldn't be on me. Yunxi choked. Only then did she remember that Shun Juli and Shui Yilan were fighting. She hurriedly looked at the battlefield again. Then, she clenched her fists slightly. Was this the gates of hell? Was this devil crazy? Once the gates of hell were opened, thousands of ghosts would come out in full force, and the human world would become a purgatory. This would definitely be a disaster for the world. Chapter 1197. Sir, you have to seal this hell's gate. Yunxi shouted from within the barrier. Shinjili obviously knew this as well. He frowned slightly and waved his sleeves to kill the ghosts that were pouncing on him. He finally understood what Shue Ilan was trying to do. These ghosts couldn't harm Shinjili at all, but it was definitely a terrible nightmare for the people in this city. This great demon wanted to use the lives of the people in this city to hold him back so that he could find an opportunity to snatch Ning Xiuema away. This great demon seemed to be going all out. He sent a ray of white light carrying a strong, purifying power over and enveloped the gate, forcibly stopping it from expanding. Half of the demons that came out were enveloped by the purifying power. They screamed miserably as they turned into ashes. However, there were now hundreds and thousands of demons and ghosts floating outside. Some of them pounced on Shinjili, while others took the opportunity to flee into the city. Shinjili waved his hand, and a guqin suddenly appeared in front of him. He sat down cross-legged and began to play. The sound of the guqin was like a gentle Buddhist chant. It was as gorgeous as heavenly flowers and as gentle as the spring breeze in March. It made people feel comfortable and had a strong, purifying power. Wherever it passed, it dissolved the winter's ice and dissipated the demonic aura floating in the air. Wherever the sound of the guqin passed, all the demons and ghosts covered their ears in pain. Struggling and howling, Shuelan was naturally affected by the sound of the guqin. His body swayed slightly as he looked at Shinjili with a murderous gaze. Suddenly, a blue guqin appeared in front of him. His jade-like fingers gently stroked it, and waves of mournful demonic sounds were constantly heard. The two peerless experts were fighting. Yunshi could only stand to the side. She couldn't interfere at all. Ning Xiuema's telekinesis was completely sealed. Fortunately, she was inside the barrier set up by Shinjili. This barrier had the effect of blocking the demonic sounds, so she didn't suffer much from the impact. However, it was strange. Although she didn't like Shue Ilan's music, she also felt uncomfortable when she heard Shinjili's Buddhist chants. Subconsciously, she didn't like listening to it. In her mind, the little loli screamed, so noisy, stop playing." This little loli seemed to be unable to hear the purifying sound. Ning Xiuema was overjoyed. She originally wanted to cover her ears and not listen to any music. However, at this moment she endured it. Not only did she not cover her ears, but she also subconsciously tried to catch Shinjili's music. Beside her, Yunshi secretly clenched her fists as a thought ran through her mind. Should he take this opportunity to get rid of Ning Xiuema? As long as she was alive, there was a possibility that Shinjili would fall into a trap again. It was not easy for him to wait for this day. It was not easy for him to be able to stay by Shinjili's side like a friend again. She clenched her fists. Ning Xiuema was very sensitive. Although Yunshi hadn't made a move yet, she had already sensed the faint murderous aura coming from her. Her heart sank slightly. Her cultivation hadn't recovered yet, and Shinjili had only unsealed her mute acupoint. Her current ability was that of an ordinary person's. If Yunshi made a move on her now, she was afraid that she wouldn't have a chance to survive. She glanced at Yunshi and suddenly smiled. "You want to kill me?" Yunshi, who had been in a dilemma, was about to use her ultimate move. However, when she heard Ning Xiuema's words, she was shocked and turned her head to look at her. She saw that Yunshi was smiling, but her eyes were bright, as if she had seen through all the dirty thoughts in her heart. Chapter 1198. If you have the confidence to kill me in one blow, then go ahead. Ning Xiuema was still smiling, but her eyes were sharp. But do you think you have the ability to do so? Yunshi choked, and her eyes darkened. She could only see that Ning Xiuema had cultivated to Earth rank level 8, but she didn't see that Ning Xiuema's telekinesis was still sealed. Ning Xiuema had always been crafty in battle. Back then, she had defeated an Earth rank level 5 expert with her telekinesis at Earth rank level 2. Not only had this news spread throughout the Sun-Moon sect, but it had also reached Yunshi's ears. Although Yunshi had cultivated to Heaven rank level 1, her actual combat skills were still not strong, so the chances of her fighting with others were very low. She really didn't have the confidence to kill Ning Xiuema, who was already at Earth rank level 8, in one blow. If it had been a sneak attack, it would have been possible. However, Ning Xiuma, who was more cunning than a fox, had already sensed her intentions and was definitely on guard. Even if she attacked 10 times, she might not be able to do anything to her. Instead, it would make the D-Zune suspicious. Yunchi had already figured out the pros and cons. She loosened her fingers slightly and glanced at Ning Xiuma. "You think too much. My sword has never been aimed at the innocent." She took the initiative to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. While she was at it, she also belittled Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma smiled and said leisurely, "My sword also won't casually attack unrelated people. We are in the same boat." Yunchi was speechless. Her pretty face turned green and white. She had never been Ning Xiuma's opponent when it came to bickering. She clenched her fists in her sleeves and finally smiled faintly. She said proudly, "This fairy won't lower herself to the same level as a mortal." Ning Xiuma sat there, looking more leisurely than Yunchi. "If you have the time to talk nonsense with me, why don't you go help the great god?" Yunchi was speechless. She looked at the battlefield again. The two experts had already fought until the sky turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. The two Guqin sounds were like water ripples, constantly colliding in the air. In the sky, intense white and red lights intersected and reflected each other. The sound was like thunder, exploding in all directions. Those fiendish demons naturally became cannon fodder. Those who were affected by the zither music were reduced to ashes. Ning Xiuma felt as if she was bathing in the spring breeze for one moment, and then her heart suddenly clenched. It was as if there was a string in her heart that was constantly being pulled and loosened again. Yunchi glanced at Ning Xiuma. She wanted to show off her abilities in front of Ning Xiuma to intimidate her. She stood up and waved her arms like flowers blooming. A wave of pale silver light rushed towards the black, illusory demons that were escaping in the air. In just a moment, she had eliminated 2 or 3 of them. Shui Yilan, who had already been on the losing end, realized that he had no chance of winning when he saw Yunchi make a move. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his Guqin music was no longer in tune. Meanwhile, Shun Juli's Guqin attack had already arrived. It broke Shui Yilan's protective barrier and directly affected his body. When he was hit by the powerful, purifying power, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He almost crashed into Ning Xiuma's barrier. Shui Yilan fell to the ground, his eyes meeting Ning Xiuma's. Ning Xiuma's eyes were so dark that he couldn't see her emotions at all. They had been together for 10 years. Now that he had gotten hurt because of her, he couldn't see any trace of heartache in her eyes. His heart suddenly felt stifled. A mouthful of blood surged up again, but he forced it back down. In the past 10 years, Shun Juli had indeed recovered his body to its peak condition. Chapter 1199. At this moment, she shouldn't face him head-on. There would be more opportunities in the future, so there was no need to fight to the death here. Shui Yilan had always been good at judging the situation, so he made a decision in the blink of an eye. He laughed and said, "Momo, do your best. I will wait for your good news." He took one last look at Ning Xiuma before he turned into a red light and left. Ning Xiuma was speechless. This bastard still wanted to trick her before he left. She looked at Shun Juli. Shun Juli casually glanced at Shui Yilan, who had already turned into a dot, but he didn't chase after him. He lifted his sleeve and removed the barrier surrounding Ning Xiuma's body before lowering his eyes to look at her. When their gazes met, Ning Xiuma's heart thumped wildly, but she still smiled at him. "Do you believe his words?" Shun Juli looked into her ink-black eyes, and his heart trembled. There is always an inexplicable closeness between them, and that strange feeling of wanting to protect her surged up again. Yunchi said, "Dizwa, this woman has been with that great demon all this time. What he said before he left might have some hidden meaning. You have to be careful." Her righteous words were stuck in her throat before she could finish speaking. This was because Shun Juli actually bent down and picked up Ning Xiuma again before leaving with the wind. Yunchi was speechless. She was left hanging there with the painting Shinjuli had made for her in her arms. The wind was biting cold, but Ning Xiuma couldn't feel the wind at all. It was all blocked outside by Shinjuli's barrier. At this moment, Shinjuli was hugging her with one arm around her waist. This made Ning Xiuma feel as though she had returned to the days of the past. At that time, the Almighty had not lost contact with her, and they were deeply in love with each other. Ning Xiuma raised her eyes and looked at Shinjuli. His side profile was still as handsome as a celestial being, but his expression was extremely distant, as if he was a god who was far away. Shinjuli lowered his head to look at her. Seeing the complicated look in her eyes, he said lightly, "What's your name?" Ning Xiuma was stunned, and her eyes darkened. He really didn't remember her. Amnesia. The Almighty actually lost his memory. No wonder he hadn't come looking for her. No wonder he had become friends with Yunshi again. So that was the reason. Such a melodramatic thing actually happened to the Almighty. Ning Xiuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, her doubts for many years were finally solved. Did he forget about her? That's fine. She would let him get to know her again. She said, "Ning Xiuma." Shui as in white snow, and Mo as in stranger. After saying this, she looked at his expressionless face and couldn't help but add, "Almighty, you really don't remember me? You don't remember anything at all?" Shinjili raised his eyebrows slightly. "Almighty?" Ning Xiuma nodded and looked at him as she replied, "I used to call you that before, but I'm used to it now. I didn't know you had forgotten. You asked me to wait for you for half a month, but in the end, I waited for 10 whole years." Shinjuli's eyes flickered. After a while, he calmly looked away. "Since that's the case, you can call me how you used to call me now. Who were you to me in the past?" Ning Xiuma was stunned and didn't know how to answer this question. Say that I'm his wife? Although the Almighty was very close to her, he didn't say that he wanted to marry her. In the end, he didn't give her a clear answer. Furthermore, they didn't have any physical contact, without any evidence. How could she prove that she was his wife? Chapter 1200. So if she said, "I'm her concubine," she was disgusted by this form of address from the bottom of her heart, so she definitely wouldn't say it out loud. Then she could only say that she was his disciple. Ning Xiuma was silent for a moment, and finally said, "Disciple. I'm your direct disciple." Shinjuli glanced at her lightly, and felt that something was wrong. Was she only his disciple? When he had just returned to the Sun Moon sect, Yalu Jing, and had once knelt and begged for forgiveness, saying that she had lost little junior sister, and even caused her die without a complete corpse, and so on. He didn't have any impression of this last disciple of his, so he only nodded indifferently and didn't even ask for her name. This matter was considered to be over. In these 2 years, he had never thought about this last disciple. It was just that when he dreamed about it in the middle of the night, he would always feel a sense of emptiness, as if he had lost something important. Of course, he had never taken anything to heart, and he also didn't feel that there was anything he needed to pay special attention to. So he very well dispelled those kinds of emotions and continued to live his life as it was originally. These 2 years were as peaceful as water, until the moment he met Shui Elan. When he first met Shui Elan, he already knew that he was a great demon, but he didn't see him do evil, so he didn't take it to heart, and didn't even look at him. When Shui Elan saw him, he had a guarded expression, and from that expression, he seemed to recognize him. Shinjuli thus determined that this great demon had once interacted with him, and from the other's expression, those interactions weren't friendly. Later on, he accidentally bumped into Shui Elan a few times, but didn't make any deeper movements. Then he saw Shui Elan bring Ning Xiuma out. Although he only glanced, and didn't even see the other's face clearly, he could sense that there wasn't any demonic qi on the other's body, and should be a pure human. Shui Elan was extraordinarily considerate to this human, feeding, hugging, and talking close to her face. Although it was taboo for humans and demons to fall in love, it wasn't too big of a taboo. Only young Taoist priests who were bored out of their wits would meddle in this matter. Shinjuli didn't intend to meddle in this matter. However, he felt that there was something special about that human. When he saw Shui Elan acting so intimately with her, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. However, He had always hidden his emotions well, so Shui Ilan and the others couldn't tell. Then, he realized that Shui Ilan would often bring that human to meet him on various occasions. Especially when he was with Yunxi, the frequency of him bumping into Shui Ilan and the others was simply unbelievable. Clearly, this was no longer a chance encounter, but a deliberate act by the other party. Although Shanjuli didn't know what Shui Ilan was up to, he was sure that every time Shui Ilan was intimate with that woman, he felt more and more uncomfortable, as if something that originally belonged to him had been snatched away. At first, he wasn't sure if this feeling was an illusion, so he started to consciously attract Shui Ilan to bring Ning Xiuma out. As a result, he and Yunxi met more frequently, and they usually met at places that they frequented, such as tea houses and so on. He knew that once Shui Ilan found out about this, he would definitely bring Ning Xiuma over. Shui Ilan didn't disappoint him, and this time, he brought Ning Xiuma over again. Although he had been painting, part of his attention was diverted to Ning Xiuma. Chapter 1201. Shenjuli could feel that Ning Xiuma's gaze was constantly on him. She was also repulsed by Shui Ilan's intimacy with her. This woman was forced. She wasn't willing to be with Shui Ilan. When he realized this, he actually felt very gratified. At the beginning of this operation, he had already decided to snatch her away. Now that she was finally in his arms, he actually didn't feel very uncomfortable hugging her like this. There was a faint fragrance on her body, and he felt very comfortable just by smelling it. He looked at her old face and felt that something was wrong. "What's your original appearance?" Just like now. Every time Shui Ilan brought her out, he would change her appearance. It was different every time. However, there was one thing in common. Her appearance had always been old and ugly. She was like a withered green leaf, which set off Shui Ilan's big red flower very well. After seeing so many, Shenjuli felt that this woman shouldn't be beautiful. Maybe she was really old. After all, it would take at least 50 to 60 years for a human to cultivate to Earth rank level 8. Therefore, this woman should be around 70 to 80 years old. It was reasonable for her to look older. Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. Original appearance? What a joke. She wasn't that old. She quickly shook her head. This isn't my original appearance. Shui Ilan changed my appearance. Then what's your original appearance? Older than now? Shenjuli was a little curious. Ning Xiuma was speechless. She said bluntly, "How is that possible? My original appearance is that of a 16-year-old beauty. I'm very beautiful." She looked at him again. "I'm not much worse than you, Guru." This woman wasn't just confident, she was even a little narcissistic, but it wasn't disgusting. Yunxi finally caught up from behind. She was stepping on a cloud, so her speed wasn't as fast as Shenjuli's. She could only shout from behind, "Julie, wait for me." Ning Xiuma's body stiffened. Julie? What an intimate form of address. She vaguely remembered that Yunxi had always addressed the Almighty as Dizwa and Sir outside. When had she become so close to the Almighty? Shenjuli felt the body of the person in his arms stiffen. He lowered his head and glanced at her. Ning Xiuma, however, looked away and did not look at him. Sensing that Shenjuli's speed had slowed down, Yunxi's tensed face finally broke into a smile. "Julie, I knew you would wait for me." The two of them were running neck to neck. Julie, what Shui Ilan said just now seems to have a hidden meaning. Yunxi clearly did not want to give up on this opportunity. What mystery? Shenjuli finally spoke, his face still expressionless. Yunxi said, "He told this girl to work hard. Does this mean that this girl is a spy? After all, the demon realm seems to be showing signs of trouble again. We have to be on guard." Shenjuli glanced at Yunxi lightly. "Have you ever seen anyone instruct their spy in front of others?" Yunxi was speechless. Perhaps this is that guy's trick. He's playing hard to get. He's deliberately doing the opposite. She wouldn't. Shenjuli lowered his head and glanced at Ning Xiuma. He was certain of this in his heart. Yunxi was speechless. She couldn't say anything more. If she said anything more, Shenjuli would be disgusted. When Yunxi saw Ning Xiuma in Shenjuli's arms, a dark glint flashed across her eyes. She tilted her head and said, "Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Miss Ning wouldn't." "Julie, put Miss Ning on my cloud." This way. Chapter 1202. Shun Julie suddenly asked, Miss Ning, do you know her? Yunxi froze. She had only wanted to prevent Shun Julie from hugging Ning Xiuma and had let it slip out of her mouth in a moment of panic. She could only nod. Yes, Julie. Isn't she your disciple? Shun Julie asked again. Is this her original appearance? Yunxi froze. After a while, she said, No. Shun Julie glanced at her and continued. Then how do you know she is my disciple? Yunxi felt cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She had assumed that it was Ning Xiuma because only Ning Xiuma could make Shun Julie so nervous. Furthermore, when Shuilan had abducted Ning Xiuma, they had disguised themselves as an elderly couple. Therefore, she had called her Miss Ning without hesitation. However, she couldn't tell Shun Julie this reason. Shun Julie had finally forgotten Ning Xiuma. She couldn't let him recall his feelings for Ning Xiuma. She had an idea and pretended not to understand. Yunxi, I heard that Shui Yilan abducted your disciple Ning Xiuma. Therefore, Julie, the person you rescued, was naturally Miss Ning. Shun Julie glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Yunxi didn't know if he believed her or not. After waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any response from him. He should have believed her, right? She glanced at Ning Xiuma again and felt that the way she nestled in Shun Julie's arms was really annoying. Therefore, she repeated herself. Julie, put Miss Ning on my cloud. Miss Ning is a woman after all. What Yunxi said made sense. According to the rules of the secular world, men and women shouldn't touch each other. As her master, he really shouldn't be hugging his female disciple. However, he lowered his head and looked at Ning Xiuma in his arms, who seemed to be thinking about something. Was she really just a disciple? Shun Julie carefully looked at Ning Xiuma in his arms. After looking at her for a long time, he was sure she still wanted to hug him. Thus, he said indifferently, No need. Ning Xiuma finally glanced at Yunxi. With one glance, she knew what this woman was thinking. Yunxi was still too young, so her emotions were written all over her face. Ning Xiuma snuggled deeper into the Almighty's embrace. She found a comfortable position and stopped moving. Yunxi, the three of them sped back to the Sun Moon sect. Shun Julie suddenly asked, Shuema, where do you live? He called out Shuema so naturally, as if he had called her countless times. That was indeed the case. Ning Xiuma was stunned for a moment before she answered honestly, Tianyin Peak. Shun Julie pondered for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He just carried Ning Xiuma up the Tianyin Peak. Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw that Yunxi had followed them shamelessly. She glanced at her and then looked away. The Tianyin Peak was still the same. The only difference was that one had lost her memories, while the other's state of mind had changed. Shun Julie put her down and said indifferently, Go back to your room. Everything seemed to have returned to square one. The Almighty had become cold again. It didn't matter. She could just make him fall in love with her again. Patience was something she didn't lack. Plus, the Almighty wasn't repulsed by her approach, right? This was a good sign. Ning Xiuma nodded. Just as she was about to turn and leave, the Almighty's voice was heard from behind her. Wash your face and come see me again. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Ning Xiuma. She hadn't turned into an old lady on purpose. Chapter 1203. Ning Xiuma returned to her side chamber. Looking at the familiar yet strange room in front of her, she was slightly stunned. She had left this place for more than 10 years. It had been so long that she had almost forgotten the layout of her room. She was already used to waking up in Shui Yilan's gorgeous Red Devil Palace. Every day, she would face Shui Yilan's deep affection and engage in a tug-of-war with her inner demons every night. Then, she would miss the Almighty endlessly. Those days were not Ning Xiuma's toughest days, but they were her darkest days. In the Devil Palace, her inner demons would disturb her every night, screaming that she had cursed Shun Julie to death. Her determination was shaken, and bit by bit, her inner defenses were broken. Finally, she pulled through. She waited until Shun Julie came to save her, although he had already forgotten about her. But to be able to see him again, to be able to throw herself into his arms again, was a gift from the heavens. She looked around again. The hall was black and white, and the old things that she used to use were all gone. They must have been thrown away by someone. The hall was so cold that there was no sign of life. She clenched her fists. Who was the one who threw her things away? Was it the Almighty? Or Wu-Mo? Thinking of the substitute of the Almighty, she felt anger in her heart again. Wu-Mo was still alive after killing her. Relying on the fact that the Almighty had lost his memory, he probably did not receive any punishment and was still living well. She stood in front of the dressing table and looked at the old face in the mirror. She was speechless. Shui Ilan, this bastard, always disguised her to be so ugly. Fortunately, the disguise this time was not the kind that was difficult to undo for the first time. Ning Shuima could easily undo it herself. As she slowly removed the fake skin, her original delicate face was finally revealed. Ning Shuima looked at herself in the mirror and remained silent. The person in the mirror was still beautiful and elegant, but those lively eyes were now filled with fatigue and vicissitudes of life. She had not slept well for 10 years, moreover. She had become much quieter. Facing the Almighty, she originally had a lot to say, but she could not say a single word. Shui Ilan imprisoned her in the Devil Palace. She did not even have anyone to talk to. The only person she could talk to was Shui Ilan, but Ning Shuima did not want to talk to him. Therefore, she became more and more silent and indifferent. This problem could not be cured in a short period of time, but as long as she was by the Almighty's side, she would slowly recover. When she finished washing herself, her heart, which had been silent for 10 years, finally, her heart, which had been silent for 10 years. Everything had happened too quickly. Before she could react, she had already been taken away by the Almighty to the Tianyin Peak. Now that she had to face Shun Juli, whom she had not seen for 10 years, her nervousness, excitement, joy, and grievance finally came back. They turned into a torrent that rushed into her heart. She could not help but touch her face. She was 14 years old when she left him, but now she was 24 years old. She was born with the appearance of a lowly, and because of her early success in cultivation, her appearance was not much different from 10 years ago. The only difference was that she was taller and had a devilish figure. She wondered how he would react when he saw the real her. He used to like her so much. If he saw her real appearance, even if he had lost his memory, he should still have some impression of her, right? Chapter 1204. Maybe he would remember and regain his memories. 10 years of lovesickness and torment. Now that they were reunited, she really wanted to rush into his arms and tell him all the grievances and longing she had suffered all these years. She wanted to cry in his arms. She wanted him to hug her and comfort her, just like 10 years ago when he had gently stroked her hair and told her, "Shuima, I'm here." Her heart almost flew in her chest, but her feet were rooted to the ground. How was she going to face Shun Juli, who had lost his memories? Her heart was full of bitter longing. Would he not feel anything at all? For the first time, Ning Shuima acted like an ordinary woman. Her imagination ran wild, and she kept denying herself. Finally, she stepped into the main hall. The main hall was very quiet. Ning Shuima could only hear her own footsteps. Each step seemed to step on her heart, causing her soul to tremble continuously. It was a mixture of excitement, nervousness, uneasiness, and joy. Ning Shuima felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She took a deep breath. She was going to see the Almighty soon. Calm down, Ning Shuima. Show your composure as a secret agent boss. Don't act like a shy little girl who doesn't know much about the world. Turning around the screen, Ning Shuima felt as if she had been doused with ice water from head to toe. She clenched her hands tightly and tried not to lose her composure. This was normal. This was normal. Shun Juli and Yunshi were sitting opposite each other with a game of chess in front of them. Yunshi looked a little distressed and pouted unconsciously. "Juli, can't you just let me have a handicap? Just one." Shun Juli tapped his fingers on the chessboard. "Yunshi, don't regret your moves." The Almighty and Yunshi were friends. Wasn't it normal for them to play chess together? However, this feeling was really terrible. The Almighty had asked her to find him after bathing. She had been longing to have a long talk with the Almighty after a long separation. She had been extremely nervous about it. However, the Almighty obviously didn't take her seriously. He didn't plan to meet her alone. Plus, he got along very well with Yunchi. This made her previous nervousness, agitation, and uneasiness seem laughable. She pursed her lips and suppressed the churning emotions in her heart. Almighty, I'm here. Shun Julie casually glanced at her and said indifferently, Pour the tea. Ning Xiumo. She lowered her eyes to look at the dress she was wearing and then at her hands. She hadn't dressed up properly for 10 years, but after she came back this time, she dressed up meticulously. Her hair was combed into a complicated and beautiful flowing cloud bun. Because the closet was empty, she couldn't find any clothes that she could wear. So, she used a transformation technique to transform the old clothes she was wearing into a long, fluttering dress. She tried her best to make herself beautiful, so that even if he was not stunned by her beauty, he would at least take a few more glances at her. He did not expect that. He only glanced at her once. It was still an extremely indifferent glance, no different from looking at a piece of furniture in the house. He didn't have any intention of being stunned and naturally ordered her to do things. Ning Xiuma suppressed the disappointment in her heart and walked forward. She picked up the teapot and silently poured a cup of tea for Shun Julie. Just as she was about to put the teapot back, she heard his voice again. In the same indifferent tone, he said, Do you still need me to teach you how to pour tea for Yunchi? Pour tea for Yunchi? Ning Xiuma's body stiffened. She tightened her grip on the teapot. Chapter 1205. After a while, she heard herself say, Yes, master. Her voice was monotonous. Yunchi looked at her with a smug expression. Shun Julie glanced at Ning Xiuma. He seemed a little puzzled as to why she had suddenly changed the way she addressed him. However, he didn't say anything and continued playing chess. Ning Xiuma lowered her gaze and poured a cup of tea for Yunchi. She suddenly recalled the time when she had played chess with Yunchi and he had poured a cup of viburnum spring tea for her. The fragrance had filled the air. Through the spiraling fragrance of the tea, she had seen Shun Julie's gentle face. While she had been distracted, she had poured too much water into the teapot and it had overflowed a little. The water had splashed onto Yunchi's yellow dress. Yunchi gasped softly and looked at Shun Julie with an aggrieved expression. Julie, this is my favorite dress. Ning Xiuma looked at her coldly without saying anything. Shun Julie frowned slightly and looked at Ning Xiuma with a scrutinizing gaze. What's wrong with you? Can't you do something like this properly? He had actually reprimanded her because of Yunchi. She had already been treated like a servant and poured tea for Yunchi. She hadn't expected to be reprimanded because of Yunchi. Ning Xiuma's heart ached. Then, a nameless flame burst out. She put down the teapot in her hand and smashed it on the chessboard with a loud bang. She had used so much force that more than half of the hot tea had spilled out. The hot water had instantly scalded her hands, but she didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, she flashed a fake smile at the two people sitting opposite her. Sorry, I really didn't do this. The two of you can do it yourselves. Goodbye. With that, she turned around and left. Yunchi was dumbfounded. She glanced at Ning Xiuma and then at Shun Julie and said in surprise, Julie, Shun Julie was speechless. While Ning Xiuma was walking forward, she suddenly felt a strong force pulling her collar. She didn't have time to react, as her body was continuously pushed back until she was standing in front of the chessboard. Only then did the force on her collar disappear. Ning Xiuma coughed nonstop as soon as she landed on the ground. She coughed for a while before she stopped. She looked up angrily and saw Shun Julie looking at her coldly. Shun Julie's face was as calm as still water, and his voice carried a trace of coldness. Apologize. Apologize? Was he going to apologize to Yunchi? Never. Ning Xiuma glared at him angrily. She pursed her lips tightly and refused to say a word. Shun Julie waited for a while, but she did not apologize. He moved his hand, and Ning Xiuma retreated a few steps in the air. Then, her body suddenly stiffened, and she was fixed in place. Shun Julie's voice carried a trace of coldness. I will let you go when you apologize. After he said this, he ignored her and started to play chess with Yunchi again. Ning Xuema looked up and saw his indifferent face and Yunqi's slightly raised lips. Very good. Ning Xuema stood there silently. She did not say a word, as if her mute acupoint had been sealed. The way she was fixed in place was a little strange. It happened to be the way she walked. One of her hands was raised and the other was lowered. One of her legs was slightly raised and the other was slightly bent. After standing for a while, Ning Xuema felt her arms and legs aching. Gradually, cold sweat started to form on her forehead. Her telekinesis had not recovered, so she was just an ordinary person now. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn past, her body swayed slightly as she lifted her head to look at Shun Juli. He was still focused on playing chess. Out of nowhere, a jade teapot had appeared. At the moment, he was pouring tea for himself and filling a cup for Yunqi. Chapter 1206. The sky-blue cup was translucent, and a dark green flower was slowly blooming in the dark green tea. Upon closer inspection, the flower wasn't a real flower. It was made up of countless petals and leaves that formed a beautiful flower. Steam rose in spirals from the tea, and the fragrance of the tea was cool and fragrant. Yunqi looked at Shun Juli with sparkling eyes and took a sip of the tea. She smiled and said, "Juli, is this viburnum spring?" Then she looked at Ning Xuema with a mysterious smile and said, "It is indeed a good tea." Shun Juli said indifferently, "As long as you like it." Viburnum spring. Back then, she had been playing against Yunqi. The Almighty had poured a cup of fragrant viburnum spring for her. Through the steam of the tea, she had seen Yunqi's pale face. Now, the tables had turned. She had been fixed there. Shun Juli had poured tea for Yunqi, and Yunqi had smiled proudly as she held the tea. If she hadn't been nailed there, she would have applauded this scene. Ning Xuema's heart felt heavy, as if a huge rock was pressing down on it. She closed her eyes slightly and waited for the pain in her heart to pass. Shun Juli raised his head and looked at Ning Xuema. When he saw her pale face, he paused for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Before Yunqi could react, he lowered his head and calmly placed another piece. 2 hours passed, 4 hours had passed. She heard the crisp sound of pieces being placed, and in front of her was a beautiful scene of a pair of immortal lovers. She felt like a clown, frozen in a ridiculous position and unable to move. It was a strong contrast to the harmonious and beautiful scene between the two of them. Ning Xuema's whole body was in pain, but she still pursed her lips and didn't say a word. She would never apologize. Yunqi and Shun Juli had already played a few rounds, so time passed quickly. She looked up at Shun Juli and saw that he was still indifferent, but the speed at which he played chess was not as fast as before, and the time he spent in a trance was getting longer and longer. He seemed a little absent-minded. After finishing the game, Shun Juli said indifferently, "All right, let's stop here." He glanced at Ning Xuema again. Seeing that she was still silent and had no intention of apologizing, he paused for a moment and turned to leave. Yunqi was stunned for a moment before she chased after him. At this time, it was already evening. Ning Xuema thought that the sky outside must be filled with rosy clouds. The scenery of Tianyin Peak was still the same, just like that day when Shun Juli patted her head and said to her, "Xuema, wait for me to come back." He didn't expect that he would wait for 10 years. What's more, he didn't expect that after waiting for 10 years, he would end up in this situation. Ning Xuema felt blood surging in her internal organs. She tried her best to suppress her emotions and analyze the situation rationally. She was in the wrong just now. She was too agitated. After all, the Almighty had lost his memory and was only treating her as an ordinary disciple. Wasn't it normal for a disciple to pour tea for a guest? Wasn't it normal to punish a disobedient disciple? Calm down, calm down. A child's voice faintly sounded in her heart. Don't you feel wronged? Don't you feel sad? He reprimanded and punished you for another woman. He used to love you so much. Ning Xuema closed her eyes and tried her best to suppress the pain in her heart. She retorted in her mind, "He has forgotten about me. He now treats me as his disciple. It's normal to reprimand a disciple." Chapter 1207. That child's voice chuckled. "Momo, are you trying to convince me, or convince yourself? Is forgetting a reason? Do you think forgetting in the name of forgetting allows one to wantonly hurt you and be forgiven? Momo, do you really think so? Listen, your heart is crying, crying so loudly. Can't you hear it? Ning Xiuma took a deep breath, suppressing her churning emotions, and coldly said, "Get lost." That child voice laughed like a little angel. Momo, do you still remember how Shun Julie treated you tenderly at Luoying Cliff 10 years ago? He kissed you tenderly and told you to wait for him to come back. And now? You waited for 10 years, but what did you get? Ning Xiuma's hands trembled slightly. Her heart seemed to be tightly gripped by a big hand, and even breathing was somewhat difficult. That voice was full of temptation and innocence. Momo, this mortal world is too tiring. This emotion is too tiring. Give up. Let me help you, okay? Become a demon. It won't be so tiring if you become a demon. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes, feeling exhaustion crawling all over her body. Not only her body, but also her heart. She was really tired. Would becoming a demon really not be tiring anymore? This thought flashed through Ning Xiuma's mind. She was suddenly startled and abruptly slapped this thought out of her mind. No way. She absolutely couldn't become a demon. A soft sigh sounded in her ears. That child's voice seemed to have a trace of pity. Momo, why do you have to be like this? Who are you persevering for? Was it because of Julie? You're really stupid. Ning Xiuma tried hard not to listen to her words, but that voice sounded like a demon again. Momo, let's make a bet, okay? Let's bet on when Julie will unseal your acupoints. Ning Xiuma coldly said, I won't bet. Whether I win or lose, it won't do me any good. That voice chuckled, with a trace of temptation in her voice. Momo, if I lose, I'll be silent from now on, and if you lose, you'll become a demon. Is that fair? Ning Xiuma said sarcastically, I refuse. I don't believe that you will fulfill the bet. Why should I bet with you? There was a hint of joy in the child's voice, as if he was happy that he knew a secret. Momo, this is not the real reason. You and I both know. The real reason is that you're not sure whether Julie will come or not, right? Momo, you're already disappointed in him, aren't you? Ning Xiuma felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if someone was gripping her heart tightly. She said coldly, Shut up. The child's voice laughed even more merrily, laughing unscrupulously. Momo, I was right, wasn't I? I am you, and you are me. If you really didn't have these thoughts, how would I know? Momo, I know your heart better than you do, and I'm also more honest than you. Ning Xiuma took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. With a frosty face, she said word by word, I said, shut up. If you say one more word, I'll destroy my dantian and die with you. The child's voice laughed a few times and finally stopped talking. Ning Xiuma opened her eyes and quietly looked at the sky outside, which was darkening little by little. The moon rose little by little, hanging high in the starry sky. The moonlight slowly flowed down on Ning Xiuma's body like water. The night was getting darker, and the cold air was getting heavier. Her clothes seemed to be stained with water vapor, which made her skin feel cold. It was as if she was covered with a layer of frost. Her face was pale, her lips were slightly blue, and her eyes were dark, without any emotion. Chapter 12:08. Ning Xiuma's body was already numb. She couldn't feel anything. She kept looking at the door. There was no one outside, only the stars and the moon. She looked at the stars and the bright moon. Standing there, she seemed to be admiring the night scenery. Like a cold and hard stone statue, he stood there emotionlessly, his gaze fixed on the door. After some time, the night was like a thin veil that was peeling off layer by layer. The sky gradually turned white, and then it became bigger and bigger. The sky lit up bit by bit. Ning Xiuma suddenly felt her acupuncture points warm up, and then she fell to the ground. She tried to stand up, but found that her legs were already numb, and she couldn't use any strength. She lay on the ground, pursed her lips, and rubbed her calves with her hands. At first, she didn't feel anything, but after rubbing for a long time, she felt a trace of warmth on her calves. Then, she felt pain and numbness, as if countless ants were biting her calves. She stood up with difficulty and staggered back to her room. There was no emotion in her eyes. All her emotions seemed to have been frozen in the lonely, cold night last night. She covered herself with a blanket and quietly looked at the sky outside the window. She couldn't sleep at all. Her emotions were in a mess. Ning Xiuma didn't know what she was thinking. That eccentric Lolita kept chattering in her mind again. She couldn't go on like this. Ning Xiuma straightforwardly hit her own sleeping acupoint. Finally, it's quiet. Ning Xiuma thought in a daze before she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already evening. The setting sun only left a few strands of colorful clouds in the sky, and it was about to fall into the valley. She actually slept for a whole day without a single dream. Her whole body was sore. This was the aftereffect of standing for a whole night. Ning Xiuma hugged the blanket and sat for a long time before she finally got up. She wanted to go out for a walk. She couldn't stay here all day. She looked down at her body. She was still wearing the old woman's clothes that Shui Lan had prepared for her. She sniffed her body and felt that it was going to rot. She looked around the room. It was cold and cheerless. She was the only one there. The furnishings in the room didn't change at all. Obviously, no one came to visit her after she slept in her room for the whole day. Shinjuli didn't come either. He probably forgot about her again, right? Even if she slept like a log in the room, he probably wouldn't notice. Ning Xiuma shook her head abruptly, as if the bitterness in her heart was about to rise again. Stop. When did he become so sensitive? She didn't want to act like a resentful woman here, wallowing in self-pity. She quickly finished washing up and walked out of the door, walking aimlessly. When she came back to her senses, she was already at the entrance of the main hall. She looked at the door of the main hall, and her lips curled up slightly. Logically speaking, as his disciple, she should go in and greet him. She might even have to kneel down. Logically speaking, when he had lost his memory, she should have tolerated it if she wanted to redeem him. However, there were too many negative emotions in her heart. What if Shun Julie was playing chess with Yunqi again? Wouldn't she be ordered around again? She felt uncomfortable all over. If she broke a pot or a cup, she was afraid that she would be fixed for the whole night again. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. She should go down the mountain for a walk. Firstly, she needed to calm her emotions. Secondly, she needed to train her communication skills. She felt like she couldn't speak anymore. Chapter 1209. She was so bored that even she herself found it boring. Furthermore, she had to prepare some clothes and daily necessities for herself. The great god didn't care about her now, so she had to rely on herself to have enough food and clothing. Ning Xiuma thought for a moment, then turned and strode away. She arrived at the barrier. Not bad. Although the barrier set by Shanjili wasn't the same as the previous one, it was still one that she had learned before, so she easily broke through it. She passed through the barrier and descended the heavenly note peak. Following the small path, she walked around aimlessly. This place hadn't changed. It was still the same as before. Ning Xiuma was like a person who had been wandering for a long time, returning to her hometown. She carefully observed the surrounding scenery. Dusk gradually enveloped them. Along the way, she naturally met a few disciples of the Sun Moon sect. Those who recognized her naturally ran over to greet her. Those who didn't also followed the others to greet her. Everything seemed to be the same as 10 years ago. Ning Xiuma felt a little uncomfortable. She thought that the disciples who knew her would be surprised to see her return. She didn't expect this. Perhaps Shinjuli had already informed the Sun Moon sect of her return. That's why they were so calm. A young disciple with delicate features suddenly ran over from afar. His face was like a little bun. He looked up and smiled at her softly. Then, he stuffed a blue voice transmission talisman into her hand. Then, he quickly ran away. Ning Xiuma looked at the voice transmission talisman in her hand. For a moment, she didn't react. The blue voice transmission talisman lit up slightly. A clear male voice came from it. Xiuma. It was Yelu Jin. Hearing the voice of an old friend, Ning Xiuma was momentarily dazed. She didn't know what to feel. After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's me." Her voice was slightly cold. After she said this, she felt a little vexed. Yelu Jing and had always treated her well. She shouldn't have been so cold. She had really been locked up by Shui Lan. She almost didn't know how to communicate anymore. Fortunately, Yalu Jing and didn't seem to mind. Shuama, come to the leisurely cloud pavilion. The light from the sound transmitting talisman disappeared. Ning Shuama stored it in her sleeve, feeling a little disappointed. She had been missing for 10 years, and her return seemed to be a little dull. Forget it. She could even accept the Almighty's indifference, so why should she care about other people's attitudes? After all, she wasn't very friendly to others right now. Ning Shuama was not someone who was particularly calculative. After a moment of hesitation, she let go and walked towards the leisurely cloud pavilion, perhaps Yalu Jing, and had something to ask, and it just so happened that she also had something to ask him. After walking through a few corridors, the leisurely cloud pavilion came into view. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly heard a bang, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. Ning Shuamo reflexively looked up at the sky and saw a beautiful firework exploding in the sky. It was gorgeous and beautiful. Following that, fireworks shot up into the sky from all directions and exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky had been covered. The dazzling fireworks painted the deep blue sky with golden and silver lines. Finally, an even bigger firework shot up into the sky. When it slowly bloomed in the sky, a line of words appeared in the sky. Shuema, welcome home. Ning Shuema. She suddenly turned around and saw Yelu Jing An's gentle smile in the night wind. Shuema, welcome home. Behind him, the other senior brothers also turned around and smiled at her. Shuema, you're finally back. Chapter 12:10. Ning Shuema looked at them one by one. 8th senior brother, 9th senior brother, 12th senior brother. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. She didn't know why, but her eyes were a little moist. That faint sense of loss had already disappeared. Someone suddenly rushed out from the pavilion and made a beautiful turn in the air. He landed in front of Ning Shuema and smiled like a flower. Shuema, Martial Uncle, you're finally back. You don't know how sad I was when I heard the news of your death. It was Helian Xiao. He opened his arms and planned to give Ning Shuema a big hug. Yalu Jing and glanced at Helian Xiao indifferently. Her eyes contained a warning intent. Helian Xiao's arms froze in midair. He laughed dryly and retracted his arms. He patted 12th Martial Uncle, who was closest to Ning Shuema, and said, Martial Uncle, Shuema is finally back. She's clearly alive and well, but you guys came back to report that she was dead. I was so sad for a long time. 12th Martial Uncle rubbed his arms and glared at Helian Xiao. He looked at Ning Shuema and sighed. Shuema, when you were kidnapped by the great demon back then, we were so anxious. All the spies of the Sun Moon sect were sent out to search for your whereabouts. After searching for half a month, we found a corpse in a valley. The corpse was covered in blood and was wearing your clothes. It was exactly the same as your figure. The blood was also yours. We thought it was you. Shui Yilan indeed made a fake corpse to fool the people of the Sun Moon sect. Ning Shuema had already guessed it. Now that she finally got confirmation, she nodded. Helian Xiao couldn't help but interrupt. Martial Uncle Shuema, how did you get kidnapped by the great demon back then? How did you survive all these years? Where did he hide you? Ning Shuema's eyes deepened as she looked at the people around her. Naturally, she couldn't mention that she was hurt by Wu Mo in such an occasion. All right, let's not talk here. Shuema just came back. Let's welcome her first, Yalu Jing and said. Let's go, Shuema, let's talk inside. A group of people clustered around Ning Shuema as they walked towards a large hall not far away. Ning Shuema felt a sudden warmth in her heart when she arrived at the main hall. It was as if a warm current had washed over her. 2 rows of people stood in the main hall, obviously to welcome her. She looked at them one by one. Among these people, she knew some of them and some of them she didn't. However, all of them had a sincere smile on their faces as they looked at her and said in unison, Shuema, welcome back. An old master rushed in front of her. He was so happy that his face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Master, you're finally back. Master? Ning Shuema was so shocked that she took a step back. She looked at the old man in front of her and finally recognized him. He was the old master who tested her on recitation. The pavilion was already prepared with good food, and wine. A large group of people sat down, and it was very lively. Yalu Jing and took the lead and raised his wine cup. His smile was as gentle as water. "Shuama, let me toast you. Welcome back." Ning Shuma also raised her wine cup and drank it in one gulp. People she knew and didn't know kept toasting her. She didn't refuse anyone and accepted all the toasts. Helian Xiao didn't stop talking since the banquet started. He kept talking beside Ning Shuma for half a day. If Ning Shuma asked one question, he could answer 8 questions. With him by her side, Ning Shuma also gradually relaxed. She drank and played games with everyone. "Dear friends, from tomorrow onwards, there will be an explosive update for a few days. The real explosive update will be more than 100,000 words. Let everyone enjoy it. Everyone, please vote for me." Chapter 12:11. Fireworks ballooned continuously in the sky, each beautiful. Looking out the window, one could see that the fireworks took a lot of effort to create. Helian Xiao even controlled the wind to form a row of words in the sky. Marshal Uncle Shuama, welcome home. Yalu Jing and couldn't help but laugh. "Shuama, these fireworks were created by this fellow. Ever since he knew that you were back, he has been creating them without rest." Ning Shuma looked at the row of words in the sky and suddenly felt her heart grow warmer and warmer. Her mood also improved a lot, and most of the gloominess from before was washed away. Home. Yes, she had already treated the Sun Moon sect as her home. Now that she was back, she was indeed going home. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively, and the climax was endless. Everyone was singing and laughing. The large group of people gradually celebrated until midnight before gradually dispersing. Helian Xiao walked beside Ning Xiuma and suddenly patted Ning Xiuma's shoulder. "Marshal Uncle Xiuma, let's go. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Let's find a place to continue drinking. Let's not go home until we're drunk." He drank a lot during the banquet, but he wasn't drunk yet. Ning Xiuma was a little tipsy. She hugged Helian Xiao's shoulder like a brother. "Then we'll definitely drink you until you're on ground. Let's go. Helian, let's not go home until we're drunk." On the roof of a large hall, the stars were shining brightly, and the moon was bright. Ning Xiuma and Helian Xiao each hugged a wine jar and were drinking with each other. The two of them drank one jar, and they drank as if they were drinking water. In the blink of an eye, they drank 7 to 8 jars. "Xiuma, it's great that you're back. You don't know that after you left, the entire Sun Moon sect went crazy looking for you. In these 10 years, they didn't really stop looking for you, especially Little Apple. After you got into trouble, it ran away and has been frantically looking for you outside. All right, did you meet Little Apple?" Helian Xiao hugged a wine jar and asked. He was already 80 to 90% drunk, and he was stuttering when he spoke. Ning Xiuma drank a lot tonight. She, who wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups, was already a little muddle-headed. She was already seeing double when she looked at Helian Xiao. She only heard half of what Helian Xiao said, and her brain was also in a half-shut state. She smiled drunkenly and asked, "Little Apple? Who is Little Apple? Why did you come up with such a fun name?" Helian Xiao touched her head and said exaggeratedly, "You don't have a fever. Little Apple is your family's Kirin. Have you forgotten?" "Kirin?" Hearing this, Ning Xiuma finally came to her senses. She slapped his hand away and asked, "Little Apple went out to look for me? It hasn't come back yet?" Helian Xiao nodded and said loudly, "Of course. Back then, after you were injured and went missing, Little Apple ran out to look for you like a madman. After that, it also went missing. In the past 10 years, there hasn't been a single trace of it. That's why everyone thought it was you when they found that corpse. If Little Apple had always been in the Sun Moon sect, as long as it was in good condition, your lives would be connected and everyone would be more at ease. Why, you haven't met it all this time. Then where could it have gone?" Ning Xiuma's mind exploded. She hurriedly tried to sense Little Apple in her heart, but she couldn't sense it at all. Under Shui Elan's control, it wasn't strange that she couldn't sense Kirin. Now that it had come out, why couldn't she sense it? Could it be that Little Apple had also been killed by Shui Elan? This was Ning Xiuma's first reaction. The wine jug in her bosom slipped and fell to the ground. With a gurgling sound, it fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Chapter 12:12. Ning Xiuma was stunned for a while before she realized that her 10-year contract with Little Apple had expired. She couldn't sense Little Apple anymore. Realizing this, Ning Xiuma's mood fell again. However, she was slightly relieved. Maybe it was just that she couldn't contact Little Apple because the 10-year contract had expired, but it didn't mean that Little Apple had met with misfortune. Kirin was quite clever. Other than Shui Lan, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would really kill this kind of divine beast. Little Apple should be fine. Maybe it was lost somewhere else like how it was lost in the stone spirit's stomach. That must be it. No, she had to look for it. That child was so ignorant. Once it was lost somewhere, it wouldn't even have the ability to escape by itself. Maybe it was living an extremely torturous life now, and maybe it was waiting for her to save it. Kirin's figure seemed to appear in front of her eyes. She felt as if a ball of fire was ignited in her chest. She suddenly stood up. No, I have to look for it. Before she could finish her sentence, her body suddenly swayed, and she sat down with a plop, almost rolling down from the roof. Fortunately, Helian Xiao was quick to react and caught her. Be careful. Ning Xiuma was very dizzy. She shook her head and wanted to stand up again. Helian Xiao held her down with difficulty. If you want to look for it, there's no hurry. You drank too much. Sober up first. I'm not drunk. Ning Xiuma was like an ordinary person who drank too much. When she was completely drunk, she refused to admit it. I can still drink a few more jars. She was completely drunk now, and her tongue was twice as big. In order to prove her words, she picked up another wine jar from the side and broke the mud seal. This time, she used more strength. Not only did she break the mud seal, but she also cut off half of the jar's mouth. The wine flowed down and splashed on Helian Xiao's face. Helian Xiao. He raised his hand and wiped his face. He also drank too much and had been trying to stay sober. At this moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiuma, you're still saying that you're not drunk. You can't even slap the mud seal properly. Ning Xiuma raised her head and laughed heartily. I did it on purpose. Haha, it's easier to drink like this. In order to prove that drinking like this was really satisfying, she picked it up and brought it close to the edge of the jar to drink. She swayed so much that she almost couldn't find her mouth. Half of the remaining half of the jar went into her stomach, and the other half went down her collar, soaking a large part of the front of her clothes. After she finished drinking, she threw the half of the wine jug down coolly. She used too much force and almost threw herself down as well. Helian Xiao hurriedly grabbed onto her. In his drunken haze, he originally wanted to pull her arm, but when he stretched out his hand, it went astray and directly grabbed onto Ning Xiuma's collar. Ning Xiuma still had her instincts. She subconsciously pulled at her collar. Let go. Helian Xiao's reaction was also close to sluggish. Not only did he not let go of her pull, his body swayed, and he directly laid on top of her. Both of them almost rolled down together. Helian Xiao was, after all, slightly lighter than Ning Xiuma. He hurriedly stretched out his arms and legs to stabilize his body on the roof. Then, he realized that he was still lying on top of her. Below him was a soft and fragrant body. It was the beauty that he once secretly longed for. He was drunk and looked at Ning Xiuma below him, forgetting to get up for a moment. Chapter 12:13. Ning Xiuma almost spat out the wine she had drunk from being pressed down by him. Her face flushed red. Fortunately, she still had her instincts. She raised her hand and suddenly exerted force. Helian Xiao was caught off guard and flipped off her body. Helian Xiao rolled on the spot and finally stabilized his body. At this moment, he was lying on his stomach. He vaguely felt that the sky was covered by darkness. His drunken eyes saw a white-clothed person in front of him. He opened his eyes wide and tried to identify the person. When he saw the person clearly, he almost slipped and fell. Dizun. It was actually Dizun. In an instant, cold sweat covered his body. He was mostly sober. He jumped up and pulled the similarly drunk Ning Xiuma up at the same time. He whispered in her ear, "Wake up, Xiuma. Dizun is here." Ning Xiuma's head was spinning at this moment. Seeing the person in front of her, she saw double again. She felt that someone was swaying in front of her. She frowned and muttered, "Stop swaying. You're making me dizzy." Her legs went soft, and she almost fell down again. Helian Xiao hurriedly wanted to pull her up, but he felt a force stopping him. Just as he was about to throw caution to the wind, he felt an ice-cold gaze sweep past him. All the hair on his body stood on end. With this delay, Ning Xuema fell hard on the roof. She frowned in pain and complained, "Helian, why didn't you pull me up?" Helian Xiao couldn't say anything. He stood there with a red face. He wanted to pull her up, but Dizun wouldn't let him. Ning Xuema wanted to get up by herself, but suddenly a force lifted her up and made her stand firm. At the same time, a cold voice sounded in her ear. "Did you wake up from the fall? If you don't, you'll fall again." Ning Xuema quickly straightened her body to show that she was awake. She tried to open her eyes and barely saw who was in front of her. She picked up the wine jar again and smiled foolishly at Shun Juli, as if she was presenting a treasure. "Master, you're here. Do you want to drink a jar?" Shun Juli, Helian Xiao, was speechless. Shun Juli waved his hand, and the wine jug in Ning Xuema's hand suddenly fell to the ground, shattering into pieces and splashing wine everywhere. Helian Xiao felt that his heart had also been ruthlessly smashed onto the ground along with the wine jug, smashing into smithereens. He felt that his fate would probably be the same as that wine jar. He wanted to turn around and run away, but he was worried that Ning Xuema would be punished. Therefore, although he was scared, in the end, he still stood there with a lot of backbone. "Grandmaster, it's my fault. I dragged Marshal Uncle Xuema here to drink. If you want to punish me..." Before he could finish his words, Shun Juli's cold stare killed his words in his stomach, and he couldn't continue. Ning Xuema was a little sober. She shook her head and tried to focus her eyes in one direction. "Master?" Shun Juli's tone couldn't hide his anger. "You still know to call me master? You didn't pay your respects or practice martial arts today, and instead ran down here to drink in violation of the sex rules. You fooled around until midnight and didn't go back. Fooled around until midnight and didn't go back?" Why did this sentence sound so funny? She felt that Shun Juli's tone at this moment was like a resentful wife complaining about her husband coming home late. Ning Xuema giggled a few times, but she felt that something wasn't right and suppressed it again. However, she was now a slow-witted person and couldn't completely control her own emotions. Therefore, she couldn't suppress it and laughed again regardless of the occasion. She laughed until Shun Juli's expression became more and more unsightly. Helian Xiao wished he could cover her mouth. Chapter 12:14. How could this girl be so bold after drinking? She actually dared to laugh at the ancestor? At the same time, he was puzzled. The ancestor had never cared about them drinking before. Why did he suddenly get angry this time? But even if Helian Xiao had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to ask the ancestor this question. Thus, he lowered his head and tried his best to reduce his presence. Moreover, he was worried about the obviously drunk Ning Xuema, but he didn't expect the ancestor's anger to immediately spread to him. Helian Xiao only felt an ice-cold gaze fall on him. Helian Xiao felt that his hair was about to stand up and dance. His whole body was unbearably cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Immediately after, he heard the ancestor's voice, which was as cold as the winter snow, say, "Offending your superiors and drinking together. Go to the cliff of reflection and reflect for a year." A year. Helian Zhao's entire face fell, but he could only say, "Yes." With a bitter face, he went to the cliff of reflection to reflect. At this time, Ning Xuema had already stopped laughing, but she was too drunk. She only heard half of the conversation between Helian Xiao and Shun Juli. She tilted her head and looked at Shun Juli, puzzled, and asked, "What cliff of reflection? There's actually a cliff of reflection in the Sun Moon sect? How come I don't know about it?" Shun Juli picked her up and flew with the wind. At the same time, he said coldly in Ning Xuema's ear, "When you wake up, I'll throw you in there and understand you well." Ning Xuema hugged his waist and said dizzily, "Then it's better not to understand. Master, fly slower I'm cold. She was actually still being picky? Shun Julie resisted the urge to throw her down. His speed suddenly doubled, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Ning Xiuma hugged his waist tightly and muttered, "Master, are you sitting on a rocket? What's the rush?" She opened her hazy eyes and looked at Shun Julie, asking curiously, "Master, why do you have two heads?" "TSK, TSK, the great god is indeed the great god. You actually have one more head than ordinary people." Shun Julie, it was one thing for this troublesome disciple of his to not greet him for a whole day, but she actually ran down to drink with a group of people without his permission. She was punished to stand for an entire night, so she was probably feeling very unhappy. It was not impossible for her to ask her senior martial brothers and junior martial nephews to help her out. If you want to drink, then drink. Therefore, when he noticed that she had run down the mountain to meet with those people, he did not take it to heart. He thought that she would come back when she was almost done drinking. After all, Yalu Jing and was a steady person. With him here, Ning Xiuma wouldn't do anything out of line. Therefore, Shun Julie did not pay attention to this matter for the entire day. However, he was still worried about her. Even when he was cultivating, he would always pay attention to her return. However, he didn't expect that even after waiting until midnight, the lass still hadn't returned. Only then did he come out, and from afar he saw the two drunk people rolling together on the roof. At that moment, he felt a burst of anger in his heart. He had the urge to kick Hellion Shao out of the Milky Way. Fortunately, he had always been extremely calm and rational. He quickly saw that these two people were so clumsy because they drank too much. Moreover, when he fell down, Hellion Shao had already been pushed away. He endured again and again, and only then did he stop himself from kicking Hellion Shao down. This disgraceful lass, drinking with a man and getting so drunk as if she was a puddle of mud. Wasn't she afraid of being taken advantage of? Not only did she not have the slightest trace of remorse, she even threw a drunken tantrum at him. Chapter 12:15. I must teach her a good lesson and make her remember it for the rest of her life. Shun Julie flew back to Tianin Peak and went straight to Yinshui Lake. He was now hanging over Yinshui Lake, his white robe fluttering in the night wind. Looking at Ning Xiuma, who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness and full of nonsense, his eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Ning Xiuma hugged Shun Julie's arm and tried to open her eyes wide, saying, "Master, don't shake me. You're making me dizzy." Did you use Naruto's shadow clone jutsu? Hee, I think you actually saw 4. Very good. It was obvious that he was dead drunk. Shun Julie's eyes were cold, and his hand loosened. Ning Xiuma only felt her body suddenly sink, and before she could react, she fell into the lake with a plop. The bone-chilling cold lake water instantly swept from all directions, drowning her mouth and nose, being stimulated by the cold water. Ning Xiuma finally sobered up quite a bit. She shivered as she was surrounded by pitch-black lake water. The scene of her being drowned alive by Yi Qingwan seemed to be playing out once again. Fear swept over her like a tide. She desperately wanted to swim up, but her brain was paralyzed by alcohol, and her limbs didn't seem to belong to her. She was so anxious that she choked on a mouthful of water. The feeling of suffocation came, and her brain was in a daze. I'm going to drown again. This realization made her extremely frightened. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free from the lake water that was coming from all directions. She wanted to ask for help, but she choked on a mouthful of water as soon as she opened her mouth. She finally shouted while floating, "Help! Cough, cough, help, cough, cough, cough." Shun Julie floated in the air, looking at Ning Xiuma, who was struggling below with his arms crossed, and a flash of surprise flashed through his heart. Didn't she know how to swim? Why was she struggling like this? Hey, why was he so sure that she knew how to swim? He just saw her. When Ning Xiuma shouted for help, he finally couldn't help but rush down and raise his hand to pick her up. Only then did he realize that her face was pale and her eyes were rolled up. She had already fainted. His heart sank, and some kind of emotion floated up and down in his chest. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by someone. Without thinking, He hurriedly used his internal energy to help her force out the water that she had choked on. Fortunately, she didn't drink too much water. Ning Xiuma finally woke up after spitting out a few mouthfuls of water. She even spat out a lot of wine, so her mind was much clearer. When she woke up, she saw Shun Julie looking down at her. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She raised her hand and slapped him. Shun Julie tilted his head to avoid it. His face darkened. Just as he was about to throw her down again, he suddenly heard her angry voice. "Shun Julie, you bastard. You said you would never drown me again. You want me to believe you, but you threw me down with your own hands today." Shun Julie froze. He met her angry eyes. "Did I say that?" Ning Xiuma was stunned. Then, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Yes, how could I forget? You've already forgotten me. You've already forgotten me. How could you still remember what you said in the past? Ha ha, you forgot. You forgot everything." She laughed until her whole body was trembling. Tears glistened in her eyes. Shun Julie felt as if someone was ruthlessly squeezing his heart. It hurt terribly. He pursed his lips. How could he forget only her? He had forgotten everyone else. If Yunshi hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't even remember the Sun Moon sect. Everything was slowly becoming familiar. Chapter 12:16. Because of his amnesia, he didn't want to get too close to anyone. When he came back this time, the other people in the Sun Moon sect didn't notice anything strange about him. But this little disciple, wasn't she very close to him in the past? He had forgotten about her. In her eyes, it was as if he was evil beyond redemption. Her attitude towards him was also a bit strange. It wasn't like how a disciple would treat her master. How could he have allowed her to be so close to him in the past? He quietly looked at her and found that he couldn't bear to see her in a mess. He casually tidied up her wet hair and her messy clothes. Ning Xiuma fiercely slapped his hand away and screamed, "Don't touch me, you liar!" Then, as if she didn't have any more strength, her hand fell down powerlessly. Her eyes slowly closed. Shun Julie was stunned. He checked her breathing. It was still very stable. She seemed to have fallen asleep. He didn't think that she could fall asleep immediately after throwing a tantrum. He carried her and floated in the sky for a long time. In the end, he silently sent her back to the side hall. He put her on the bed. When he was about to leave, she suddenly hugged his arm. Turning around, he saw that she was hugging him unconsciously. Her eyes were still closed, and her mouth seemed to be mumbling something. Shun Julie quietly listened. "So cold. Great God, I'm so cold." Shun Julie then realized that her entire body was still wet. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. With a flash of white light, Ning Xiuma's clothes became dry. He turned around and wanted to pull his arm away, but he saw that Ning Xiuma suddenly burst into tears. She cried like an abandoned child, sobbing, "How could you forget me? How could you do this?" Shun Julie quietly looked at her. Seeing her tears, he felt his heart begin to hurt again. He had never seen her cry before. This strong girl was crying as if she had suffered a great grievance. Shun Julie's heart slowly clenched into a ball. And didn't he just see her twice? How could he be sure that she had never cried before? Shun Julie suddenly thought of this question. The gaze he looked at her with became a little complicated. What was his relationship with her in the past? Master and a disciple relationship? But what part of her behavior was befitting of a disciple? And when she hugged his arm, he didn't feel disgusted at all. If it was someone else, he would have flung that person away before they could even touch his sleeve. Ning Xiuma turned over on the bed and finally let go of his arm. He actually felt a little disappointed, since when was he so intimate with his disciple? What did he take her for back then? "Stay with him," Ning Xiuma mumbled. Shun Julie raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did you say?" Ning Xiuma didn't say anything. She closed her eyes and slept soundly. Shun Julie felt that his behavior was a little silly. He actually talked to a drunkard in a serious manner. Therefore, he glanced at Ning Xiuma and turned to leave. "If I had known that you would treat me like this, I would have stayed at Shui Alon's place." "What?" Shun Julie, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned back. The white light in his hand flickered, as if he was going to throw it out and hit the person on the bed in the next second. Finally, the white light dissipated. He stood by the bed and looked down at Ning Xiuma. He said coldly, "No." Ning Xiuma seemed to have heard him. She tactfully stopped talking and slept obediently. Chapter 12:17. After Shun Jili said this, he turned around and left. When Ning Xiuma woke up the next day, she felt dizzy. She had a splitting headache and her brain felt like it was filled with paste. She shook her head and felt a wave of dizziness. Her vision darkened and she almost fell off the bed. What happened to her? Did she get beaten up by someone? Ning Xiuma thought for a long time. Her slow brain finally started to work. She finally remembered that she drank a lot of alcohol. So she was drunk. Ning Xiuma felt that it was a little strange. She had always been able to drink 1,000 cups. Previously, when she was in the special agent team, those people were all good drinkers. They came one by one to force her to drink, and she got them all drunk. After drinking, she could even go on a mission with a smile. But now she was drunk and quite drunk. She almost couldn't remember how she came back last night. She sat on the bed for a while, trying to clear her head. However, her head was in a daze, and she couldn't remember anything. She shook her head. No, she had to go out for a walk. This was probably the bad effect of a hangover. She might be able to clear her head after getting some wind. Ning Xiuma casually ran her fingers through her hair. When she turned her head, she saw 2 stacks of clean clothes on the low cabinet at the head of the bed. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly took off her wrinkled dress and changed into a new one. When she went out and the wind blew, she felt a little better. She wandered around aimlessly, passing through the flowers and brushing the willows. Unknowingly, she walked to Tianyin Cliff. She stood on Tianyin Cliff and felt that her dizzy head seemed to have cleared up a little. Bits and pieces of what happened last night after she got drunk flashed through her mind. She hugged her head and couldn't remember anything. She tried to organize her memory. Last night, Yalu Jing and a group of senior brothers led a large group of people to throw a party for her. Then she drank with Helian Xiao, and then her body suddenly stiffened. She seemed to have been brought back by the Almighty and then thrown into the water by him. The feeling of fear and helplessness in the water was too strong. She could still remember it. She pursed her lips. The Almighty was really heartless to her after he lost his memory. He seemed to have a special fondness for drowning her. Before he lost his memory, he had drowned her once, and after that, he did it again. It seemed that in this space-time, she was not only fated to fall from a high altitude, but also fated to be with water. An ill-fated relationship. She had already been drowned 4 times. She tried her best to suppress the negative emotions in her heart and began to divert her attention. All right, when I was drinking with Helian Xiao last night, Helian Xiao seemed to have mentioned Little Apple. He said that Little Apple had gone out to look for her and hadn't returned yet. Ning Xiuma did not give up and try to contact Little Apple in her mind. She chanted Little Apple's name several times, but there was still no response. She pursed her lips. The 10-year contract had ended, and the telepathy between them had indeed been broken. She wondered if such an innocent divine beast like Little Apple had been bullied during its days of wandering outside. If it couldn't find her, it would probably return to the Sun-Moon sect by itself, right? Then why didn't he come back? He was already back, so why wasn't Little Apple back yet? Could there have been an accident? Ning Xiuma's heart started to panic. No, she had to go out and look for it. Now that Kirin was so famous in the Tianci continent, as long as it walked around in a certain country, that country would definitely spread all kinds of news about it. Chapter 12:18. Little Apple? He was probably cursed to death by you, Momo. He didn't come back for 10 years. Maybe he was captured by someone, killed, or imprisoned. A little girl's voice absent-mindedly sounded in her heart. Her voice was calm and unhurried, as if she was talking about the weather. Ning Xiuma's hands clenched. Sure enough, as soon as her psychological defenses loosened, this little devil took the opportunity to run out and disturb her. She looked at the billowing sea of clouds below the cliff and looked at the golden sun in the distance. Her mood calmed down quite a bit. She said indifferently, "You're wrong, but I don't intend to spend time telling you what's right. So shut up. Don't come out to make your presence known." The little lowly in her heart, the little lowly's voice suddenly became gentle again, making people's hair stand on end. Momo, you're really pitiful. Right now on this peak, only I can chat with you. Shun Julie has lost his memories and is doing his best to torment you. Little Apple is looking for you in who knows which corner. Hellion Xiao was implicated by you and had to go to the Cliff of Reflection to reflect on his mistakes for a year. Momo, you're really worthy of the reputation of being a jinx. You were born to become a devil. If you don't become a devil, you'll continue to implicate the people around you. Ning Shuima ignored her and slowly took a step forward. If she moved a little more, she would flip over. However, she was very calm. She calmly looked at the billowing sea of clouds and calmly threatened the little lowly. If you jump out and disturb me again, I'll let you have a taste of the drop tower. The little lowly, who was threatened again, finally exploded. She screamed, "Jump! Go ahead and jump. If you jump, you'll be smashed to pieces." But Momo, let me tell you, as long as your soul doesn't die, I'll exist forever with the world. At most, I'll just have to start over again. She suddenly went silent, because Ning Shuima unexpectedly moved forward a little more without hesitation. This time, she only needed a little more strength, and Ning Shuima would flip over. Ning Shuima's lips curved into a smile as she unhurriedly asked, "Why don't you continue? I'm listening." The little lowly finally went silent. After a while, she said faintly, "If you die, all of this will be over. Shun Julie will no longer remember you." Ning Shuima's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Who cares?" The little lowly was stunned. She didn't understand what kind of language this was, and was stunned for a long time without saying anything. Ning Shuima stood there and looked down. A wave of dizziness came over her. She seemed to stumble slightly. When she finally steadied herself, she suddenly heard a cold voice behind her. "What are you doing?" It was Shun Julie. Why was he so elusive? Shocked, she lost her footing and accidentally fell down. Ning Shuima wanted to curse out loud. She originally wanted to scare the inner demon little lowly, but she didn't expect to be scared by Shun Julie. Her psychokinesis was sealed, and she couldn't use any strength. She could only wait for the Almighty to save her. He definitely wouldn't leave her in the lurch. Ning Shuima subconsciously raised her head and looked up. Shun Julie stood quietly at the edge of the cliff. There wasn't a trace of fluctuation in his eyes, and his face was indifferent. It was as if the person who had just fallen was just an insignificant ant. Ning Shuima opened her eyes wide in disbelief and stared at him. Shun Julie just looked at her indifferently and then moved away. Chapter 12:19. Ning Shuima felt as if she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water on a cold night. She felt cold from head to toe. Her blood vessels felt as if they had been frozen. He actually didn't save her. Ning Shuima fell through layers of clouds. The strong wind messed up her hair, causing it to dance in the air. Layers of fog covered her eyes. Shun Julie's face gradually blurred until it could no longer be seen. Ning Shuima stubbornly stared at the sky. No matter how strong the wind was or how bright the sun was, she kept her eyes wide open. She didn't believe that he would let her fall to her death in front of him. But Ning Shuima looked behind her and desperately found that the ground was rapidly enlarging at the moment when she was about to land. Ning Shuima silently closed her eyes. She bit her lips until they were white and her fingers were clenched tightly. She suddenly understood a terrible truth. He and she were originally heaven and earth apart. He was a god above the clouds, emotionless and desireless. She was an insignificant person in the mortal world who was struggling to climb up. She wanted to stand side by side with God and look down on the mortal world. Therefore, she tried her best to climb up and fly towards the clouds. In the end, she finally fell from the high clouds, fell through layers of dreams, and returned to her original position. "Momo, you are so pitiful." "Shut up." She was still more than 10 meters away from the ground. She was about to hit the protruding rocks below. Suddenly, her waist was tightened. Then, she was pulled up in an instant. Just like when she fell, Ning Shuima quickly passed through layers of clouds. But unlike before, she was now ascending. Layers of clouds were removed. Shun Julie's face gradually became clear. He still looked indifferent. He lowered his head and looked at her. There was no emotion in his eyes, but there was a green vine in his hand. In the end, he saved her. Ning Xiumao was placed at a place far away from the cliff. Her face was pale, and she was frightened. After a few deep breaths, her wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. "Why did you jump off the cliff?" Shenjuli's faint voice came. Why did she jump off the cliff? Wasn't it because they were frightened by his sudden appearance? Ning Xiumao opened her mouth. She wanted to angrily explain, but when she saw his indifferent, handsome face, she didn't say anything in the end. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile, and then she remained silent. The despair she felt when she fell from the sky was still lingering in her heart. That kind of sadness, despair, and discouragement swept over her like a tidal wave. The powerful negative emotions had almost completely enveloped her, to the extent that she still hadn't recovered from her shock. She told herself that he had saved her after all, so what was there to be dissatisfied about? However, Shun Julie's indifferent expression of looking on with folded arms still hurt her. That kind of expression felt like he was looking at a stranger who had reaped what he had sown. Because he cared, it was easier for him to be hurt by insignificant things. The closer they were to each other, the higher their demands would be. She placed him in her heart as the number one person. He treated her like a stranger and looked at her coldly. She was asking for too much now. She closed her eyes and didn't say anything. Shun Julie looked at her pale face and closed eyes. He felt a little uncomfortable, as if his heart was being pricked by a needle. After a pause, he spoke again with a cold voice. "Answer." Ning Xiumao looked at him and turned to leave. Her body froze. She was fixed there again. Chapter 12:20. Shun Julie slowly walked up to her from behind. His face was solemn. "Answer me." Ning Xiumao's lips curled into a faint smile. "Master, if I don't answer, are you going to pin me down for another day and night?" Shun Julie. Wasn't this disciple of his a little too arrogant? She was like a little hedgehog, constantly pricking people with her spikes, although he didn't have any memories of his past. He subconsciously felt that his standards for accepting disciples seemed to be the gentle and intelligent type. This little disciple obviously didn't meet his requirements. How on earth did he accept her? Perhaps it was because she was a female disciple, so he spoiled her a little? Who asked her to be so impudent? His expression became even colder as he stared at her with an icy gaze. It was as if he wanted to freeze her. "How dare you not answer your master's question?" With this coldness on his face, the domineering aura on his body became even stronger. Even the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Obviously, his bottom line had been touched by her. He really looked like an incomparably dignified master right now. No wonder everyone in the Sun Moon sect was so afraid of him. Even Yelu Jing, and held her breath when she saw him like a mouse seeing a cat. So this was his original state. So this was his attitude when he was no longer special to her. Ning Xiumao felt like a ball of wool was stuck in her heart. It was so stifling that her chest swelled up. Her smile became even wider, but her eyes were completely cold. "Master, you should know that I'm stubborn by nature. If I don't plan to say it, I won't say it no matter what. Even if you pin me down here, I won't say a single word. All right, I've said what I wanted to say. Master, please do as you please. No matter what kind of punishment, Xiumao won't say anything more. I'll definitely let Master be happy and satisfied with your punishment." Shun Julie. He left in a huff. Ning Xiumao silently watched him leave. She was wondering why she couldn't say a single word of explanation, no matter what. Why did she have to make him angry? Ning Xiumao also felt very conflicted. She felt as if she had been split into two halves. Half of her wanted to throw herself into his arms and sleep. Half of them wanted to stand aside and provoke Shun Julie coldly. They wanted to see him get angry. That's right. She was taking revenge on him for leaving her in the lurch. He saved her, so did she have to be grateful and answer his questions? If she had treated him as an ordinary stranger, she would have thanked him for saving her life. But he wasn't. He was the one in her heart. If you want to blame someone, blame it on me loving you too much and caring about you too much. Ning Xiumao closed her eyes and thought silently. After spoiling her to the point that she was out of control, he simply forgot about her. She found it hard to balance out the disparity between them, so naturally, she wouldn't let him have it easy. Ning Xiuama stood in the same place. The cold wind was biting cold, and she had a splitting headache. She felt as if her soul was going to float thousands of miles away with the wind. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, her acupuncture points heated up. Ning Xiuama staggered and almost fell down again. She steadied herself. This time it wasn't bad. She was only set for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. She thought that she would have to stay on this cliff for another day in the cold wind. She rubbed her forehead and felt even dizzier. She rubbed her temples, trying hard to rub out the dizziness. She stood up and slowly walked back. When she passed by Shanjuli's main hall, she stopped in her tracks and stood there quietly. She stared blankly at the door that she could step through. Chapter 12:21. She stood there for what seemed like a century, as if she had been petrified. After a while, she pursed her lips and turned to leave. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the main hall. It was like a stream in early spring, but it still carried the chill of winter. "Come in." Ning Xiuama was stunned. Her slow brain worked hard. She seemed to have heard Shun Juli's voice. She turned to look at the main hall, but there was no one in front of the main hall. She waited quietly for a long time. There was only the sound of the wind around her. Was she hallucinating? Ning Xiuama shook her head and continued to walk forward. This time, the voice from the main hall was even colder. It had completely entered the cold state of midwinter. "Come in." So Shun Juli really called her. It wasn't her hallucination, Ning Xiuama thought dizzily. She stepped in and went around the screen. She saw Shun Juli standing quietly in the middle of the main hall, looking at her expressionlessly. Ning Xiuama looked at the comfortable chairs in the main hall and then looked at Shun Juli. She didn't understand why he didn't sit on the chairs but insisted on standing. She spoke faster than her brain could react. She asked doubtfully, "Why do you insist on standing when there are chairs available?" After saying that, she realized that she had asked such a boring question. What did it have to do with her whether he was willing to stand? What was wrong with her today? Why didn't she keep her mouth shut? She just blurted out everything. Shin Juli's expression seemed to be blank for a moment. The words that he had prepared were all interrupted by her nonsensical question. He couldn't say anything else. Could he say that he had been standing behind the screen and quietly watching her until she came in? Then he walked back to the middle of the main hall. Shun Juli decided not to argue with her. He looked up at Ning Xiuama and waved his sleeve. Ning Xiuama felt her body lighten. The psychokinesis in her body began to flow vigorously again. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her psychokinesis was finally back. Shun Juli asked indifferently, "What level is your falling moon immortal technique at?" Ning Xiuama looked at him in confusion. The falling moon immortal technique? What the hell was this? She had never heard of it before. Could it be that at some point he had taught him something, and then he had forgotten it completely? Ning Xiuama thought for a moment and said, "Master, I've never cultivated this before." Shun Juli, was she really his disciple? Wasn't this the entry-level mental cultivation method of the 8th level? Could it be that he didn't have time to give her this mental cultivation method before he fell asleep? Forget it. It's not too late to cultivate now. He raised his hand and threw a book at her. Ning Xiuama silently caught it. He said expressionlessly, "This book contains everything you need to cultivate. Memorize and comprehend this mental cultivation method tonight. Tomorrow, I will test you." Ning Xiuama looked at the big book in her hand. It was thicker than a brick, and she felt even dizzier. She held the book in her hand and wanted to go out. "Stop," Shun Juli said. "What was it this time?" Ning Xiuama turned around and looked at him. "Master, do you have any other orders?" Shun Juli's gaze fell on the book she was holding. His voice was slightly cold. "This book was personally written by me. It took a lot of effort. You're just going to carry it like this?" She was carrying the book as if she was carrying a garbage bag. There was no respect at all. Ning Xiuama's head had been dizzy all this time. She really didn't pay attention to the way she was holding the book. Now that Shun Juli had reminded her, she didn't want to argue with him anymore. She held the book like she was holding a tribute. "Is this okay?" Chapter 12:22. Shun Juli was speechless. Ning Xiuama waited for a long time, but did not hear Shun Julie speak again. She frowned. Was it not enough for her to support him like this? What else did he want her to do? Let her do it on top of his head? Why was he so fussy and difficult to please? The fire in her heart seemed to be about to burst out again, so she looked up at him. Master, do you have any other instructions? Shun Julie said lightly, You may leave. After thinking for a while, he added, Memorize well. This time, Ning Shuima agreed readily. Yes, master. She turned around and strode away. After leaving the hall, Ning Shuima felt that her breathing was finally smoother. She always felt that there was a risk of suffocating when she was with Shun Julie. After he lost his memory, his spiritual pressure became frighteningly low. Everything was back to the beginning. Ning Shuima sighed. Did she have to start from the beginning? The more she thought about it, the more confused her mind became. She shook her head and felt that the road in front of her was swaying. She tried hard to suppress the dizziness, and only then did she feel better. When she returned to the room in the side hall, she casually threw the big book on the bed and threw herself on the bed. How could she memorize with her head in a daze? She should just wake up and memorize it. Anyway, she had a photographic memory and memorized it quickly. Ning Shuima thought in a daze. Countless scenes in her dream flew past, full of fantasy and warmth. On the ice field, the Almighty kissed her gently when she was not paying attention. Then, he said calmly, Moi. Because of her fate as a jinx, she was at a loss. When she was gradually disappointed in herself, he held her in his arms, stroked her head, and told her, Shuima, don't be afraid. On Tianyin Cliff, they kissed each other goodbye. He stood in the wind and told her, Shuima, wait for me to come back. Every bit of it was the sweet memories she had with the Almighty. Ning Shuima stood quietly at the side. Looking at the once warm and colorful scenes, she felt a slight pain in her heart. How warm it used to be was how sad it was now. Why do people always remember the warmest and most beautiful memories when they are most frustrated? The sweetness of the past had now become a poison that pierced the intestines, but she was still willing to endure it. She held on tightly to that warm memory and healed the wound in her sleep. He was completely forgotten outside the dream, and from then on, he was just a passerby. Ning Shuima, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a strong wave of grief drowning her like a tide. She was so sad that she wanted to cry. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by someone. She could do nothing but tremble in pain, just like the unforgettable despair in the Cloudwater Lake yesterday. Gradually, that wave of grief slowly passed. She heard a faint sigh from the bottom of her heart. Pitiful Momo, why do you have to? Ning Shuima ignored her and slept quietly. It was as if he had never had those dreams and never heard her words. Ning Shuima, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a bright light in front of her eyes. Before she could react, she heard a loud noise. What happened? She wanted to get up, but found that her body suddenly tilted. Her whole body rolled down uncontrollably. Then she was suddenly in the air and then fell to the ground with a bang. Ning Shuima was completely awakened by the fall. She jumped up in shock. Who is it? At the same time, she looked around. When she saw the situation around her, Ning Shuima was speechless. Her bed had collapsed, and the white light in the hands of the culprit had not dissipated. Chapter 1223. Shun Julie's face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. He flicked his sleeves, and Ning Shuima was suspended in the air along with the big book. Then, she shot out of the window like an arrow. Was he going to throw her down the mountain in a fit of anger? Then why did he bring the book with him? The book that was suspended in the air suddenly went into her arms. Ning Shuima hugged the big book, and her face was full of black lines. What was he trying to do? Ning Shuima's body nimbly bypassed the screen and went through layers upon layers of rooms before flying into an antique room. A calming incense stick was lit in the middle of the room, and the smoke was rising in spirals. Soon, the room was filled with a sweet fragrance, making people feel relaxed and happy. The room was full of books, all kinds of ancient books. Ning Shuima felt that she was thrown into the chair in front of the desk, and then the big book was slammed on the desk. Shun Julie walked in slowly, and his face was still gloomy. "If you don't finish memorizing this book today, you won't be able to sleep." With a flick of his sleeves, Ning Shuima felt that her back was straightened instantly. Her head was looking straight ahead, and her arms were holding the book straight, just like a standard reading posture. At this moment, she could only move her arms, and the rest of her body was completely frozen. Ning Shuima was speechless. Shunjili left in a huff. Ning Shuima could only helplessly pick up the book and read it. Her mind was currently in a complete mess. She stared at the words for a long time before finally realizing what she was reading. Moreover, the room seemed to be too dark, causing her vision to darken. Well, it must be because the night luminescent pearl had not been repaired for a long time. She needed to be brighter so that she could read properly. She subconsciously condensed a ball of fire in her hand and used it as a torch beside the book. Now, it was finally brighter. Ning Shuima lifted her spirit and read for a while. After a while, her head started to feel dizzy again, and the words on the book started to shake, and then one of them split into two. She suddenly woke up. No, she had to finish memorizing this book, or there would be another storm tomorrow. She forced herself to focus on reading. 2 hours passed. Ning Shuima felt that the words on the book had turned into little black tadpoles running around the book. Her head started to feel dizzy, the ground became uneven, and the luminous pearls turned from 1 to 2, 2 to 3. In the end, her vision turned black, and the book fell from her hand into the fire in her hand. The ancient book instantly burned. Ning Shuima stared at the book that was licked by the tongue of fire for a long time before she realized that the book was burned. She quickly extinguished the fire in her hand, but the book was still burning. She couldn't move her body right now, so she couldn't get water even if she wanted to. After thinking about it, she steeled her heart and directly used her hand to extinguish the fire. Her little hand was instantly scalded red, but because of her high fever, her senses were sluggish and she didn't feel it. By the time she put out the fire, only a corner of the book was left. Her hands were also burning with pain. Ning Shuima, she finally woke up. To be precise, she woke up in fright. God, she burned Shun Julie's precious book. Moreover, she was stuck here, so she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. When she was holding the book, he was still finding fault with it. If he found out that she burned the book, if Shun Julie saw it, he would definitely chop her up and throw her down the mountain. No, she had to run away before he found out. Ning Shuima began to concentrate on using her psychokinesis to attack the acupuncture points that were stuck. Chapter 1224. Shun Julie was playing chess in the main hall when he suddenly smelled a strange smell. It was the smell of something burning. His heart sank. In a flash, he passed through countless rooms and arrived in front of the study. Ning Shuima was holding a corner of what looked like the remains of a book. When she saw him, she was shocked and then looked at him innocently. Shun Julie was speechless. The corner of the book in her hand should be the falling moon immortal technique that he threw to her not long ago, right? In such a short period of time, the falling moon immortal technique that he had painstakingly written for half a year had been reduced to a smoking corner. This girl actually burned the book. Burned it. Shun Julie's indifferent expression finally cracked. With a wave of his hand, Ning Shuima's acupoints were unsealed. Ning Shuima was stunned. Just as she was about to run, her body suddenly became light. Then, she flew out of the study and sat on the floor of the main hall with a bang. She fell and sat there with a grimace, unable to get up for a while. Shun Julie stood in front of her, looking calm before the storm. "Explain," he said. Ning Shuima hurriedly said, "I didn't do it on purpose. I saw that the room was too dark, so I started a fire." After she finished speaking, she seemed to feel that something was wrong, so she stopped. After a while, she finally understood. Oh God, playing with fire in the study? Was she a pig? How could she make such a stupid mistake? What was wrong with her today? Everything she did was out of place. Shun Julie's expression became even more gloomy. Ning Shuima's reason was really lame. Lighting a fire in the study? Was this disciple of his stupid? Would he believe this reason? Not to mention how bright the room was with luminous pearls. Even if she thought it was dark, she couldn't have lit a fire in the study. This was a matter of common sense. His disciple must have deliberately burned the book because she was lazy and didn't memorize it. Then, she made up such a lame reason to fool him. Why didn't he think of a good reason to fool him? The air pressure around Shun Julie became even lower, as if the air was about to be frozen. His gaze was cold, as if it came from a snowy night. Ning Xiumal, if you continue to act like a fool, I will expel you from the sect. Expelled from a sect? Now he wanted to expel her from the sect. Had she already fallen to such a state? He didn't even want her to be his disciple anymore? Was he going to throw her down the mountain and never see her again? How could he do this? Did she come back just to be bullied? Could he use amnesia as an excuse to wantonly hurt his former lover? She had had enough. Ning Xiumal only felt a fire burning within her, burning her eyes to the point that her eyes emitted a fiery light. However, an ice-cold chill rose in her heart, freezing her heart into a lump of ice. Her heart could only tightly curl into a ball and tremble. She closed her eyes and tried to tell herself to be rational. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Shun Julie's reply to her was to leave in a huff. His cold voice came from the air. Ning Xiumal, you are really unreasonable. She was unreasonable? Very well. He could just ignore her, and she could scram. Did he think she cared? The fire in her heart burned more and more fiercely, and her head became more and more dizzy. Fatigue spread to her entire body. She rubbed her eyebrows and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I'm unreasonable. I am really unreasonable. You can also ignore me. Didn't you want to expel me from the sect? Fine, expel me." Chapter 12:25. As long as you're happy. I'm also tired. I don't want to play amnesia games with you anymore. She took out a pair of email piercers from somewhere and threw them in front of him. The email piercers fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. It was especially loud in the empty and quiet hall. Shun Julie's body seemed to stiffen, but Ning Xiumal didn't care anymore. You gave this to me before. Now I'm giving it back to you. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Ning Xiumal said tiredly. She laid back on the bed, and darkness engulfed her like a tidal wave. Before she lost consciousness, she struggled to say one last sentence. Now you can throw me down the mountain. Shun Julie's heart suddenly jumped when he said that she would be expelled from the sect. He suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if he was annoyed and heartbroken. But he didn't take this feeling to heart. He knew that she would definitely apologize and beg him to let her stay. When he heard the person in front of him agree to it, the uneasiness in his heart instantly increased. He turned around and saw her throw the email piercers that were always with him to the ground. That crisp sound made his heart tremble. It was as if an alarm bell had rung. He felt that he was about to lose something important. His heart fiercely clenched. Seeing her weakly faint on the ground, he rushed up to her without thinking and held her in his arms. Only then did he feel that her body was burning up. It was strange. Other people would have a red face or abnormally pale face when they had a fever, but her little face didn't have any of those symptoms. It was still pink and tender. If he hadn't held her, he wouldn't have noticed that she was burning up like this. She had a high fever. No wonder her actions were so messy. No wonder she was hugging the book to sleep. No wonder she burned the book. Guilt, annoyance, and heartache swept over him in an instant. It made his hands tremble slightly. He picked her up and quickly walked to the bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed. He was too careless. She had a fever and was confused. She didn't even notice it. He placed his hand on her pulse and checked her pulse. After a while, Shun Julie raised his eyebrows slightly. She seemed to be going crazy. Coupled with the cold from last night, her high fever had not subsided. This girl didn't even pay attention to herself. She didn't have the self-awareness of a patient. Not only did she run around everywhere, she even ran to the cliff to feel the cold wind. Then, she suddenly jumped off the cliff and was forced by him to recite the book. It must have been hard on her to only faint now. There seemed to be another kind of power in her body that was filled with a dark aura. If he was not wrong, her chi deviation should be related to this dark and ominous aura. The most troublesome thing was that this power was tightly entwined with her body. Without using a special method, it It was impossible to separate them. Moreover, this force was almost on par with Ning Xiuma's own psychokinesis. Troublesome, very troublesome. Why did he accept such a troublesome disciple? There was a demon living in her body. She openly challenged him and threw a tantrum. When he asked her to expel him from the sect, she simply agreed and prepared to leave the mountain. She was so straightforward that Shun Julie felt like he was the one who was expelled from the sect. Although it was troublesome, his heart still ached when he saw her sad. When he heard that she wanted to cut off all ties with him, his heart was filled with endless fear. He really owed her in his previous life. When Ning Xiuma opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a black pill. She was startled and reflexively tried to dodge it. However, she didn't expect that her body didn't have any strength and could only retreat slightly. Chapter 12:26. The owner of the hand glanced at her indifferently. "Why are you hiding?" Then, not allowing her to refuse, he stuffed the pill into her mouth. Shinjuli's hand accidentally brushed against her lips. He paused, as if there was a small claw scratching his heart. The pill melted in her mouth, and it was extremely bitter. Ning Xiuma had never eaten such bitter medicine in her life. It was as if she had used a ton of coptis to purify and refine it. What was worse was that she didn't even have the chance to spit it out. She tried to control her expression, but her little face couldn't help but scrunch up. After a while, she finally calmed down. "What did you give me?" Shinjuli's face turned cold, and his voice deepened. "You? Is this how you talk to your master?" Ning Xiuma. Yes, she didn't use honorifics. She should have said you. However, didn't he already expel her from the sect? Why did he still call himself master? Speak. Shinjuli couldn't stand her silence. He would rather she speak a few more words, even if she refuted. Ning Xiuma leaned back and closed her eyes. Her expression was somewhat tired. "Didn't I get expelled by your excellency? Did you forget?" Shinjuli's eyes turned cold, as if he wanted to say something, but when he saw her pale face, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Are you so eager for me to expel you from the sect? I won't let you have your wish." He put the medicinal soup on the table, flicked his sleeves, and left. Ning Xiuma opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, she looked down and saw that the bed under her had been replaced with a new one. The previous bed had been destroyed by Shinjuli, and she didn't know where he threw it. Looking at the sky outside, it seemed to be afternoon. Her gaze fell on the bowl of black medicinal soup on the table, and Ning Xiuma's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Did Shinjuli brew this for her? Although he was cold to her now, he still cared about her, right? After all, he hadn't expelled him from the sect. Ning Xiuma stood up. She didn't feel so dizzy anymore, and her thoughts were clearer. It was also because he had gone overboard yesterday. His fever had damaged his brain and burned the book that Shinjuli had painstakingly written for a year. If it were her, she would definitely fly into a rage and want to kill someone. When Shinjuli said that he wanted to expel her from the sect, she agreed without hesitation. Now that she thought about it, she was too reckless. If Shinjuli really expelled her from the sect in a fit of anger, she would not have the chance to reawaken his memories in the future. Ning Xiuma sighed. She was too impulsive. However, she did not intend to apologize to Shinjuli now. First of all, he was in a fit of anger now. If she went to him, she would definitely become cannon fodder. Second of all, she hadn't adjusted her mood yet. She hadn't figured out how to face Shinjuli, who was a cold and heartless master. Since she was bored, she would cultivate. Although she had accidentally burned the falling moon immortal technique, she had at least read some of it. Although she had been dizzy at the time, she had subconsciously memorized the contents in front. Then, she would cultivate it first. After all, there was no harm in cultivating. Ning Xiuma sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the falling moon immortal technique quietly. Although she had advanced to level 8, there was always a sense of madness in her psychokinesis, which made Ning Xiuma restless. She couldn't control herself and wanted to destroy everything. Chapter 12:27. As her cultivation of the falling moon immortal technique sped up, that trace of frenzy was finally suppressed. By the time Ning Xiuma opened her eyes, it was already evening. Her mood had calmed down quite a bit. He was currently in a state of amnesia, so she couldn't be too calculative with him. Perhaps she should go pay her respects? A disciple should pay her respects to her master. Ning Xiuma silently walked out of her room and slowly walked towards the main hall. Tianyin Peak was blooming with flowers all year round, and both sides of the path were randomly planted with exotic flowers and herbs. Any one of these flowers and herbs would be priceless treasures, but now they were casually growing here like weeds. Although they were casual, they were quite beautiful. Ning Xiuma looked at the flowers and plants along the way and felt much better. When she reached the main hall, she stopped in her tracks, and a trace of hesitation flashed across her eyes. She didn't have a good impression of this main hall. First, she had been trapped for a night, and then she had burned the books. Also, if Yunshi came back again, would she lose control and splash the tea on her face? Forget it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ning Xiuma's thoughts were in a mess. She stepped into the main hall and walked around the screen. There was no one in the hall. Shun Julie's favorite seat was empty, and the white pieces on the chessboard next to him were facing off against the black pieces. Where'd he go? Could he have gone out with Yunshi? Ning Xiuma pursed her lips as she recalled the scene of Shun Julie and Yunshi getting along in the restaurant. She stood in the main hall and waited for a while, but she still didn't see Shun Julie's figure. Ning Xiuma was a little bored and was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly saw the chessboard next to her. Although the white pieces were facing off against the black pieces, the white pieces were already at a disadvantage. Ning Xiuma looked at it carefully for a while before she raised her hand and picked up a white piece and placed it on the chessboard. Then, he closed his eyes and thought for a while before placing the black piece in another position. She used to play chess with Shun Julie. At this time, when she saw the black and white pieces fighting fiercely on the chessboard, she couldn't help but feel itchy. She sat down and began to concentrate on playing chess with herself. She imagined Shun Julie's style of playing chess in her mind. Then, she imitated his style when she played the black pieces. When she played the white pieces, she was herself and used her own way of thinking. Black and white intertwined. She kept switching roles and was having a lot of fun. When Shun Julie came out of the study, he saw Ning Xiuma sitting not far away with her back to him. She was concentrating on playing chess. He slowly walked over and retracted his pressure. He quietly stood behind her and watched her play chess. Ning Xiuma was very focused on playing chess, and he hid his aura very well, so she did not notice that there was another person behind her. Shun Julie was just curious at first, but slowly he became engrossed in the game. He found that Ning Xiuma would always think for a while before placing the black pieces, but she would place the white pieces very quickly. Thus, he carefully watched for a while. The more he watched, the more he felt that the black pieces were very familiar. Every move was very much to his taste, like it was his style. It turned out that this little girl was imitating him. It was the black pieces again. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes and thought for a long time. In this situation, where would he place the black pieces? After pondering for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. Just as she was feeling distressed, a flawless hand suddenly appeared in front of her eyes and took the black piece from her hand and placed it somewhere on the chessboard. Chapter 1228. Ning Xiuma was shocked. She turned around, but there was no one there. She was puzzled. When she turned around, she saw Shun Julie sitting across from her. He looked at her calmly and said, "It's your turn." Ning Xiuma was speechless. When did he come? Why didn't I notice him at all? It's easy to scare people when he comes and goes like a ghost. Shun Julie looked at her and frowned slightly. A chess game is like a battlefield. You can't be distracted. Ning Xiuma calmed herself down and turned her attention back to the game. She looked at it for a while, then picked up a white chess piece and placed it somewhere. The crisp sound of a chess piece landing on the board continued for a long time. Ning Xiuma was fully focused on the game. In the end, she lost by a few pieces. She raised her head and looked at Shun Julie. Shun Julie's expression had softened a little. It was as if he finally realized that his disciple had some redeeming qualities. At the very least, she was good at chess and could hold her own against him for so long. Ning Xiuama was about to say something, but Shun Juli said calmly, "There are 3 games. If you win one game, I won't pursue the matter of you destroying the book." He waved his sleeves, and the chess pieces on both sides were switched. Ning Xiuama took the lead with a black chess piece. The two of them faced each other again. This game took a long time. Ning Xiuama put in a lot of effort, but in the end, she still lost by a single chess piece. Ning Xiuama rubbed her forehead. It was her last chance. The 3rd game began. Ning Xiuama used 200% of her energy to play. However, Shun Juli's style of chess was bold and powerful. Ning Xiuama felt that she couldn't handle it. The black pieces were losing ground under the pursuit of the white pieces. It looked like she was about to be completely blocked. Shun Juli looked up at her and saw that she was being forced to retreat. She was frowning and deep in thought. He was slightly distracted. When he came back to his senses, the light in his eyes flickered. In the end, he pinched a black stone and placed it in the wrong place. Ning Xiuama was out of breath. Just as she was about to lose, a sudden turn of events appeared, so she tried her best to seize this opportunity to counterattack. In the end, Ning Xiuama narrowly won by a single point. The chessboard was like a battlefield. One moment of weakness would lead to complete defeat. Shun Juli looked at his defeated white piece in silence. Ning Xiuama finally revealed a smile. "Master, thank you for letting me win. Your disciple has won." Shun Juli looked at Ning Xiuama's happy smile, and the last bit of discomfort in his heart dissipated. It didn't matter if he let her win. Perhaps he didn't want to punish her any more from the bottom of his heart. He finally showed a faint smile, got up, and patted her head. "Come back tomorrow." Again, Ning Xiuama felt a headache coming. Countless of her brain cells had died in these 3 games. If she played again, wouldn't all of them die? Forget it. She would just treat it as practicing her chess skills. Ning Xiuama nodded and looked up. "Then I'll go back first." Shun Juli suddenly reached out to check her pulse. She subconsciously wanted to pull away, but she couldn't. In the end, she compromised and let him hold her hand. After a while, Shun Juli let go of her hand and looked at her lightly. "Have you taken a medicine?" Ning Xiuama, she didn't. Shun Juli knew the answer when he saw her blank expression. His face darkened. "Go back and drink the medicine. Come back tomorrow to get it." So there was still another bowl after drinking one bowl. Ning Xiuama frowned almost imperceptibly and finally nodded. "Okay." She looked up at Shun Juli and saw that he didn't have any other orders, so she turned and left. Chapter 1229. When Ning Xiuama returned to her room, she was still in a daze. Had her relationship with Shun Juli warmed up a little? Her gaze fell on the bowl of medicine that had already turned cold. She frowned and drank the medicine in one gulp. Bitter. It was so bitter that Ning Xiuama wanted to bang her head against the wall. What kind of medicinal herbs could be used to make such a bitter and earth-shattering medicinal soup? Was Shun Juli really not deliberately taking revenge on her? Ning Xiuama lay on the bed like a corpse for a long time before she recovered from the bitterness. When she thought of the bowl of medicine tomorrow, she felt that she had nothing left to live for. She slowly got up and continued to practice. She had no choice. She had nothing else to do now. Besides practicing, she could not think of anything else to do. The next day, Ning Xiuama woke up early to greet Shinjoga. Shinjuli was already minding his own business, playing chess. When he saw her, he waved to her and said, "Come here." Thus, they played another 3 rounds of chess. Ning Xiuama rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Playing a few rounds of chess felt more tiring than cultivating for 3 days and 3 nights. Her brain cells were dying in large chunks. She felt as if she had overused her brain, causing her head to feel dizzy. Suddenly, a porcelain bowl carved from jade appeared in front of her. In the bowl, the black medicinal liquid was steaming. Ning Xiuama. How refreshing. She bitterly tried to negotiate with Shun Juli. "Master, I just have a fever. You don't have to make such a big fuss. This bowl of medicine is so precious. It's a bit of a waste to use it on a cold, right?" Shun Juli faintly raised his eyebrows. "Either drink it yourself, or I'll help you. Help her? He wouldn't force her to drink it, would he? Ning Xiaomo was speechless. She took the bowl of medicine with a solemn expression on her face. She took one last look at Shun Juli and saw that he had no intention of taking back his words. She gritted her teeth and gulped down the medicine in one gulp. Shun Juli, he had never seen such a bold and unrestrained way of drinking medicine. It was even more straightforward than drinking wine. Ning Xiaomo was in so much pain that she wanted to jump up and knock herself unconscious. This was beyond the limits of human endurance. She forcefully restrained her desire to go on a rampage and stood there quietly to digest the medicine. Shun Juli looked at her almost lifeless expression and asked with a hint of doubt, "So bitter." "Nonsense, why don't you give it a try?" Ning Xiaomo finally recovered. She said weakly, "Master, is this the last bowl?" Shun Juli glanced at her and said, "No." Ning Xiaomo. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that there was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Ning Xiaomo's current life was very two-pronged. She would wake up in the morning to pay her respects. Then, she would drink a bowl of bitter medicinal soup to refresh herself. After that, she would play chess until noon. In the afternoon, she would cultivate the falling moon immortal technique. At night, she would go pay her respects again. After drinking a bowl of medicinal soup, she would go back with a bitter expression. However, when she went there tonight, it seemed a little different. After entering the hall, a fair hand handed her the medicinal soup. Ning Xiaomo didn't give herself any time to hesitate and gulped it down. Just as she was about to die from the bitterness, she suddenly felt something warm on her lips. Then, something was stuffed into her mouth. Ning Xiaomo was furious. She hadn't even finished digesting the medicinal soup, and now there was a new one. This was the rhythm of making her suffer to death. Just as she was about to spit out the thing in her mouth, she suddenly felt a trace of sweetness on the tip of her tongue. It slowly drove away the bitterness. She paused and looked up at Shun Juli. He was looking at her quietly. Chapter 12:30. Seeing that her expression wasn't as sorrowful as before, he looked away and asked lightly, "Is it still bitter?" Ning Xiaomo shook her head and answered instinctively, "It's not bitter anymore." "Master, is this candy?" It seemed to be fruit-flavored too. Shun Juli nodded and waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. Ning Xiaomo walked back slowly, feeling the sweetness on the tip of her tongue all the way to the bottom of her heart. She didn't expect that the great god would specially get candy for her. He probably went to the mortal world to buy it, right? And fruit-flavored too. Ning Xiaomo thought that the aloof and emotionless great god secretly went to the mortal world to buy a bunch of candy back to the Sun Moon sect. She felt a little amused and touched at the same time. If Yalu Jing and the others knew about this, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets when she returned to her room. Ning Xiaomo was stunned when she saw her reflection in the mirror. Who was that girl in the mirror with a love-struck smile on her face? She quickly stopped smiling. Then, she started to smile again unknowingly, like a girl in love for the first time. She was hopeless. Ning Xiaomo threw herself on the bed and thought in annoyance. After a while, her lips curled into a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. But her heart was really sweet. Ning Xiaomo hugged the blanket and rolled around on the bed like a young girl. Then, she got up and continued to cultivate. She had been cultivating the falling moon immortal technique for the past few days. She felt that the negative emotions in her heart had lessened a lot, and her mood had improved a lot. Especially after drinking the medicine that Shun Juli had brewed for her, her emotions had calmed down a lot. She no longer wanted to flip the table in a fit of rage. Ning Xiaomo enjoyed a rare moment of concentration as she sat on the bed and cultivated wholeheartedly. The moonlight slowly flowed in through the window, coating her with a layer of silver. It reflected the brilliant golden light from cultivating the falling moon immortal technique, making her look exceptionally beautiful. She was dressed in white and sat there quietly. Her body was covered in the splendor of the sun and moon, and there were fragments of golden light constantly flashing. Her long eyelashes were obediently still, like a row of small fans. She was like an elegant fairy beautiful and tranquil. However, halfway through her cultivation, she suddenly stopped. His heart sank. He hadn't finished reading the rest of the Falling Moon Immortal technique. Now that he had reached that point, forcefully stopping would only result in a backlash. An ominous red light seemed to flash around her body. Ning Xiao only felt that the psychokinesis in her body suddenly shook, and then it started to move around unsteadily. Her tendons and veins were in great pain, as if they were about to explode. Her face instantly turned pale as cold sweat dripped down her face. Her entire body was trembling, and her body was curled into a ball like a shrimp. Her heart tightened bit by bit, and her breathing became more and more difficult. It was as if someone was strangling her neck and tightening it bit by bit, causing her to lose oxygen bit by bit. She suddenly felt something sweet in her throat, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she lost consciousness, she fumbled for the snow-white sound transmission talisman in her bosom. Master. At this moment, Shun Julie was writing something in his study room with a pen. His pen was like flowing water, and he wrote domineering and restrained words one by one. As he was writing, his mind suddenly became absent-minded. When he came back to his senses, he was still a little confused. Why did he suddenly become absent-minded? Could it be that he, as her master, also became absent-minded after spending so much time with his erratic disciple? Chapter 12:31. Before he could finish this thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone was gripping his heart tightly. The tip of his pen trembled, and a drop of ink fell and stained the paper. The directed audio spell suddenly lit up, and an extremely weak voice came from it. Master. Something had happened to her. Shun Julie moved and flew towards the side chamber like a bolt of lightning. The door was blasted open by his palm, and the situation inside almost made his heart sink. Ning Xuema's eyes were tightly closed, and she was lying on the bed with a pale face. There were bloodstains on her lips, and her clothes were covered in blood. Her whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and she was tightly curled up into a ball, trembling at the moment. Shun Julie rushed over and picked her up. It was only then that he realized that she had fainted. He checked her pulse and found that it was erratic. The psychokinesis in her body seemed to be running wild. She was possessed by the devil. What a troublesome idiot. Shun Julie helped her up and pressed one hand on her back. A strong and mighty psychokinesis was transferred into Ning Xuema's body, smoothing out the psychokinesis in her body bit by bit, and gently repairing her meridians and internal organs that were damaged by the psychokinesis. After finishing all this, 2 hours had passed. Shinjuli threw her back onto the bed, not too gently, and was about to go back and write his book. When he walked to the door, he suddenly heard Ning Xuema moaning, "Great master, I'm in so much pain." He helplessly turned around and saw that she had curled up into a ball again. He checked her inner breath again and found that everything was normal. This should be the hallucination of her being possessed by the devil. Shun Julie was about to withdraw his hand, but Ning Xuema's little hand had already grabbed his hand and childishly put his hand on her cheek as a pillow, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Ning Xuema vaguely saw that there seemed to be a person in white in front of her, and her heart ached. She felt wronged and said, "Great master." Then she slowly closed her eyes. Shun Julie's mind shook. Ever since that time, when he punished her by making her stand for an entire night, she had never called him Great God again. She had suddenly changed the way she addressed him as master, which made him a little uncomfortable. Now that she was asleep, she was acting coquettishly and calling him Almighty. Shun Julie could feel the warmth and softness of Shun Julie's hand as a pillow as she held it tightly in her hand. Shun Julie's heart suddenly softened. He sat down and quietly washed her sleeping face. There were faint bruises under her eyes, which seemed to be caused by a lack of sleep. Shun Julie's eyes darkened. He lowered his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Ning Xuema suddenly opened her eyes. The color of her eyes was pure red, so red that they were like gems. She suddenly giggled. It was a cute child's voice. "Great God, Momo misses you so much." Shun Julie's heart sank. Ning Xuema's original body was injured and temporarily fell into a deep sleep, because of the chi deviation. Her inner demon naturally replaced her and appeared. There seemed to be a white light flickering in his hand, but he didn't release it. That sweet child's voice sounded again. You have to endure it. If you do, Momo will lose her life. Shun Julie's eyes darkened. The white light suddenly released and enveloped Ning Xiuma. She let out a mournful scream, and that child's voice became a little distorted. I knew you were such a heartless person. I knew you would definitely do something to Momo. Shun Julie lightly said, the demon subduing spell is only effective against devils. Chapter 1232. Ning Xiuma. S expression was a little twisted because of the pain, but she still had a smile on her face. Momo will become a demon sooner or later. Shun Julie's eyes darkened. The white light that shrouded Ning Xiuma suddenly intensified. Ning Xiuma screamed again. Her red eyes widened and stared at Shun Julie. She screamed, she will become a demon sooner or later. The white light continued to intensify. Ning Xiuma finally couldn't stand it anymore. She retreated unwillingly. Ning Xiuma also gradually closed her eyes. She fell into a deep sleep again. Shun Julie said lightly, she won't. No one knew who he was talking to. He turned and left. When Ning Xiuma woke up the next day, she felt a little weak. She suddenly remembered that she was possessed by a demon last night. Her heart sank. She closed her eyes and operated the psychokinesis in her body. It was still very active and stable. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't lose all her psychokinesis. Some fragmented images suddenly flashed in her mind. They seemed to be her memories, but they also seemed to be not her. In every image, the Almighty seemed to have barged in after she fainted and smoothed out her meridians. Then she held the Almighty's hand tightly and kept acting coquettishly. However, he didn't push her away. Instead, he sat down quietly and accompanied her. After that, what was after that? Ning Xiuma's memory was blank. There was no follow-up. She shook her head. Forget it. She didn't want to think about it. It was getting late. It was time to play chess with the Almighty. When she walked into the main hall, Shun Julie was standing with his back facing her. The cloud patterns on his loose, white robe flowed slowly. There was a faint brilliance around his body. It was the back of a high and mighty god. He seemed to be thinking about something. He didn't notice Ning Xiuma coming in. Ning Xiuma didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that the person in front of her seemed to be a little unreachable. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Ning Xiuma directly called out to him, Master. Shun Julie turned around. His expression was a little cold. You're awake? Ning Xiuma was a little confused by his cold expression, but she still nodded in response to his nonsense. Yes, I'm awake. Shun Julie's fingers moved slightly, and Ning Xiuma felt a strong force pushing her towards Shun Julie. Then, she stopped when she touched his sleeve. When she looked up, she saw Shun Julie's godlike face. This distance was too close. Ning Xiuma resisted the desire to retreat. She raised her eyebrows and stood in front of him. Master? Shun Julie checked her pulse and finally released it after a while. He looked at her coldly. Ning Xiuma, you haven't even finished reading the cultivation method, and you're already practicing it. How many lives do you have to be so reckless? Ning Xiuma's lips moved. Finally, she looked down. Master, you're right. Indeed, she was too reckless. She shouldn't have randomly cultivated. When she looked up again, Shun Julie was already gone. Ning Xiuma was confused. Where'd he go? She stood there in a daze for a long time. Shun Julie walked out with a book in his hand. When he saw her looking at him in confusion, he threw the book that he had been working on for a few nights to her. Read it carefully. Memorize it well. 5 Days of Inner Heart Sutra has reached level 3. Ning Xiuma caught it instinctively. When she saw the title, she almost jumped up in shock. Wasn't this the falling moon celestial method that she had accidentally burned? Why was there another one now? Could it be? She flipped to a page and found that the ink was still fresh. Chapter 1233. Did the Almighty write another book overnight? Especially for her. Ning Xiuma suddenly felt a little sour, but also a little sweet. Even if the Almighty lost his memory, he still couldn't help but treat her well, right? He really did love her. Why did he lose his memory? Did he meet with an accident? Looking at Shun Julie's indifferent face, the question that had been hovering in her heart for a long time finally surfaced. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, but she still insisted on asking, Almighty, why did you forget me? Shun Julie's eyes moved, quietly looking at her without saying a word. Time passed little by little, as if a century had passed. Just when Ning Xiuhua thought she wouldn't get an answer, Shun Julie's indifferent voice sounded. This lord sleeps once every 900 years, and after 10 years, I will forget the past. Ning Xiuhua's eyes widened in surprise. Damn, what kind of setting is this? The Almighty actually lost his memory frequently. She couldn't help but ask why. Shun Julie turned to leave, his voice drifting in the air. This lord also doesn't know why. Although his voice was as indifferent as usual, Ning Xiuhua felt a trace of disappointment. Ning Xiuhua stood there quietly, not returning to her senses for a long time. Her eyelashes drooped, and her fingers were tightly clenched. Since the Almighty knew about this problem, why didn't he tell her before? Was it because he didn't have time? But she had been with him for so long that he had countless opportunities to tell her about it. She loved him so much, so she definitely wouldn't leave him because of this matter. So what was his concern that he never mentioned it to her? Not even half a word. Or, Ning Xiuhua suddenly didn't dare to think about it anymore. The little lowly in her heart suddenly appeared and said something that she didn't dare to think about. Momo, have you ever thought? Maybe he didn't plan to be with you for a long time, so it doesn't matter if he forgot about you? The little lowly sweetly stabbed her in the heart. Ning Xiuhua's heart trembled. She took a deep breath and said quietly, Impossible. The little lowly's indifferent voice sounded. All right, Momo, you're always right. You're always deceiving yourself, deceiving your own heart. After throwing down this bomb, the little lowly calmed down and no longer spoke. Ning Xiuhua suddenly felt a little cold. She took a deep breath and tried her best to tell herself not to let her imagination run wild. Perhaps the Almighty had simply forgotten to tell her. She shouldn't recklessly guess the Almighty's original feelings for her. The most important thing in a relationship was trust. She couldn't lose her trust in the Almighty just because of a few words from her inner demons. The Almighty would be disappointed when he returned. A bowl of black medicinal soup suddenly appeared and was stuffed under her nose. Ning Xiuhua looked up and saw Shun Julie's expressionless face. He said lightly, Take the medicine. So he just wanted to get the medicine for her. He didn't abandon her and leave. Ning Xiuhua's heart suddenly warmed. She looked at the bowl of medicine in front of her, which she always wanted to find an opportunity to smash in the past. She suddenly found it particularly pleasing to the eye today. She almost happily took the bowl of medicine and drank it in one gulp. Shun Julie, he just wanted to get the medicine. Why was his disciple acting strangely again? She usually avoided medicine like the plague, so why was she so happy to take it today? Chapter 1234. Could it be that his inner demon had seized the opportunity to possess him again? Shun Julie stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth and checked her pulse. It was quite normal. There wasn't any demonic aura. Ning Xiuhua could feel the sweetness on the tip of her tongue gradually spreading out as the bitter taste dissipated bit by bit. Just like her mood, it slowly became sunny and bright. Those doubts, fears, and disappointments were like the white snow of spring, gradually dissipating. She looked at Shun Julie with a trace of determination. She couldn't ask him why he hadn't told her before, but she could seize the moment and make him fall in love with her again. 900 years was enough for him to fall in love with her again. Maybe they would even have a baby by then. After 900 years, when he was about to fall asleep, she would stay by his side and make the first person he saw when he woke up. Then, she would tell him a story of what had happened between them. He had walked so close to her this time. Would she be the first person he saw when he woke up? That was most likely the case. When the Almighty woke up, he wouldn't have any memories and would be like a blank piece of paper. Naturally, he would believe whatever Yunqi said. That was strange. Why didn't Yunqi take the opportunity to say that she was the Almighty's wife? Maybe the Almighty would really recognize her. No way. Fortunately, she hadn't said that. It seemed like Yunxi wasn't that thick-skinned. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have a chance now. Therefore, she had to seize the moment. Ning Xuema flashed a bright and beautiful smile. Shun Julie was swayed by her bright and beautiful smile. As he looked at her delicate little face, he suddenly felt nostalgic. How long had it been since he'd seen her smile without any scruples? It had been too long, so long that he had almost forgotten. Previously, when he'd looked at her, he'd felt that something was wrong. At the time, Ning Xuema had been gloomy and silent. She'd always had a gloomy aura around her. Subconsciously, she'd seemed different from the Ning Xuema he'd subconsciously known. Therefore, he'd been at a loss and had used all sorts of methods to correct her. Now, looking at her, smiling brightly in front of him, he finally felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Ning Xuema suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Master, you said that you sleep for 10 years every time? But why did you only sleep for 8 years this time?" She had already found out that Shun Julie had returned to the Sun Moon sect 2 years ago. Shun Julie's eyes darkened slightly, and he shook his head. Master doesn't know. He glanced at her again. You want Master to wake up after 10 years? Do you think I woke up too early? How could this be? Ning Xuema immediately shook her head. I'm just a little curious. She looked at Shun Julie again. There shouldn't be many people who knew that he slept every 900 years, right? The Almighty had been so nice to her, and they were so close, but he had never revealed this secret to her. Now, he had told her so easily, subconsciously, he still trusted her, right? From the looks of it, it shouldn't be too difficult to get him back. It was as if Ning Xuema saw a beautiful future waiting for her. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with unconcealable happiness. Shun Julie patted her head. Go, cultivate the falling moon immortal technique well. Don't disappoint Master's expectations of you. Ning Xuema took the thick and heavy book and solemnly nodded her head. All right, Master. She turned around and walked out. Suddenly, she turned around and stood with her back to the light. She sent a flying kiss to the Almighty. Moi Almighty. Chapter 1235. Damn it. She really wanted to fly into his arms and give him a loud kiss on the cheek. But she was also afraid that he would give her a scare and send her flying. That wouldn't be worth it. So, she had to take it slow. Anyway, she was already at Earth Stage Level 8 and had a lifespan of 1,000 years. She had plenty of time to waste with him. She, Ning Xuema, could get whatever she wanted. So what if the Almighty lost his memory once? She would still get him back. The next time he fainted, she would stay by his side. If they had a child, she would let the child stay by his side. He would try to forget about her again. That's right. After they reconciled, she would force him to write a diary about everything that happened between them. When he woke up, she would throw the diary he had written at him and make him read it himself. That would be the living proof. He had to admit it, even if he didn't want to. At most, she would fall in love with the Almighty again every 900 years. He would be so cute and gullible when he woke up. She wondered if he would be shocked if she mischievously said that she was his mother. Shun Julie looked at the person in front of him who was covered in a layer of golden light. A strong sense of familiarity rose in his heart. It was as if this scene had happened not long ago. However, he couldn't find it even after searching his memory. Strangely, he understood the meaning of this sentence. He smiled faintly. His thin lips parted slightly as he spat out moi. Ning Xuema felt that she had floated back to her room. Her soul hadn't returned yet. She spun around a few times on the spot before she calmed down. It was as if she was talking about her first love with the Almighty again. She loved the Almighty, and the Almighty had a good impression of her now. She flipped open the big book and looked at the familiar handwriting. Her heart felt warm, as if it was stuffed with a small stove. Determination flashed across her eyes. She had to cultivate the falling moon immortal technique as fast as possible. For days, no, 3 days. Cultivate to level 3 and then give the Almighty a surprise. For a genius like her, cultivating a mental cultivation method would definitely be a piece of cake. Ning Xuema began to practice her mental cultivation method day and night. Her morning and evening greetings were also waved by the Almighty. With her optimistic state of mind and her hard work in cultivation, her psychokinesis increased like a sesame seed blossoming. There was a new change every day. On the afternoon of the third day, Ning Shuima's body suddenly burst into a circle of brilliant, colorful light. It was as if she was bathing in the multicolored light, making her even more dazzling. When the colorful light dissipated, she sensed her body on the bed and then jumped up. Success. He had cultivated the falling moon immortal technique to the third level. Ha ha! I am indeed a rare genius. Leveling up one level a day was like child's play. The great god's requirements were already strict enough. He didn't expect that he would be able to complete the task so early. The great god must be surprised, right? He would definitely think that he had picked up a treasure by taking her in as his disciple. She opened the door and rushed out like a tornado. The joy in her heart overflowed, and she didn't want to hide it anymore. She hadn't seen him for 3 days. To be honest, she really missed him. Now that she had successfully cultivated and was going to see him, she wondered what his expression would be when he saw her. Gratified? Happy? Excited? Maybe he would be so happy that his memory would come back. Cough, cough. She was thinking too much. Ning Shuima's heart thumped wildly. Chapter 1236. She was so excited that her heart almost jumped out of her chest at the thought of being able to see the Almighty's surprised expression. She thought that the great deity would definitely be unable to restrain himself from patting her head and faintly smiling. Not bad. Shuima deserves to be called a little genius. Just like the day when she first learned how to fly on a sword, he suddenly stood on her sword and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. He smiled lightly beside her ear and said, "Little genius, take this lord for a spin." His breath was right beside her ear, causing her earlobe to unconsciously turn red and her heart to slightly ripple. Ning Shuima felt a strong sense of happiness when she thought of that scene. There were specks of light in her eyes, as bright as the stars. Her petal-like lips faintly curled into a smile, bright and confident. Almighty, no matter how many times you forget, I, Ning Shuima, will accompany you to the end and pester you for life. Ning Shuima rushed into the main hall like a whirlwind. Shinjuli was not inside. Could he be in the study room? She went to the study room again. There was no one in the study room. Ning Shuima searched all the rooms, but could not find Shinjuli. She saw a bowl of soup in the pharmacy. It was black and steaming. It looked like it had just been decocted. Where was he? Ning Shuima walked closer and found a note under the bowl. There were a few words written on the note. "Drink the medicine while it's hot." The note was written in a simple and concise style. It was obvious that it was written by Shinjuli. He left a note for her to drink the medicine instead of personally urging her to drink it. Did he go out for something? What did he do? How long would he be back? Was it dangerous? Would it be like the last time and not come back for a long time? Ning Shuima looked at the note quietly, as if she could see a flower in it. She felt a little disappointed. She was like a child who got full marks in an exam and wanted to share her happiness with her parents, only to find out that her parents had gone overseas for a vacation. She sighed and looked at the note again. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she carefully folded the note and put it in her arms. This could be considered the Almighty's first letter to her, although it was just a short sentence. Ning Shuima had a headache as she looked at the medicinal soup that she had neglected for a long time. The light in his eyes flickered as he picked it up and brought it to his nose. The bitter smell was so strong that it hurt his brain. Every time she drank this medicine, she had the urge to smash it. She had never thought that she would be traumatized from drinking medicine. She was a doctor herself, but she couldn't figure out the composition of the dregs after studying them for a long time. If she didn't know that the Almighty wouldn't harm her, she would have thought that the medicine was made to punish her. She silently held the bowl of medicine and walked to a bonsai. Just as she was about to use the medicine to nourish the flowers and plants, her sharp eyes suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a note in the bonsai. It said, "Don't throw it away. Ning Shuima. Guru, you're really good at predicting things." In the end, she tilted her head back and gulped down the medicine. She subconsciously waited for the candy, but suddenly realized that the Almighty had already left. Ning Shuima finally walked out of the hall slowly. She wandered around aimlessly. Her eyes couldn't help but wander around. Did the Almighty leave a note somewhere else for her to find? She felt as if she was looking for treasure. Ning Xiuma looked up unintentionally and seemed to have noticed something. She stopped in her tracks, her body stiffened, and her gaze focused. Chapter 12:37. Not far away, two figures could be seen riding the wind. One of them was dressed in a white robe that fluttered like an immortal, while the other was dressed in a light yellow robe that fluttered in the wind. The two of them were very close to each other. Their figures were like an immortal couple, so beautiful that it was like a dream. It was the Almighty and Yunshi. She felt as if her head had been hit by a stick. Her heart seemed to have stopped for a few seconds. Ning Xiuma froze on the spot, feeling her fingertips turn cold. Why were they together? Where were they going? Why hadn't he told her anything before? She stood in place for about half a minute. Her originally happy mood had completely flown away. Her heart felt extremely heavy, as if a lead ball had been dropped on it. She thought for a moment and finally took out a voice transmission talisman. When she saw the color of the talisman, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. When she had been imprisoned by Shui Lan, most of Ning Xiuma's treasures had been kept by him. Every time Shui Lan brought her out of the barrier, he would take away her treasures and return them to her when they returned to the barrier. This included the voice transmission talisman that the Almighty had given her and the moonlight sword that had almost stabbed her to death. After she had been rescued by the Almighty, he hadn't given her anything new. This meant that she didn't have any tools to contact the Almighty now. The voice transmission talisman in her hand was just an ordinary one from the Sun Moon sect. She could use it to contact Yelu Jing and the other senior brothers, but she couldn't contact the Almighty directly. Forget it. Perhaps the Almighty really had something to do and had gone out. Since he hadn't told her his whereabouts, perhaps he would be back soon. She couldn't always compare him to before he had lost his memory. Now, he only treated her as his disciple. She didn't need to worry too much about it. She didn't want to make things difficult for herself. Momo, poor Momo, you've been abandoned again. The little Loli's voice in her head was filled with schadenfreude. Ning Xiuma finally came back to her senses. She took a deep breath, looked into the distance one last time, and turned to leave. He ran away with Yunshi. He doesn't want you anymore. Momo, aren't you sad that they let you down? Aren't you sad? I can hear your heart crying again. It says it's too tired. It says it doesn't want to be sad anymore. Momo, can you hear that? Little Loli's sweet voice was filled with malice. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but her tightly clenched fingers betrayed her emotions. Momo, you won't be sad if you become a demon. Once you become a demon, you'll have powerful abilities that will be enough to kill Yunshi 100 times. The little Loli's persuasive voice echoed in her mind over and over again. Ning Xiuma pushed open the door of her room and sat quietly at the desk. Momo, why are you so against becoming a devil? You must know that you're a demon. Human emotions are just a burden to you. The little Loli's voice was ethereal, with a hint of enchantment. If one's mind was not firm enough, it would be easy to fall into her voice. Ning Xiuma raised her eyes and looked at the lush trees outside the window. She listened to the melodious chirping of the birds outside the window and said indifferently, I'm indeed very sad and very upset. I also really want to drag Yunshi over and beat her up. There's a way. The little Loli was overjoyed. Her voice was even more ethereal and dreamy. It was so melodious that it seemed to float from the horizon with a faint echo. Then become a demon. Momo, once you become a demon, you'll be emotionless and loveless. No one will be able to hurt you then. Ning Xiuma's voice was as clear as water as it flowed into her ears. However, if I become a demon and a heartless and loveless monster, will I still be me? What's the difference between me and a machine? Chapter 12:38. Plus, the first thing I'll do after becoming a demon is to drag you out and beat you up. She paused and her tone turned cold with a hint of mockery. So shut up. You're just a little kid, yet you want to get involved in adult matters? Little Lolita was speechless. Little Lolita imitated Ning Xiuma's cold and mocking tone. You'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it. I'll wait for Shun Julie to hurt you until you're covered in cuts and bruises. I'll wait for you to come begging me. The corners of Ning Xiuma's lips curled up slightly as she replied nonchalantly, "Okay, then you'll have to wait." Little Lolita was speechless through the constant struggle with her heart's devil. Ning Xiuma felt that her sadness had lessened quite a bit, especially when her heart's devil was choked to the point that it couldn't speak. She even smiled. Suddenly, she thought of something. The Almighty also needed friends. No matter how much she loved him, she couldn't restrict him from making friends. The Almighty only treated Yunxi as a friend. Although Yunxi was interested in the Almighty, she hadn't succeeded in so many years. How could she suddenly succeed now? Perhaps the Almighty had something important to do with Yunxi and had left in a hurry, forgetting to tell her. Besides, hadn't he already brewed her medicine and written her a note? Ning Xiuma was a free and easy person. She couldn't always be so calculative. That wouldn't be like her. Ning Xiuma felt that ever since she started practicing the falling moon immortal technique and drank medicine every day, she had become more resistant to the verbal attacks of her inner demon. She seemed to have become more rational. Although the medicine was bitter, it was good medicine if it could cure illnesses. Perhaps this was why she still drank medicine every day, even though she didn't have a cold anymore. Ning Xiuma sat cross-legged and continued practicing the falling moon immortal technique. A day passed just like that. Shen Julie still hadn't returned, even when the sky was completely dark. Ning Xiuma went to bed early to avoid letting her imagination run wild again. She didn't have any dreams that night. The next day, Shun Julie still hadn't returned. Of course, no one would force her to drink that bitter medicine anymore. This was her only small benefit after he left. Ning Xiuma meditated for an entire day because she found that it was easier to pass the time by meditating. She didn't feel that time was too hard to bear. On the morning of the third day, when she once again walked around the heavenly sound peak, she finally took out the sound transmitting talisman and contacted Yelu Jing. She immediately asked him if he knew where her master was. Yelu Jing and seemed surprised. Didn't Master go to Five Sound Island with someone? What? He didn't tell you? Ning Xiuma smiled. It's good that he told you. She chatted with Yelu Jing, and for a while before ending the communication with Yelu Jing, she sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and was lost in thought for a moment. She knew about the Five Sound Island. It was the legendary island of lovers. It was said that all the creatures on the island were in pairs. There were pairs of mandarin ducks, pairs of elk, and even the trees on the island grew in pairs and intertwined together like lovers. Many eligible couples on the Tianxi continent liked to go to the island to pledge their lives. Legend had it that after pledging their lives there, they would receive the blessings of the island god and could grow old together. There were even some who went there to pledge their lives. Now that Shun Julie and Yunxi had gone there, what would they do? Ning Xiuma seemed to recall the scenes of her reunion with the Almighty in the past 6 months. The Almighty and Yunxi drank tea together. The Almighty and Yunxi traveled together in the car. The Almighty painted for Yunxi. Chapter 1239. In just half a year, she'd seen the great god and Yunxi together 6 times, and she'd even seen them by accident. What about those she hadn't seen? How many times? In this half a year, the great god and Yunxi had met more frequently than usual. It was almost comparable to a date between a man and a woman. And this time, he'd gone to Lover's Island for 3 days. He wouldn't come back after his honeymoon, right? Ning Xiuma's heart felt like it was suffocating a knot, and it was uncomfortable. She didn't want to let her imagination run wild like a resentful woman, but she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. The sun gradually rose from the horizon. The sunlight was very warm on her body, but she felt a little cold. Unconsciously, she recalled the scenes of Shui Emo and Shun Julie in her previous life. She recalled that at the very end, Shun Julie had come together with Shui Emo. Not only had he sealed Shui Elon in the crystal coffin, but he'd also pushed Shui Emo to the position of the devil ancestor. In the end, he'd helped Shui Emo fight Shui Emo and coldly watched as Shui Mo's heart was pierced by Shui Emo's sword. Her memories of Shui Emo ended when Shun Julie looked down at her, and said, "Shwe emo, this is retribution for betraying this lord." This sentence was like a heavy hammer striking a bloody stroke at the end of Shwe emo's story. When Ning Xiuma occasionally thought of it, her heart would tighten, her whole body would turn cold. Ning Xiuma didn't want to care about who was right and who was wrong in her previous life. She only wanted to grasp this life. So when this memory occasionally popped up in her mind, she would fiercely slap it back down, so that it wouldn't affect her judgment of love in this life. This time was the same. As soon as this memory popped up, she slapped it back down into the depths of her mind. She closed her eyes and meditated again. But after a while, she opened her eyes again. She couldn't calm her heart. She simply couldn't calm her heart now. It was like a tide had risen in her chest, and waves of negative emotions were surging up. Cultivating in this state of mind obviously wasn't good. Not only wouldn't it be effective, it might even cause chi deviation. She simply jumped off the bed, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the fresh fruits on the table. Her gaze suddenly froze. Little Apple. Little Apple wasn't back yet. She had been so busy these past few days that she had forgotten about Little Apple. No, she had to find it. She opened the door and rushed out. However, after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. Shui Yilan must be out there looking for her. If he went out like this, he might fall into his demonic claws. She stood in place for a moment and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with me? So worried about personal gains and losses. She had always done things in a straightforward manner. When did she become so wishy-washy? When she was in her own era, she traveled the world alone and completed several seemingly impossible and dangerous missions on her own. She had never been so timid. The continent was so big. How could it be so easy to bump into Shui Yilan? Moreover, she had the art of disguise. As long as he hid his aura and was careful, he would be fine. She couldn't possibly not eat because she was afraid of choking to death, right? She walked to the front of the dressing table and looked at the elegant face inside. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a thin and small middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance appeared in the mirror. That man's face was extremely ordinary. He was the type that couldn't be recognized if he was thrown into a crowd. Of course, if one looked closely, they would find that this man's eyes were extremely bright, like a black pearl in a still pool of water. Chapter 1240. Ning Xiuma looked at her new appearance and clapped her hands in satisfaction. She walked out of the house and went straight to the Luo-Yin Cliff. The Luo-Yin Cliff was still filled with rolling clouds and sunlight. She closed her eyes and summoned the Amei Piercer. With a light wave of her hand, the Amei Piercer changed its appearance and became an extremely ordinary-looking longsword. The Amei Piercer suddenly swayed in the air as if it was expressing its extreme dissatisfaction with its new appearance. Ning Xiuma touched the hilt of the sword in amusement. Sorry for the inconvenience. It'll be done in a while. The Amei Piercer that was continuously drawing circles finally calmed down. Ning Xiuma jumped up and stood firmly on the Amei Piercer. This Amei Piercer seemed to have a short temper. Just as Ning Xiuma stood properly, it flew out like lightning. Ning Xiuma, did it know where to fly? Ning Xiuma estimated that she had left the Sun-Moon sect before putting away the Amei Piercer and walking down the mountain. Ning Xiuma thought about how she was going to find Kirin as she walked. Without alerting Shui Yilan, how was she going to find a Kirin in the vast sea of people from the perspective of an ordinary person? Forget it. She would search country by country. Even if she had to dig 3 feet into the ground, she would find Kirin. Soon, she reached the foot of the mountain. After going around a mountain rock, she suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, there was a young man floating. That young man was dressed in black and was tall and straight. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips. He was extremely handsome. At this moment, he was standing there and looking up at the Buddha Lotus Mountain with a complicated gaze. The aura around him was extremely cold. It was as if he wanted to paste the words "strangers do not approach" all over. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She paused and raised her eyebrows. Shijue. This man was actually Heir Shijue. After not seeing him for 10 years, his appearance had faded and he looked much more mature. Originally, he was like a cool big boy. Now he was a reserved and deep man. Ning Xiaoma did not expect to meet him as soon as she came down the mountain. When old friends met, her first reaction was to greet him. But as her lips moved, she seemed to have thought of something and did not open her mouth. She was a jinx and could easily jinx the friend around her. She did not want Shijue to meet with any misfortune, so it's better not to acknowledge him. Let's just be safe. With Ning Xiaoma's current level of martial arts, if she didn't want to be discovered, even if she stood in front of someone, no one would be able to see her. She turned around and was about to leave quietly when she suddenly sensed something. She stopped in her tracks and looked towards Shiju's direction. Suddenly, 4 people appeared beside Shiju. Ning Xiaoma was familiar with these 4 people as she had met them 10 years ago. They were the high-ranking law enforcers of the Bright King Mansion. Among them, Protector Xia had been ordered by Shijue to protect Ning Xiaoma back then. At this moment, the 4 of them surrounded Shijue and bowed together. Heir, we've been looking for you for 9 years. Fortunately, we've finally found you. Please follow us back to the Wise King's residence. Everyone in the Wise King's residence is looking forward to your return to take charge. Ning Xiaoma was puzzled. Shijue had actually escaped from the Wise King's residence for 9 years? Sure enough, he was a rebellious child. He was addicted to running away from home. No wonder he looked so old. Shijue frowned slightly and said coldly, I won't go back. Protector Xia bowed. Heir, we know that you're looking for Miss Ning, but it's too weak to search alone. Chapter 1241. Ning Xiaoma's heart skipped a beat. Shijue ran away from home to look for her. Why don't you return to the Bright King residence? It's much better to use the Bright King residence's power to search for someone than to search alone. The news of her death had spread all over the world, but Shijue did not give up. She felt a warm feeling in her heart, and a stream of heat flowed from her chest. She simply leaned against a large rock and watched from where she was. Shijue heard Guardian Xia's words and smirked. The Bright King residence's power? Do you think I can afford to order them around? My sister didn't even put in the effort to search for her. She was just dealing with me back then. Guardian Xia was speechless. He sighed. You've misunderstood the princess. The princess has sent out countless people to search for her these few years, but you don't know about it. Shijue sneered. Since the Bright King residence's power has already searched for her, then there's no need for me to go back and arrange for more people. You guys search for your own people, and I'll search for mine. Guardian Xia was speechless. Prince, the princess is very worried about you. Why don't you come back with us and meet the princess first? You can come out again in the future. There's no need to persuade me anymore. I won't return to the Bright King residence until I find her. Shijue was very determined. The 4 Bright King residence's guardians tried to persuade him again, but Shijue's attitude was unusually firm. In the end, both sides broke down, and the 4 Bright King residence's guardians could only force it, and the 5 of them started fighting. Ning Xiaoma originally wanted to go out and meet Shijue to prove that she was still alive so that he could rest assured. However, when she saw them fighting, she decided to hide herself and watch from afar. The 5 of them were all experts. Once they started fighting, it was naturally exciting and full of big moves. Ning Xiaoma was pleased to find that Shijue's martial arts had more than doubled in the past 10 years. Whether it was his psychokinesis or his ability to adapt, they were all greatly improved and could not be compared to the past. More importantly, when he was fighting back then, he pursued perfection in his movements, but in reality, they were useless. Now, his moves were clean and efficient. Every move was focused on its function and effectiveness, attacking the enemy's vital points without any hesitation. His telekinesis was now about Earth Stage Level 4, but he could unleash the power of Earth Stage Level 6. As for the 4 Wise King's Mansion Guardians, their martial arts were obviously not as good as his. Furthermore, they did not dare to really hurt Shiju. Hence, when they made their moves, they could not help but be cautious. After half an hour, the 4 Wise King's Mansion Guardians were immobilized by Shiju and could no longer move. Ning Xiaoma cheered for Shiju in her heart. 10 years ago, any one of these four protectors could easily defeat Shiju. Now, the four protectors were still not Shiju's match, even if they joined forces. 10 years of time had turned the young and inexperienced Shiju into a peerless sharp blade. It would not be easy to injure him. The four protectors obviously didn't expect Shiju's martial arts to be so high. After Shiju stopped them, he left a sentence and walked away coolly. Go back and tell the princess that she doesn't need to care about me. The four protectors could still move above their heads. They looked at each other in dismay. Although they were in a somewhat awkward position, their eyes were still filled with relief. Their little heir had really grown up. With his current martial arts, he would not easily be at a disadvantage in the martial arts world. Indeed, suffering was the best way to train a person. After about a quarter of an hour, a gust of wind came from nowhere. The four protectors all felt their corresponding acupuncture points heat up. The acupuncture points that were sealed were actually unsealed in an instant. Chapter 1242. They were startled. They were all martial arts experts. Based on the strength they felt when they were hit, they should have been immobilized here for more than 6 hours. Now, they were undone in less than a quarter of an hour. It was as if there was a peerless expert secretly helping them. Who's helping us? Please show yourself. Protector Xia said loudly. But the only reply he got was the slight breeze from the mountain. The four protectors discussed for a while and decided not to chase after their young master anymore. The four of them split into two groups. One group would return to the Bright King Manor to report to the princess, while the other group would chase after their young master. Of course, this time they would only protect him secretly and would not force him to return to the Bright King Manor. Ning Xuemo was hiding in the dark. When she heard their discussion, she smiled secretly and turned to leave. Although Shiju had matured a lot, there were still some loopholes. He immobilized the four protectors here and ran away by himself. It would be better if no enemies of the Bright King Manor saw him. But if he happened to meet an enemy, the four protectors would be confused, so she secretly saved the four of them. Of course, she was not prepared to meet them to avoid trouble. In a tea stall, Shiju sat in front of a table with a pot of tea in front of him. He did not touch it for a long time and seemed to be in a daze. When Ning Xuemo unintentionally walked to this place, she saw this scene. Her footsteps paused for a moment before she entered the tea shed and sat down in front of the table. Shiju's eyes lit up when he saw her. He walked to her table and asked, "Brother, can I share a table with you?" Ning Xuemo gestured for him to sit down, and Shiju sat down opposite her. "Brother, are you a disciple of the Sun Moon sect?" Shiju's gaze swept over Ning Xuemo. Ning Xuemo was wearing the clothes of a normal disciple of the Sun Moon sect. Ning Xuemo laughed and said, "I guess so. What's the matter?" Shiju did not stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. "I heard that your sect's Dizun's youngest disciple, Lady Ning, has returned to the mountain. Is that true?" The reason why Ning Xuemo sat down here was to wait for him to ask this question, so that it would be convenient for her to tell him the news and reassure him. Thus, she smiled and said straightforwardly, "That's right. Lady Ning came back a few days ago. The entire Sun Moon sect even specially celebrated for her." "Then is she okay?" Shiju's eyes lit up again, and his fingers suddenly clenched tightly. All these years, he had been looking for her like crazy. He had traveled all over the world, but he still couldn't find any news about her. There were rumors in the pugilistic world that she was dead, but he refused to believe them. If she was alive, he wanted to see her. If she was dead, he wanted to see her corpse. This was his only thought. However, he had been on the verge of despair these past few years. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, he had inadvertently heard someone say that Ning Xuemo had been found by the ancestor and was now on the Sun Moon sect's Buddha Lotus Mountain. When he got the news, he rushed over without rest for a few days. He wanted to find out the exact information. Unfortunately, the Buddha Lotus Mountain was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Only those who had received an invitation from the Sun Moon sect could enter with their invitation cards. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for others to enter. Even if Shiju was the wise king's heir, he couldn't enter at all. He had arrived in the vicinity yesterday afternoon. During this day, He had thought of all sorts of ideas and used countless methods, but it was all in vain. He couldn't even get close to the barrier of the Buddha Lotus Mountain. During this day, he had naturally interacted with a few of the Sun Moon sect's gatekeepers several times. Chapter 1243. However, these disciples were probably too low-level and they were tight-lipped, so it was impossible for Shi Ju to get in. Even if he wanted to ask about Ning Xiuma, he couldn't get any information. He was more resilient and was unwilling to give up just like that. When he was at his wit's end, he coincidentally met Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma's disguise was exquisite, and he didn't recognize her at all. However, he was overjoyed to hear about Ning Xiuma from her. He stared at Ning Xiuma with a pair of cold eyes and wanted to dig out more information. How is she now? Did he get hurt or something? Where has she been all these years? Did she suffer a lot? A series of questions were thrown at her, and Ning Xiuma felt a little warm in her heart. She is very good now, and her martial arts have improved a lot. You don't have to worry about her anymore. Shi Ju sighed in relief, but suddenly thought of something and looked at Ning Xiuma suspiciously. How did you know that I am the wise king's heir? Oh no, I was happy to see an old friend and let it slip. Ning Xiuma faintly smiled and casually lied. A few years ago, I met His Highness, but His Highness didn't pay attention to me. Shi Ju didn't let her go. A few years ago? Where? Ning Xiuma was slightly stunned. She didn't expect him to have the spirit to get to the bottom of things. She felt a headache coming on. About 10 years ago, I also attended the state banquet in Chong Kong country. There were many people that day, and although you didn't notice me, I still noticed you. Her words were 80% true and 20% false. Shi Ju seemed to believe her and nodded. I see. Thank you, brother. Ning Xiuma said, You're welcome. She tried to hold it in, but couldn't, and added, Now that Miss Ning has returned to the Sun Moon sect, she is safe. You can go back to the Wise King's mansion without worry. She didn't want to see anything happen to Shi Ju again. To him, the Bright King residence was the safest place. The corner of Shi Ju's lips curled up slightly. He didn't say anything and just took a sip of tea. Ning Xiuma didn't want to chat with him any longer, so she put down an ingot of silver on the table and paid for Shi Ju's bill. Then, she turned around and left. She had just taken a few steps when Shi Ju, who was behind her, suddenly spoke up. Are you also from the Bright King Manor? What? Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Shi Ju's eyes were as sharp as swords. Or perhaps you've received some benefits from the Bright King's residence to coax me back. Did my elder sister hire you? Is this her new trick? Ning Xiuma, after not seeing him for a few years, this kid's paranoia had gotten worse. However, she did seem to be a little too enthusiastic this time. Once he asked, she told him everything. This made him suspicious. He thought that she was sent by Princess Ming want to trick him so that he could return home. It seemed that if she didn't let him see Ning Xiuma in person this time, he probably wouldn't give up. Ning Xiuma sized him up a few more times before she suddenly had a mischievous thought. She curled her lips into a smile. This isn't a good place to talk. How about we find another place to talk? Shi Ju looked at her suspiciously. What new trick are you up to now? Ning Xiuma beckoned him with her finger before flying away. Before she left behind a sentence. You don't have to follow me, but if you do, you will never get the answer you want. Chapter 1244. She purposely displayed the Sun Moon sect's movement technique in front of Shi Ju and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Shi Ju's heart skipped a beat. This person was indeed a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, and his martial arts weren't low. Could it be that what he said was true? Shi Ju's heart itched from Ning Xiuma's last sentence. He steeled his heart and chased after her. Ning Xiuma wanted to test Shi Ju's martial arts, so she purposely kept a distance from him. Every time he was about to catch up, she would instantly speed up and widen the distance between them. This happened a few times in a row, and Shi Ju's competitive spirit was also aroused. He simply used all his martial arts to chase after her. The two of them were as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they had already run dozens of miles. It was a winding path with overgrown weeds on both sides. It couldn't be more remote, and there wasn't a single human hair in sight. Where are you bringing me? This place is very remote and is a good place to talk. Can you stop and talk to me? Shiju couldn't help but call out from behind. Ning Xiumo finally stopped in front. She slowly turned around and looked at Shiju from head to toe. She smiled and asked, "Talk about what?" Shiju wanted to clench his teeth and hold back his anger. "Naturally, it's about Miss Ning. Did you really see her?" Through this run, he had already seen that the person in front of him had unfathomable martial arts. Her position in the Sun-Moon sect shouldn't be low, so he still believed some of her words. Ning Xiumo chuckled. "Of course, I see her every day." Shiju didn't believe her again. "You're lying. I heard that as the ancestor's disciple, she lives on the heavenly Sound Peak. Without the ancestor's permission, no one is allowed to go near that place. How can you see Miss Ning every day?" He had heard quite a lot of things. Shiju felt that she wasn't just an ordinary person. Ning Xiumo didn't say anything, but her eyes kept on looking at Shiju. Shiju was a little scared by her stare. He frowned and asked coldly, "Why are you sizing me up instead of answering my question?" He had always had the temper of a young master, and if it weren't for the fact that Ning Xiumo was a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect, he would have long since flown into a rage based on the fact that Ning Xiumo was sizing him up so rudely. His expression became stern, and his entire aura became much colder. The once small ice cube had grown into a huge iceberg. Ning Xiumo's mischievous mood became even stronger. She curled her lips into a smile and looked at Shiju, casually saying, "What a pretty boy. Why don't you come back with me and be my wife?" "Shiju." His expression changed on the spot. He clenched his fist and said coldly, "What did you say?" He hated it the most when people called him beautiful. The person in front of him not only violated his taboo, but also dared to flirt with him. Ning Xiumo was the type of person who would act like whatever she wanted to act. At this moment, she was acting like a lecher. Therefore, she once again revealed a lecherous smile. "Little brother, you're really too beautiful. It's a waste for such a beauty to not get married. Why don't you come with me? I'll guarantee that you'll live a good life." Her words were simply copied from the lines that young thugs used to flirt with good girls. How could Shiju stand this? He immediately changed his expression. "You're courting death." A black longsword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Carrying the force of a thunderbolt, he stabbed towards Ning Xiumo. Ning Xiumo fought with him. Chapter 1245. Shiju's skills had improved a lot in the past few years. His strength had already reached Earth rank level 4.5. He was also a genius to improve so quickly. Shiju felt that the person in front of him had unfathomable skills. She did not use her full strength when fighting with him. Instead, she was playing with him like a cat playing with a mouse. She would always take the time to pat his shoulder and touch his face. The murderous intent in Shiju's eyes could freeze people to death. He simply used all kinds of strange moves. When he fought with the four guardians, he still held back a little so as not to really hurt them. But now, he was using all of his power, displaying everything that he had learned in his life to the fullest. All kinds of killer moves greeted Ning Xiumo. He could not wait to cut this brat who dared to tease him in half. When the opponent's skills are far beyond your own and your goal is unclear, it is unwise to be provoked by the opponent and desperately chase after the opponent. Ning Xiumo said in the middle of the fight. Shiju ignored her and continued to attack like a storm. After a while, "Brat, your skills are far inferior to mine. Instead of looking for a chance to escape, you really want to fight with your life on the line? Stupid." Ning Xiumo secretly held back 2 or 3 times during the fight. If Shiju took this opportunity, he could turn around and escape, but he gave up on this opportunity. When did this brat become so stubborn? Ning Xiumo could not help but teach him a lesson. Shiju's posture was as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. He turned a deaf ear to her words. Ning Xiumo's eyes flashed slightly. She decided to give him a more profound lesson. Suddenly, she changed her fighting style. At the place where she poured her psychokinesis, the sword tip trembled and a string of light flashed across Shiju's body. Shiju could not move. Ning Xiumo circled around him until she was facing him. She lifted his chin with her finger. This time, she was standing on top of a mountain rock. She was taller than Shi Ju by quite a bit. She did this pose very well. Beauty, your temper isn't small. Let brother teach you a lesson and let you know when to advance and when to retreat. Shi Ju pursed his lips and did not answer. Ning Xiuma did not seal his mute acupoint. She thought that her few words of teasing would cause him to be angry, but she did not expect him to choose to be mute. Speak. Come, come. As long as you call me good brother a few times, maybe I'll let you go. Ning Xiuma put her hand on his shoulder. Shi Ju still didn't answer. He didn't have any intention of giving in. This brat was really stubborn. With his temperament, would he really not suffer great losses in the Jianghu? Ning Xiuma began to seriously doubt this possibility. She wanted to test where his bottom line was, so she raised her hand and pinched his cheeks again. She smiled carelessly and said, Tiske, this little face is as soft as tofu. Why don't you come home with me and be my wife? Shi Ju slowly raised his head and finally opened his mouth. You're already married. Do you really want me to be your husband? Person? This line doesn't seem quite right. Ning Xiuma said casually. Don't you know that a man can have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even if I marry someone else, it won't delay marrying you. No. How did this brat know that she was married? She was still single, okay? Could it be that the man she put on had a face that was hollowed out by wine and women? Ning Xiuma almost wanted to touch Shi Jue's face again, but she chose to touch Shi Jue's face instead. She giggled and said, Besides, this young master is still unmarried. Once you marry into my family, you can be my wife. Chapter 1246. Shi Jue stared at her. Really? Could it be that this brat was truly moved? Could it be that she had misjudged him in the past? Was he actually a lustful wolf? Was he already a submissive? Ning Xiuma was a little shocked. Of course. However, if you follow me, you have to be wholehearted and not have any other thoughts. Ning Xiuma tested his bottom line again. All right, I promise. Shi Jue's words were loud and clear. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Could it be that this brat was a masochist? He would instantly fall in love with anyone who could defeat him. Ning Xiuma and Shi Jue actually didn't have many opportunities to interact with each other back then. When Shi Jue was her secret guard, he was like a taciturn gourd and didn't talk much. Ning Xiuma wasn't very clear about his personality. Furthermore, if a person's sexual orientation was abnormal, it couldn't be seen on the surface. It was really like knowing a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Ning Xiuma secretly wrung her hands. However, she was more receptive to new things and didn't reject or look down on lustful men. However, she was a little dissatisfied that Shi Jue had so easily promised his life to her. Wasn't this brat afraid that she was really a scum? She snorted and glanced at him. Little heir, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. This hobby is actually nothing much and is understandable. However, there's a problem with your method of finding a good partner. How much do you know about me by promising your life to me so easily? Aren't you afraid that I'm a rapist? I'm not afraid. Shi Jue stared at her. I'm willing to be raped by you. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Could he let her tease him properly? When a rapist was flirted with, how would a real rapist react? Ning Xiuma began to seriously consider this. This kind of teasing didn't give her any sense of accomplishment at all. Ning Xiuma took a few steps back. Shi Jue looked at her. I've been looking for you for 10 years, and you want to leave just like that? Ning Xiuma suddenly looked up. You, this guy actually recognized her. Xiuma, I haven't seen you in 10 years. How have you been? Shi Ju finally asked the most important question. Ning Xiuma raised her hand and touched her nose. With a wave of her hand, she unsealed his acupoints and said, Shi Jue, how did you recognize me? She thought that she did not reveal many flaws. When she was with Shi Jue back then, she was still a 13-year-old lowly. Now that she was in her 20s, her figure and voice had changed a lot. She didn't expect him to still recognize her. When you're fighting just now, you use the 3 steps movement technique. That's one of the reasons. Shi Jue moved his arms and legs and began to dispel her doubts. This brat is quite shrewd. Even he had noticed such a small flaw. She raised her eyebrows. One of them? There are still 2 and 3? Your kung fu is obviously much higher than mine, but you didn't kill me. You were very merciful to me. This is the second reason. Ning Xiuma simply hugged her arms and listened to him. Although your teasing is very much like a lecher, your actions are not the actions of a real rapist. This is the third reason. Have you seen a real rapist? Ning Xiuma was curious. Shi Jue pursed his lips. He had indeed seen a real rapist. Those people's actions were extremely wretched. When they teased someone, they would definitely not just touch the person's shoulders and face. They would also touch those untouchable parts. When Ning Xiuma teased him just now, she didn't touch his other parts at all. This didn't make sense. Chapter 1247. Of course, he had only seen rapists tease other women and had never been teased before. Ning Xiuma saw his slightly red face and couldn't help but add, "Have you really been teased by rapists before?" Shi Ju's handsome face immediately turned red. "No, I've only been teased by you." Ning Xiuma was speechless. She coughed. "Shi Ju, I haven't seen you for 10 years and you've indeed become a lot smarter. I'm relieved." She said this sentence with her original voice, and it was clear and pleasant to the ear. "I'm even more relieved. Xiuma, fortunately you're still alive." Shi Ju looked at her with a slightly gentle gaze, and there was excitement in his eyes. She had been missing for 10 years, and she had finally appeared again. He looked at her from head to toe, as if he wanted to see her true appearance from her current appearance. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He stopped and clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves as he resisted the urge to hug the person in front of him. Ning Xiuma looked at his series of strange actions and was a little confused. What's going on? Is he too excited? Shi Ju tried his best to calm his excitement, but he couldn't suppress it at all. He looked at Ning Xiuma, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Xiuma, you're finally really back." Ever since he knew that she had gone missing, he had been searching everywhere like a madman. He had always been afraid that she had silently died somewhere. Now, finally, she was back. She was back safe and sound. Ning Xiuma looked at Shi Ju's excited expression, and her heart suddenly felt warm. At the same time, she felt apologetic. "Shi Ju, I just wanted to test your martial arts just now." Shi Ju shook his head, and his eyes were full of gentleness. "Xiuma, you never have to apologize to me, because no matter what you do, I will forgive you. Moreover, you did it for my own good." Ning Xiuma inwardly sighed and shifted her gaze away. She couldn't respond to Shi Ju's feelings no matter what. She changed the topic. "Shi Ju, your martial arts have improved very quickly. With your current martial arts, you can wander around the world. How have you been all these years?" Shi Ju looked at her. "Xiuma, your martial arts really make people have a whole new level of respect for you." The trash from back then had now become a super genius. Although he did not personally witness her growth, he had seen her at 2 extremes. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but laugh. "Let's stop flattering each other. This is not the place to talk. Let's find a place to talk. When old friends meet, of course we have to find a restaurant or tea house to catch up." Shi Jue rubbed his eyebrows. "Xiuma, you said the same thing in the tea shed just now." Ning Xiuma smiled. "I just wanted to find a place to test your kung fu. That's why I led you here. Are you satisfied after trying it?" Ning Xiuma. Why did she feel that this sentence was a little ambiguous? "Xiuma, is what you said just now true?" Shi Ju took a step forward, and there was a faint masculine strength in his body. "What are you referring to?" Ning Xiuma said a lot just now, and she couldn't figure out which sentence Shi Ju was referring to. "You're not married yet. I can be your wife." Shi Ju said word by word. He seemed to be serious and joking at the same time. Ning Xiuma. She was just joking with him, okay? She laughed. "Shi Ju, you're a man. The title of wife doesn't suit you." Chapter 1248. "All right, I won't joke with you anymore. Let's find a place to talk." Shi Ju's eyes flashed. "Xiuma, I don't think it was a joke just now." Ning Xiuma, why did she run over to tease him just now? Now, retribution has come. She shot herself in the foot, didn't she? She didn't know how to clean up the mess now, did she? Ning Xiuma sighed and admitted her mistake. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you." Suddenly, a child's voice asked curiously, "Momo, aren't you very sad? Why do you still have time to tease others? Aren't you afraid of bringing bad luck to him?" Ning Shumo replied indifferently in her heart. Should I write all my emotions on my face and then face my friends with a sad face? Do you want them to frown like you? That's what children do. Learn from them, little brat. Little lowly, why did Ning Shumo always make her so angry recently? What was wrong? Why did this girl suddenly become so rational? When she was in the demon palace, she could not calm down after being teased lightly. Shiju's eyes flashed with a smile. I'm happy to be teased by you. He raised his arm and held her hand. Shumo, do you know how hard I've been looking for you all these years? How much do I regret? Regret? Regret knowing her? Or regret being her secret guard? Ning Shumo originally wanted to pull her hand away, but when she heard his words, she asked curiously, What do you regret? I regret not being by your side at that time. He regretted not confessing to her in time, which led to someone else taking the initiative. Ning Shumo. She coughed. I don't blame you. You didn't have a choice when you returned to the Bright King's residence. So at that time, I swore that I would practice martial arts well and become independent as soon as possible. I won't let them force me to do anything, and I won't be helpless when the person I love is hurt. Shiju looked at her with a determined gaze. After 10 years of reunion, Shiju had matured a lot and became much stronger. He was also much more manly and was no longer that young boy. Ning Shumo felt gratified and a headache. She patted his shoulder. Shiju, you've really grown up. She wanted to take her other hand. Shiju held her hand tightly as if he would never let go. Unless Ning Shumo used her real martial arts to shake his hand, she would not be able to get rid of him. Shiju suddenly pulled her. Ning Shumo was caught off guard and stumbled into his embrace. Shuemo. This brat was really bold. Ning Shumo was speechless. She raised her hand and was about to shake him off when she suddenly sensed something. She looked up at the sky, not far away, and froze. Not far away in the sky, there were two people floating there. One of them was dressed in snow-white robes and wore a white jade mask on his face, revealing only a pair of extremely black eyes. The cold aura around him was enough to make everyone retreat. It was Dizun Shunjili. Beside him was a woman in a light yellow dress. Her appearance was elegant and refined, and her eyes seemed to be able to speak. She was beautiful beyond compare. It was Yunshi. Yunshi's arm was wrapped around Shunjuli's as she leaned her head against him. The two of them stood there side by side like a pair of jade. Chapter 1249. The two of them had gone out together for 3 days, and now they had returned together in such an intimate manner. When she saw the two of them standing side by side, Ning Shumo felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a knife. She clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves. She had the urge to rush forward and tear the two of them apart violently. Shunjuli, did you really let Yunshi take advantage of you? It turns out that once you forget about me, you can also easily fall in love with someone else. Ning Shumo's gaze landed on Yunshi, and a murderous look flashed across her eyes. This woman is so despicable. She probably really told Shunjuli that she was his fiancée when he woke up, and Shunjuli foolishly believed her. That's why he treated her so well. Then what was she? What was she now? What position did she occupy in Shunjuli's heart? Did he really treat her as his disciple? At that moment, Ning Shumo's heart seemed to surge like a tide, and her entire body stiffened. Shiju immediately sensed her abnormal reaction, and he subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction Ning Shumo was looking. He was slightly startled. He still recognized the Dizun's signature outfit. He hurriedly pulled Ning Shumo, who was frozen in place, and knelt down in front of Shunjuli. Greetings to the Dizun. When he saw that Ning Shumo was still standing there without any intention of bowing, he couldn't help but tug at her again. Shuemo, quickly pay your respects to your master. Ning Shumo raised her head and looked at Shunjuli, who was looking at her expressionlessly. Anger, disappointment, sadness, pain. Her heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. She felt as if 100 bottles had been knocked over. Master! He had really become her master now. If nothing else, he would only treat her as his disciple. Shunjuli and Yunshi stood in midair like gods, overlooking all living things. Ning Shumo couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, she bowed to him and said, "Master, this disciple greets Master." Shun Juli's gaze landed on her and Shijue's hands that were holding each other's hands. His eyes seemed to be filled with frost as he reprimanded. "Ning Xiuma, who allowed you to leave the mountain without permission? She even dressed up like this to have a private rendezvous with a man here." Looking at their expressions, Ning Xiuma and this pretty boy obviously had a close relationship. The icy aura around Shun Juli was so cold that it could freeze people within a radius of 3 miles. Ning Xiuma was also enraged. What? Only the officials were allowed to set fires, but the common people were not allowed to light lamps? She raised her head and laughed softly. "Master, which rule of the Sun-Moon sect doesn't allow disciples to leave the mountain?" For some reason, Shun Juli saw that Ning Xiuma's smile was especially dazzling. His voice was even colder. "The 18th rule of the Sun-Moon sect states that disciples of the Sun-Moon sect are not allowed to leave the mountain as they wish within 3 years of being apprenticed to a master. If they leave the mountain, they must obtain the approval of their master. Otherwise, they will be punished for absconding." The punishment for absconding was usually to cripple their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Ning Xiuma simply wanted to laugh. "Master, are you trying to expel me from the sect again?" Shun Jili choked. He was about to say something else when Ning Xiuma continued. "However, Master, you've probably forgotten that according to the rules of the Sun-Moon sect, disciples of the Sun-Moon sect are indeed not allowed to leave the mountain as they wish within 3 years of being apprenticed to a master. However, that's only for disciples whose psychokinesis is below Earth rank level 4. Also, Xiuma became the ancestor's disciple 10 years ago. The 3-year limit has already been reached. Therefore, whether it's my psychokinesis level or the number of years I've been apprenticed to a master, I haven't violated any of the rules of the Sun-Moon sect." Shun Juli, his gaze darkened. This girl actually dared to argue with him in front of his face, and even had such a righteous look on her face. Chapter 1250. Shiju was also shocked. He didn't expect that Ning Xiumal would dare to speak to the Overlord like that. He saw that the Overlord's gaze was unkind and was afraid that he would punish Ning Xiumal. He steeled his heart and said, "Overlord, it was I who invited Miss Ning here. It has nothing to do with her. If the Overlord wants to punish someone, don't punish her. Just punish Shiju." Shiju, the wise king's heir? Although Shun Juli had lost his original memories, he had been quietly understanding the situation of the mainland for the past 2 years. Naturally, he also knew some key people. He had heard of Shiju's name before. So this Shiju was an old friend of his disciple. His gaze was like ice as it swept across Shiju's face. Shiju felt as if he had been scraped by a cold knife when he was swept by his gaze. All the hair on his body stood on end. However, he was also a responsible person. The colder Shun Juli's expression and the stronger his aura, the more worried he was for Ning Xiuama. He simply took a step forward and completely blocked Ning Xiuama behind him to protect her. "Momo, do you think the great god will kill Shiju? His aura doesn't seem right. He might really kill him." The little loli in Ning Xiuama's mind began to gloat again. Ning Xiuama's heart sank. She didn't want Shiju to die here, so she simply walked out from behind Shiju and blocked Shiju behind her. "Master, Shiju and I met by chance. It wasn't an appointment. I wanted to go down the mountain on my own accord." Their small actions naturally fell into Shun Juli's eyes. It also made the aura around him even colder and stronger. That coldness made Yunshi, who was beside him, shiver uncontrollably. She looked at Ning Xiuama. If Shiju didn't call out Ning Xiuama's name, she really wouldn't have recognized her. Ning Xiuama used an ordinary disguise technique, not a spell. Logically speaking, Shun Juli should not have recognized her at first sight. However, when he passed by the sky above this place, he suddenly brought her down. This gave Yunshi a fright. She thought that he had discovered something strange, but all she saw was 2 men tugging at each other. This continent didn't forbid romantic relationships. Yunshi had lived for a long time, so she would occasionally see couples. However, such a scene wasn't too exciting for her. At that time, She didn't quite understand Shun Julie's thoughts. She didn't expect that Shun Julie would be interested in gay love. Shijue looked at Ning Xiuema, who was standing in front of him, and felt touched. It wasn't a coincidence. I've been looking for you for 10 years, Xiuema. At the same time, he slowly walked out from behind Ning Xiuema and stood side by side with her. He held her hand and pulled her forward. Ning Xiuema subconsciously wanted to pull her hand away, but Shijue's grip was too strong. She didn't succeed for a moment. At that moment, she heard Shijue say in a clear voice, "Dizun, Xiuema and I are congenial and have fallen in love at first sight. I hope that Dizun will grant me a marriage. I will definitely treat Xiuema well. I will only love her for the rest of my life. I will shelter her from the wind and rain and protect her forever." He was proposing to her? Ning Xiuema felt a little dizzy. She really didn't expect Shijue to be so daring. Shun Julie's expression became colder and colder. The cold air around his body was almost solidifying. He looked at Ning Xiuema, the coldness in his eyes terrifying. "What do you say?" The moment Shijue opened his mouth, Ning Xiuema wanted nothing more than to block his mouth and pull her hand away. When she heard Shun Julie's question, she looked up and subconsciously wanted to explain. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze involuntarily fell on Yunshi and Shun Julie's tightly snuggled figures. Chapter 1251. Her gaze turned cold. What right did he have to question her? How did he manage to get so close to another woman and question her feelings? He even asked her to reply, as if it was only natural. He had no right. Ning Xiuema pursed her lips and glanced at Shun Julie without saying anything. She felt like she was going to freeze to death, but she still snuggled up to Shun Julie tightly. She looked at Ning Xiuema with a hint of pride. Shun Julie waited for her reply for a long time, so he became even angrier. His tone became even colder. "Ning Xiuema, say something." Ning Xiuema looked at the two people who were snuggled up to each other like fairies. The fire in her heart burned even brighter, but her heart seemed to have been frozen into a lump of ice. Her breathing was icy cold. The corners of her lips curled up, revealing an expression that wasn't a smile. "What does Dizun want me to say? Is it about my relationship problems? If you're questioning me as my master, I'm sorry, but I can only answer that this is a personal matter, and it's not convenient for me to disclose it." Shun Julie became even angrier after being choked by her. He looked at Shiju, who was beside her, and the murderous intent in his eyes could almost materialize. He had never been so angry before. For thousands of years, he had been indifferent and aloof like a god. He had never been so angry like a human. His tone was even a little scary. "Ning Xiuema, I'm your master. Do I have no right to ask about your private matters? No one has ever dared to speak to me like this." Very well, he was putting on airs with her now. Ning Xiuema was as angry as she was calm on the surface. She faced Shun Julie's monstrous anger directly and said expressionlessly, "Dizun, please forgive me. You have no right to ask." Especially when he was intimately holding onto another woman. Snowflakes drifted down in sheets, becoming more and more rapid. The ground quickly turned silvery white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the snowflakes covered the sky and covered the earth, almost drowning everyone. Yunshi looked at the storm-like weather in astonishment. Then, she looked at Shun Julie's ice-cold face with a complicated look in her eyes. It was a sunny day just now, but now it was as cold as the dead of winter. Shun Julie's voice was even colder than this. "No right to ask? As long as you are my disciple, I have the right to ask about everything you do." Ning Xiuema raised her eyes and glanced at him without saying anything. "Julie, the two of them are in love with each other and their hearts are connected. As their master, why don't you fulfill their wishes?" Yunshi said in a gentle voice. "It's a wonderful thing." Ning Xiuema glanced coldly at Yunshi, as though she had seen through her thoughts. Her voice was indifferent, but incomparably cold. "Shut up. You have no right to ask about my business." She almost couldn't control herself from scolding Yunshi. However, in the end, she restrained herself. If she cursed now, it would only make her seem uncultured and make Yunshi seem pure and generous. As the snow got heavier, Shun Julie's voice was bone-chilling. Ning Xuemal, is this how you speak to your elders? Apologize. He was cold and emotionless as his voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It echoed in Ning Xuemal's ears like thunder and replayed over and over again. Apologize. 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 Apologize? He wanted her to apologize to Yunxi again. The last time she hadn't apologized, he had locked her up for one night. If she didn't apologize this time, was he going to kick her out of the sect? Chapter 1252. If she apologized to Yunxi, then who should apologize to her? Shinjuli, amnesia isn't a reason for you to hurt me and humiliate me. It's also not a reason for you to support Yunxi and whisper sweet nothings to each other with a clear conscience. Ning Xuemal was so angry that she laughed instead. There was a ball of fire burning in her heart, so much so that she almost wanted to kill Yunxi. Her rationality was stretched taut like a string that was constantly pulled taut and could break at any time. She grabbed Shijue's hand and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, her feet were suddenly bound and she couldn't take another step forward. This trick again. Ning Xuemal clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug deep into her palms. The string called reason was pulled taut and finally snapped. She turned around and looked at the two people in the sky with a smile that was not a smile. Her eyes were ice cold as the ice and snow of the South Pole. She raised her hand to catch a snowflake, and a flame suddenly rose from her palm. The snowflake evaporated in the fire and made a sizzling sound. Ning Xuemal's eyes seemed to flash with a red light, but it was impossible to see clearly in the heavy snow. She opened her mouth and said in a voice full of ridicule, "Dizun, you want to ask me if I'm willing to marry Shijue, right?" Shun Juli held his breath, but he couldn't help but wait for her answer. Shijue glanced at Ning Xuemal beside him and found that her expression was terrifyingly cold. Ning Xuemal curled her lips slightly and raised a cold smile, reporting to Dizun, "I'm willing." As if a stop button had been pressed, the heavy snow suddenly stopped. The snowflakes that filled the sky stayed motionless in the air. Shun Juli's voice was terrifyingly gloomy. "You're willing?" Thunder rumbled and purple lightning shuttled through the clouds. Ning Xuemal's smile deepened, and she said mockingly, "Yes, I'm willing. I hope Dizun will agree." The snowflakes that filled the sky finally came crashing down. The heavy snow swirled in the air and blurred people's vision. The wind howled, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Shinjuli's anger had reached a critical point. He glanced at Ning Xuemal and Shijue one last time before leaving in a huff. His cold voice could be heard in the wind. "Up to you." Ning Xuemal looked at Shun Juli's receding figure and sat on the ground weakly. Shijue subconsciously wanted to pull her up, but Ning Xuemal waved her hand and continued to sit on the ground without moving. Her eyes were lowered, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, Ning Xuemal's heart was filled with anger, annoyance, unwillingness, pain, and other negative emotions. Red light flashed in her drooping eyes, but her long eyelashes blocked Shijue's line of sight. He could only see Ning Xuemal sitting on the ground expressionlessly, like a puppet that had lost all its strength. "Momo, he won't want you anymore. He doesn't want you anymore." The little loli finally seized the opportunity to speak. Her words stabbed Ning Xuemal's heart. Ning Xuemal sat silently, but the red light in her eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Her expression was getting colder and colder. "He doesn't want you anymore, so you don't want him anymore. Become a demon. Become a demon, Momo. After becoming a demon, no one in the world will dare to betray you. You can kill all the people who betray you." The little loli guided her patiently. Ning Xuemal's heart was filled with rage. Her body seemed to have a faint red light flashing by. Becoming a demon? Becoming a demon. Shijue looked at Ning Xuemal, who was becoming more and more indifferent. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. He asked with concern, "Xuemal, what's wrong with you?" Shijue's voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, startling her. Chapter 1253. Shijue's voice was like the morning bell and the evening drum, startling her. She had almost turned into a demon. Ning Shuima's heart sank. The red light in her eyes finally faded, and her eyes returned to their original black color. She looked up and smiled weakly at Shijue. "I'm fine." Shijue heaved a sigh of relief and pulled her up. He looked at her with a youthful gaze. "Shuima, before this you—" Ning Shuima looked at Shijue's expectant gaze and closed her eyes weakly. When she opened them again, they were clear. She said seriously, "Shijue, I'm sorry. Just now, Di-Zun and I were just venting our anger, but I used you as a shield." The meaning in her words was very clear. She was telling him not to think too much. Shijue's eyes darkened. He lowered his eyes and said, "It's fine." Ning Shuima stood up and looked at Buddha Lotus Mountain behind her. She smiled bitterly. She definitely wouldn't return to Buddha Lotus Mountain now. Firstly, they had just finished quarreling. If she ran back now, would she be asking for peace? Secondly, Yunxi must be there. She didn't know how close she was with Shanjuli right now. Even if she went back, she would only suffer from internal injuries from anger. When she thought of this, she only felt her heart begin to surge again. Negative emotions began to rush over again. Ning Shuima took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the violent emotions in her heart. Shijue looked at Ning Shuima with a trace of heartache in his heart. Although she looked indifferent, he could feel the indistinct sadness around her. He shouldn't have been so impulsive to propose to her in front of Di-Zun. His momentary hot-headedness had caused Ning Shuima and Di-Zun to have a fierce quarrel. Di-Zun might even expel Shuima from his sect. Shijue felt the guilt in his heart grow heavier. He never regretted proposing to Ning Shuima, but he regretted choosing such a time. Although Shuima was trying her best to appear calm, she must be very sad in her heart. Shijue looked at Ning Shuima with a gaze full of guilt. He wanted to hold Ning Shuima's hand, but gave up in the end. His voice was full of guilt. "Shuima, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have proposed to you at this time." Ning Shuima looked back and saw his guilty face. She sighed in her heart. She should be the one apologizing. She only treated him as a friend, but she used him as a shield and said that she wanted to marry him, making him happy for nothing. Looking at his loving gaze, Ning Shuima felt a headache coming on. Shijue's sincere feelings, she really couldn't repay him. Ning Shuima sighed. "Shijue, it's not your fault." She could only blame the heavens for making fun of her. Ning Shuima took a few steps forward and looked around. For a moment, she didn't know where to go. The world was so big, but there was no place for her to stay. Shijue looked at her back and suddenly felt a kind of fear in his heart. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Ning Shuima. He turned his head and asked, "Shuima, where are you going next?" Ning Shuima's heart was at a loss. After a long time, she finally remembered the reason why she went down the mountain. "I want to find a little Qilin. When I went missing, it went out to look for me. Right now, I don't know where it is. I want to find it and bring it back." Ning Shuima muttered a few words. Finally, she managed to temporarily suppress the emotions in her heart. She wanted to find Kirin. But where to find it? After finding it, where would the master and servant go? Chapter 1254. But where would she find him after she found him? Where would the master and servant go? Ning Shuima's heart was at a loss, and she felt a sense of loss. It was as if she couldn't tell where she was going. She was like a small sail floating in the sea, unable to find her home. "Go back to the Demon Palace. That's where you belong. Momo, the Demon Palace is where you truly belong." The little Loli's dreamy voice floated in her mind. Ning Shuima's mind unconsciously flashed with that gorgeous and extravagant palace. A sense of disgust appeared in her heart. She coldly said no. The little Loli stared blankly and didn't say anything. Ning Shuima raised her eyes to look at the sky that had unknowingly become clear. Looking at the white clouds floating quietly in the sky, a sense of grandeur suddenly rose in her heart. The gloominess in her heart seemed to have dissipated by quite a bit. She, Ning Shuima, had always been alone and laughed at the world. When did she start to care about whether she belonged to a place or not? She was a great rock that could soar 90,000 miles in the sky. She had always followed her heart's desires and followed her whims. She came and went as she pleased, free and unrestrained like the wind. Since when did her domineering and arrogant Ning Xiuma become so sentimental and haggling over every little thing? As if she was a little girl who was sad about autumn and sad about the moon. Love wasn't everything to her. Why did she have to make it seem like her entire world had collapsed? If you're heartless, I'll break up with you. This was Ning Xiuma's point of view on love. Ning Xiuma let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if she wanted to spit out all the gloominess in her heart. She decided that after she found Kirin, she would go far away and live a carefree and unrestrained life. The sky was high for the birds to fly, and the sea was wide for the fish to swim. She, Ning Xiuma, was a peerless genius. Why would she worry about not being able to find a place to go? What a joke. Ning Xiuma tried her best to comfort herself. Finally, she recovered the image of a carefree agent boss. At this moment, she felt herself being shaken. She turned around in confusion and saw Shi Jue's worried gaze. Xiuema, did you hear what I just said? Shi Jue had been talking to her for a long time, but there was no response at all. He turned his head in confusion, only to find that Ning Xiuma was calmly looking at the sky, the expression in her eyes changing rapidly. He called out to her several times, but she didn't hear him. He thought that she had accidentally lost her hearing, and in his panic, he couldn't help but shake her. What did he just say? Ning Xiuma secretly frowned. Oh no, she was too immersed in her own emotions. She directly ignored Shi Jue's words. This was not a good sign. On the battlefield, one would lose their life if they were distracted, let alone being so focused. She looked at Shi Ju. Shi Ju, what did you just say? I'm sorry, I was distracted just now. Shi Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that she was fine. Moreover, her current state seemed to be much better than before. She had regained her confidence. Shi Ju said loudly, Xiuema, I just said that I found Kirin a few days ago. It's trapped in a cave in the Feishing Kingdom's Valley of End. I accidentally broke in, but I couldn't save it even after using all my strength. I could only come out myself. This time, I came to the Sun Moon sect because I heard that you're back. I wanted to see you, and secondly, I wanted to ask for help from the Sun Moon sect. Kirin was trapped? Ning Xiuma's heart sank. Now, there were countless sects eyeing Kirin. When they saw that Kirin was alone, they definitely couldn't help but want to take Kirin for themselves. Chapter 1255. However, the little Qilin skill was also very high. It was not to be trifled with. Those people probably trapped the little Qilin there in order to exhaust its strength. Then, when it was out of strength, they would capture it. How sinister. Kirin was such a pure divine beast. It was not strange for it to fall into their trap. Now, she had to hurry to save Kirin and then beat up the person who wanted to use such a sinister method to possess Kirin. She did not waste time and quickly said, Shi Ju, bring me over. I can save Kirin. She was already at Earth Stage Level 8 and was a very powerful existence. Shi Ju nodded, okay. Ning Xiuma waved her hand, and an ordinary sword appeared in the air. She jumped on it and looked at Shi Ju, who was slightly surprised. Shi Ju, come up. Shi Ju's figure flashed and stood on the green sword. Ning Xiuma pointed her finger, and the sword flashed and rushed to the sky. Shi Ju looked at the white clouds that were retreating quickly and finally could not help but ask, Xiuma, you're already at Earth Stage Level 7? Ning Xiuma smiled. Wrong, it's Level 8. Genius. She was really a peerless genius. In 10 years, she had risen from 0 telekinesis to Earth rank Level 8. Shi Ju sighed, Xiuema, you're really a peerless genius in Tianci continent. Tianci continent had produced countless geniuses, but there had never been a peerless trash who rose all the way to Earth Stage Level 8. Some people might not be able to break through to the human stage in their lifetime, but she used less than 10 years to reach Earth Stage Level 8. Ning Xiuma thought of the scene when she had just transmigrated and was chased everywhere to hide. She could not help but chuckle. Shi Ju, a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at with new eyes. She had always been proud, and modesty was not faded with her. Of course, she was not blindly arrogant. but more of self-confidence. She was like a small shining object that unknowingly attracted people's attention. Shiju had seen many girls over the years, but none of them looked like her. He could not even find one that looked like her. Shiju looked at her back. Although it was a man's back, he seemed to be able to see the graceful figure of a woman. He was somewhat puzzled. Shuema, why did you disguise yourself? Could it be to escape down the mountain? Ning Shuema sighed. Because there's a pervert who has his eyes on me and always wants to capture me. Shiju could not help but ask, Shuema, these 10 years, Shiju, 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 Shiju's, Shiju, Shiju, Ju, Shiju, Shiju, Ju. Shuelon was very, very good to her. But he was good to her because he imprisoned her in a place like a captive. Therefore, Ning Shuema only felt disgust toward his kindness. She had no other feelings, she said it lightly. But Shiju, who was behind her, suddenly tensed up. Ning Shuema turned around and saw Shiju's angry and worried expression. He saw Ning Shuema turn around to look at him. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but stopped. Ning Shuema looked at his expression and knew what he wanted to ask. She smiled faintly. That pervert is okay with me, but he's been imprisoning me. Don't worry. Although he had been eyeing her covetously and wanted to pounce on her whenever he could, he did not let Shiju succeed. Shiju looked at her silently and did not speak. Being imprisoned for 10 years, Shiju felt a chill down his spine just thinking about it. Looking at Ning Shuema, who was still as calm and collected as before, he could not help but admire her mental fortitude. Her mental fortitude was really not ordinary. Chapter 1256. Shiju asked, what's his name? If he were to meet him one day, he would definitely think of a way to get rid of him. Ning Shuema glanced at Shiju and sighed. Why are you talking about him? It's such a bummer. Come, Shiju, since you're done asking me, it's my turn to ask you. Tell me about your experiences in the past 10 years. She understood that Shiju wanted to help her take revenge, but revenge was her own business. Besides, Shiju's psychokinesis was too far from Shuelon's. Compared to Shuelon, it was like throwing an egg at a rock. She couldn't let her friends be in danger because of her. Shiju clenched his fists. He had to work hard to become stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the ability to protect his sweetheart. He seemed to have thought of something. Shuema, you didn't intend to acknowledge me from the start, right? He seemed cold and indifferent, but his thoughts were extremely meticulous. After thinking about the scenes since he reunited with Ning Shuema, he was keenly aware of this point. Ning Shuema was stunned and pursed her lips slightly. Shuema, I want to hear the truth. Why are you avoiding it? Even if you don't have feelings for me, we're still friends who have gone through life and death, aren't we? Shiju pressed her step by step. He didn't like to beat around the bush, especially when talking to his friends. He preferred to be straightforward. Ning Shuema paused for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. Shiju, you know that I'm a jinx. I'm afraid of implicating you. Although her voice was light, it was as if she didn't care. But after listening carefully, there was still a touch of bitterness and helplessness. She really hated this fate, but she couldn't change it. Even the Almighty couldn't really change her fate. Why did she think of him again? Ning Shuema frowned slightly and directly slapped his shadow into the deepest part of her mind. From now on, she would be free to fly. There was no need for these grudges to hold her wings of freedom. Shiju naturally didn't know that her thoughts had changed. When he heard her say the words jinx, he instinctively objected. What jinx? I don't believe this. That's just nonsense. Ning Shuema took a deep breath. I didn't believe it either, but a few of my friends did meet with misfortune. This was a knot in her heart that she couldn't untie. Shiju scoffed. That's just a coincidence. Even if you don't want to be their friend, they can still do whatever they want. Shuema, have you really been brainwashed by that Han Shanyue? He's a fraud. Ning Shuema couldn't help but laugh. Finally, there was a second person who dared to scold Han Shanyu. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Shiju raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something. That's right, Shuema. I heard that you were taken in as a concubine by that Han Shanyue, but you didn't get married afterwards? It's rumored that both of you stood up Lahinti. What's going on? Ming Wang Residence's information network was powerful, so Shiju still knew some top-secret information. Ning Xiuma didn't want to talk about Shun Julie with others, so she vaguely said, "We really didn't get married. I made a bet with him, and he lost, so he canceled the engagement between us." Shiju's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. "This engagement is canceled at the right time. Xiuma, with your talent, marrying that fraud as a wife is a waste of your talent, let alone being a concubine. It's a good cancellation." Chapter 1257. Shijue thought about it again and said with a stern face, "Xiuma, I don't care about being a jinx or something. I'm also not afraid of being implicated. In the future, don't say such estranged words to me." Ning Xiuma's heart warmed, and her mood improved. She smiled and agreed, "Okay, I won't say it again." However, she made up her mind that she would take care of Shijue's safety no matter what. She would never let anything happen to him in front of her. She didn't want to lose any more friends. The two of them chatted along the way. The journey wasn't considered lonely. Aside from Ning Xiuma occasionally being absent-minded, the two of them got along very well. Shijue also changed his cold and callous image in front of Ning Xiuma and became more talkative. He began to talk about the interesting things that happened in the past few years. The two traveled as fast as lightning, and they arrived at the Feishing Kingdom in less than 4 hours. The Feishing Kingdom had a special rule. Other than the venerable emperor, no one was allowed to fly through its territory on a sword. They could only walk there. Ning Xiuma had heard about this from Hellion Xiao before, so she knew about this strange rule. Thus, the two jumped off the flying sword. Ning Xiuma kept her sword and turned around to ask Shijue, "How do we go?" Shijue walked forward and looked around. "We first have to pass through the capital of the Feishing Kingdom, then go west and reach the Valley of Destiny." "How far is it?" Shijue estimated and replied, "If we travel day and night, we can reach it in about a day." Ning Xiuma nodded. "Okay, then we'll go into the city and buy 2 fast horses. Shijue, from now on, don't call me Xiuma. I'll go by the name of Chong Jingyuan." Shijue nodded. Jingyuan. Zhongguo Valley was shrouded in fog all year long. The breeze blew, and the fog drifted away like white clouds. The surrounding forest was dense, and the trees towered into the sky. There were also some unknown gorgeous flowers that were faintly discernible in the mist, exuding a refreshing fragrance. This place was as beautiful as a fairyland, but it was also hell on earth. Under the fog, there were countless white bones. The Valley of Destiny had an old name, Valley of No Return. Very few people who went in came out alive. Ning Xiuma and Shijue rode their horses all the way here. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the valley, the horse under them suddenly stopped. No matter how Ning Xiuma whipped it, it wouldn't budge an inch. The two of them had no choice but to dismount. The horse seemed to have seen something terrifying. After it was released from the reins, it immediately retreated a few steps and ran away without looking back. Ning Xiuma, the Valley of Final Return, was deep in the mountains. It was surrounded by common trees and wild vines. Because it was in a remote area, it was not easy for people to come here. There wasn't even the slightest trace of a person walking through the entrance of the valley, only the sound of the wind. Chirp! A clear chirp seemed to come from the depths of the valley. The sound was somewhat muffled in the fog, but it was very clear. Ning Xiuma raised her eyes and looked ahead. The fog at the mouth of the valley suddenly stirred. A fiery red figure flashed, leaving behind specks of brilliance in the fog. Then, it disappeared without a trace. Shijue frowned and said, "What is that?" Ning Xiuma murmured, "Demon Realm Phoenix." Although she had only seen it once, Ning Xiuma was very sure that she had seen this kind of phoenix in Shuei Mo's memories. Its entire body was fiery red, and its tail feathers were as brilliant as gold. Wherever it flew, it left specks of brilliance. It was awe-inspiring, and it was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, its phoenix eyes were condensed from the demon chi that lingered in the demon realm all year round. It was easy for people to fall into an illusion and never come out. Chapter 1258. Shijue was stunned. "These are the phoenixes of the demon world? Jingyuan, how did you know?" Ning Shuama asked him back. Shijue, you didn't encounter these phoenixes when you came here before? Shijue shook his head. Never. Ning Shuama's heart sank, and her uneasiness grew. Why did the phoenixes of the demon world suddenly appear here? Her intuition told her that she should turn around and leave, then hold back her anger for a while and bring Shun Julie here to save Kieran. But she didn't want to rely on that person anymore. That person didn't want her to rely on him either, right? He already had Yunshi by his side. The image of Shun Julie and Yunshi standing side by side flashed in her mind. Her chest felt as if it had been pricked by a sharp needle, and she felt a stifling pain. Damn it. I don't want to think about him anymore. Can't the earth rotate without him? Who can't survive without him in this world? She pushed Shun Julie's image back into the depths of her mind. Suddenly, a clear and long phoenix cry came from the valley. It was ethereal and seemed to come from the horizon, and it even had a trace of sadness. Ning Shuma suddenly felt a pain in her heart, and it seemed as if traces of sadness were entangled in her memories. She seemed to be summoned, and her body involuntarily rushed forward. Shijue was stunned. Shuema, be careful. He hurriedly chased after her. However, Ning Shuema's figure disappeared into the fog in the blink of an eye. She quickly disappeared and finally disappeared. The fog became thicker and thicker, and the valley entrance, which was very clear just now, disappeared. Shijue almost crashed into a mountain rock that suddenly appeared. He hurriedly took a step back, and when he looked up again, a huge mountain blocked the way. How could he find the valley entrance that was shrouded in fog? Damn it! Shijue was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. This valley seemed to appear under certain conditions. He had unintentionally gone there before, but after he came out, he couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. This time, he brought Ning Shuama here and thought that he would have to search for a few days. But he didn't expect that the valley would open as soon as he arrived. He thought he was lucky, but he didn't expect that Ning Shuama would go in and he would be locked out. Fortunately, the things inside weren't too dangerous, and he could handle them at the time. With Ning Shuama's current martial arts skills and her cautious personality, she shouldn't be in too much danger. Although that was what he thought, Shijue was still worried. His heart was in a mess as he kept looking for the entrance nearby. Ning Shuama slowly walked into the valley. She was surrounded by fog, and for a moment, she did not know where to go. Shijue, where did you see Kieran being locked up? Ning Shuama asked, but there was no movement around her. Her heart sank as she looked around. Where was Shiju? She was the only one in the fog. Shijue? Shijue? Ning Shuama called out a few more times. Her voice was somewhat muffled in the fog, but it still traveled far. Of course, she didn't hear any reply from Shiju. Did something happen to him? That's impossible, right? His martial arts weren't low either. Even if he encountered a big monster, even if he wasn't its opponent, it was impossible for him to be defeated without making a sound. Ning Shuama thought for a moment, then simply turned around and walked back. She had a strong sense of direction, and she had just entered the valley not long ago, so she easily returned to the original valley entrance. Then she was stunned. The valley entrance was gone, and in its place was a peak that pierced the clouds. Was this a barrier or an illusion? Chapter 1259. Ning Shuama raised her hand and shot out a ray of fire, hitting a rock on the peak. Stone chips flew everywhere, and sparks flew everywhere. This peak was real and not an illusion. Ning Shuama was, after all, experienced and knowledgeable. She immediately understood. This valley was probably a rotating one. The entrance of the valley would appear irregularly. If there were no accidents, Shijue should be trapped outside the entrance of the valley. Now, she could only look for Kieran inside. After she found Kieran, she would think of a way to get out. After she understood this point, she did not hesitate and walked in with big strides. Although she did not have a telepathic connection with Kieran now. After all, they were once so close. If Kieran was nearby, she would still be able to sense it. The fog in front of her was getting thicker. She could no longer see clearly. Something in the fog was staring at her. Ning Shuama was acutely aware of this. That thing did not seem to have much malice towards her. Instead, it seemed to be secretly studying her and observing her. She thought for a moment and made a spell. A breeze blew past, and the fog in front of her finally dispersed. Chirp! It was another clear phoenix cry. Ning Xiuma subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. She only saw a huge phoenix flying over slowly from the clouds in the sky. It was like a ball of fire burning in the fog. Its tail feathers were dragging, and countless rays of light scattered, like a long stream of light. The phoenix flew in front of her and landed lightly. Its black phoenix eyes stared at her without blinking, as if there were tears rolling in its eyes. Ning Xuan looked at the phoenix, and a sense of familiarity in her heart became stronger. She could not help but ask. The phoenix knelt on the ground sincerely. Its clear voice was filled with excitement and longing. Master, Hong Ti has been looking for you for hundreds of years. Now I have finally found you. Ning Xiuma stared blankly at the phoenix. Countless scenes flashed through her mind. They were yellowish, but incomparably clear. They were all memories of this little phoenix. That was before Shui Emo became the devil ancestor. She rescued the little phoenix from the purgatory, named it Hong Ti, and kept it by her side as a pet. It accompanied her on the battlefield, accompanied her in the ice-cold devil palace, and spent every night with her. That year, Shui Emo was seriously injured by Shui Emo. Hong Ti blocked a fatal blow for her, allowing her to escape. Then, she met Shun Jiuli. The final scene was Hong Ti's death. It turned into flames and smashed towards Shui Emo. Recently, Ning Xiuma had been refusing to think about anything related to Shui Emo. He didn't want that unhappy past life to affect his judgment in this life. If possible, she would rather not have any memories of Shui Emo. Of course, of Shui. At that time, Shui. She of the phoenix of Shui Qi, of the demons of devil of the demon Zeshi, subconsciously took a step back. She had an impulse to turn around and run away. Master, the phoenix suddenly raised its head. There was a trace of fear in its black eyes, as if it was afraid of being abandoned. Master, don't you recognize Hong Ti? It spread its wings and ran 2 steps forward. It seemed to want to hug Ning Xiuma, but it did not dare. Ning Xiuma felt as if her heart had been pricked by something. She could not bear to see it. Hong Ti was not just a pet to her back then. They depended on each other for survival in the demon palace. Hong Ti had never left her, warmed her, served her, and even sacrificed its life for her. Chapter 1260. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, Hong Ti was still Hong Ti. It would be unreasonable for her to not recognize her. She didn't need to run away. She took a deep breath and patted Hong Ti's phoenix crown. She smiled and said, Hong Ti, it's great that you're still alive. I like it very much. Hong Ti's eyes suddenly lit up. She flapped her wings, and with a clear cry, her figure changed rapidly in the light and finally turned into a human form. Her human form was like a 5 or 6-year-old child. She wore a red dress and had a chubby little face. Her black eyes were filled with tears. She opened her arms and threw herself into Ning Xiuma's arms. She sobbed and said, Master, Hong Ti missed you so much. Ning Xiuma, Hong Ti had always been in her phoenix form when she was alive. She had never changed into a human form. She didn't expect that she would change into a human form this time. And so cute. Ning Xiuma lowered her eyes and hugged her. She looked in her eyes and said, Hong Ti, look at me. Hong Ti opened her eyes wide and looked at her seriously. Master, Hong Ti, look at me. Am I still the same person? Hong Ti blinked and paused for a moment. Master, you're a real person now. What's going on? Ning Xiuma didn't want to explain too much to her. Hong Ti, Shui Emo, is dead. I'm a real person now. I'm Ning Xiuma. I'm no longer the princess of the demon world. Are you sure you still want to recognize me? Hong Ti answered without hesitation. Of course I want to recognize you. Whether you're Shui Emo or Ning Xiuma, you're my master. There's no mistake. She hugged Ning Xiuma's neck with her arms. Master, Hong Ti missed you so much. I couldn't find you. I was so scared. I couldn't even find the demon palace. She cried as she spoke. Ning Xuema hugged her and patted her back stiffly. I missed you too. How did you find me? Hong Ti wiped her tears and cried until she was out of breath. Her soft voice was intermittent. After I was reborn in purgatory, I have been cultivating with all my might. Finally, I broke free from purgatory. I searched the 3 realms for hundreds of years before I found you. Ning Xuema patted her head and comforted her. You've suffered. Hong Ti rubbed against her neck and said in a small but satisfied voice, as long as I can be with Master, Hong Ti doesn't care how much pain I have to suffer. She suddenly stood up, and her chubby little face was full of smiles. Master, look, isn't the human form I've cultivated beautiful? She twirled in a circle. Her red dress fluttered slightly in the wind, and her long black hair danced in the wind. Her black eyes sparkled as she looked at her, like a child waiting for praise. Ning Xuema suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Looking at the red dress and black hair, she suddenly remembered the demon Loli in her dantian. She seemed to be dressed like this. Her body couldn't help but stiffen. She was about to say something when an angry scream suddenly sounded in her mind. Don't compare me with that soft fatty. I'm 100 times more beautiful than her. So it wasn't her. Ning Xuema was relieved. Looking at the baby fat little Hong Ti in front of her, she couldn't help but chuckle. She really looked like a round red grape, but very cute. So she touched Hong Ti's head and said with a smile, very cute. Hong Ti rubbed against her palm in satisfaction. Ning Xuema looked at the little phoenix under her hand, and an idea flashed in her mind.